Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs. We are live from Los Angeles, California, here in the Galen Center, and we have 3 more series of groups play action to get through today. Yesterday, we saw some standout performances from the likes of Dark Zero and Virtus Pro, as well as loads of pop-off moments from so many unexpected teams that it's made for a very interesting start to the competition. Now today, we're going to find out which of those teams will be making their way through to that winner's bracket, as well as which teams need to fight for their life in the elimination bracket. My name is Glitter Explosion, and to kick off the day today, we have Spider, Tiff, Jayhawk, and Hotsick joining us here on the desk. Day 2, Tiff, are you ready to get into it?
I can't believe it's actually here. The first day flew by in a blink of an eye, and now we get to see the teams that may have not performed to their best, or as we would have expected them to. This is the time for them to really hone in and bring it.
All right, Jayhawk, now you're a seasoned veteran. Day 2 back on the desk, even more action in store. Are you excited?
I'm so excited. Think about how many teams that we didn't expect to do super well yesterday that did. They really showed out. Who's going to be that team today that maybe didn't have the greatest performance yesterday, but they can actually prove it this go around?
Yeah, there's quite a few teams that he's talking about, Hotsick, that have a lot on the line here today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest storyline that I've seen, especially across like socials and stuff like that, is obviously NA is sleeping. They're a bit jet lagged. So I think it would be really cool, I think, to see potentially all the teams that did really well yesterday, like Serenity. We saw Crazy Raccoons up there a little bit, Virtus Pro. It would be really cool to see all these teams that people don't really ever talk about continue their dominance, and hopefully into not just today, but the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. Now, if you took a look at Tiff's socials earlier, we had no idea where she was going to end up here today. But we made it here on the desk, and in all seriousness, we do want to send some love to Anta as well. We know that he'll be feeling better in literally no time. So he'll be back before you even know it. Now, we have all sorts of cool things in store for you guys all weekend long, but I'm very excited to talk about this one because right now we have our first look at Season 21, which is right around the corner. So let's see what it has in store for us.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend? Again, ready for the big finale. This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
If you thought season 20 was fun, wait for season 21, May 7th. I mean, we've got a new legend in Alter. We have solos coming back. We've got Broken Moon changes. This is going to change the game as we know it.
Oh, you're not wrong. I'm so excited that we have another legend that is a villain. And you got sneak peeks of her entire package throughout that trailer, and even that insane looking finisher, which I know I'm unlocking right away because I'm just gonna be running towards everyone. So some things that we wanna talk about, because we actually got to see a little bit of this, maybe like, what, 2 days ago, Hotsick? And some of the players were just like, oh, she's gonna be great. We're locking her in.
Yeah, I think if you watch that trailer, I think just about everyone's going to be happy with that trailer except for people who refuse to stop picking Wraith. Because now she's just, I mean, Alter just looks like a way better version of similar stuff that they do. I think she's going to shake up the game. She's going to potentially shake up comp. I think just like looking at it on the surface level, I think she has a lot of feasibility in playing defensive, but also offensive at the same time. So I'm super excited.
And on that, I mean, the people who love to play Wraith, I'm pretty sure I just saw a kidnap, not only Alter going through the wall herself, but actually taking an enemy through it. I'm already thinking about design. Is he going to be playing Alter? The kind of plays he could be doing with that? I'm excited for it.
That's what we mean when we say it could potentially change everything. So hopefully you guys are excited for season 21 as much as we are. But we've got even more things going on here this weekend, specifically here in the venue. And if you didn't know, we actually have a really cool solos showdown happening on Sunday at 1:30 p.m. PT. Now, this will be an opportunity for you guys to see some of your favorite creators, casters, and community members competing in this event. But if you are here live in person, you can even try to qualify for the event yourself. All you have to do is go compete at our 1v1 area in the arena for your chance to play. Very, very cool. The first time that we have ever done this. So I'm excited to see how some of our casters do, Tiff, because I think...
Can we play?
I don't know if you can.
Fair.
It might be a little scary.
Hotsick, you playing?
No.
That would be definitely
I can coach though, maybe.
Former pro?
Wait, no, he can coach us.
I can
We're
coach
gonna be
maybe.
fine. We're gonna be fine.
I am a free agent.
This is the plan.
Just saying.
All right, so make sure everybody at home checks that out because that's going to be a great way to kick off our championship day on Sunday and see who will win our Split 1 playoffs. Let's talk about all of the action that we have in store for today. And before we do that, we can't not talk about the stories that happened on day one, all right? Because we saw lots of standout performances from our groups, but right now we have our group stage from C and D. So let's talk about these highlight moments here. It was Alliance kicking off the day in a very strong fashion, Tiff.
You know, I was almost 3 for 3 on all of my talent predictions, and I had predicted Alliance to take C and D, and they kicked things off with that map win in game number 1. So I immediately thought, oh, I'm in. I'm a shill for Alliance. It happened. But this is where Jayhawk had mentioned a lot of the teams that we may have not had on our radar start performing. And 07 being one of them. And I'm not sleeping on Nasky. I'm not sleeping on Amphi and Nags. Like, don't get me wrong on that. They are stellar. But they didn't even realize that they were going to be here as the complete trio. And, you know, I spoke to Nasky's girl, okay? And she was like, I am so proud of him. He's been putting in 14 plus hours a day, even after scrims, hitting the VOD reviews and just putting in the work. And it didn't just stop there because other teams were doing exceptionally well.
Yeah, Elevate being one of those teams. They've had some comp issues the last 2 weeks of scrims, but they seem to have figured it out. And the whole split, they actually never had a win during the regular season. They get their first ever win here at LAN, and I think that's a big momentum builder because you're coming into, for Shubi and Zapto, their first ever LAN. Now they get that win under their belt. The pressure is off. I'm excited to see what they can do the rest of the way, Hotsick.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think this is one of the, like, Zach's been in the comp for such a long time, and I think this is one of his, I think he truly, like, especially from stuff that I've seen at home, I think this is truly one of some of the best that Zach has ever looked, you
100%.
know? I heard a joke somewhere, like, you know, we have Mazer moments, but now we might have, like, big Mazer moments, and I'm not talking about
On
the
the
bad
flip
ones.
side, right?
Yeah.
Where they're doing good.
Yeah, the good Mazer moments. We still have room to grow for those. But honestly, yeah, I mean, I just love seeing a lot of these newer teams pop up and do really well. One of my personal favorites has been of yesterday was Virtus Pro.
Absolutely.
I mean, you have Pricey's a storied player, not one we talk about very often, but he's been through the ringer. He's been pretty consistently successful at LAN. But the return of Sharky and seeing him do really well is a really cool thing to see, especially as somebody who's played against him way years back when. So I'm super excited for today.
And to add on to that, Wei from APAC South, kind of this up-and-coming controller player, plays at Champs for the first time. He gets that LAN experience. Now here he's showing that he's the real deal.
And then, you know, we're here in the second series. We're watching all of these plays come up. We saw the likes of Crazy Raccoon, another squad that had some really solid pop-off performances. We saw Serenity in the list here. We saw OMiT having really strong performances when it came to groups A and B. And as we made our way through this series, every single time we had these insane finishes, specifically what we saw out of Aurora in the second 3 matches, watching that finish with 2R1C, who did kill the solo on Aurora at the end of that final match. But the series in general completely shook up so many of the standings.
It really did, and I love that you say that because Aurora didn't actually win a map. They just went down fighting. They got 2 second-place finishes with double-digit eliminations, and that's where starting to kind of sync up. But even then, you have Alliance, who just consistently can net those map wins together, which is going to be great when it comes to match point finals. But for groups at the point in time, it's not getting you the map wins and like the second places and the high kills, but it's showing that you can put it together when it's in. They're not just a group stage team anymore.
Right. As speaking from personal experience, like my team, we've done a lot of group stages in our time already, and there's a lot of times where we absolutely frag out. We do really well, place like second, sometimes first in groups, but I gotta say that the tournaments where we didn't even win a single game kind of felt a little bit off, and this is why I was talking about it a lot yesterday, where it's great that you can pull off nukes, but people are expecting nukes in group stages. There's a lot of teams that are afraid, and a lot of these really veteran and story teams, they know how to feast on that fear, like quite literally. So that's why I really like the showing from Alliance. Like, yeah, you can drop nukes, and Alliance is capable of dropping nukes, they have, but to be able to win that many games on day one has to be a really good feeling, because that means you're already figuring out the vibes of the whole LAN.
And I think that you were talking about experience. Graceful was mentioning that a lot too. A lot of the teams that we're seeing, who even some that we thought were maybe unexpected, Crazy Raccoon or 2R1C, these teams have been to so many lands that honestly to see them succeed, Virtus Pro with Sharky and Pricey and these guys, it's not surprising to now see them here on LAN proving it once again.
Well, we're talking about the experience and the LAN veterans. At the end of it all, after yesterday, it was DZ, Dark Zero, at the top of our group stage standings here so far by 20 points over VP, who also, like you just said, Jayhawk, had a phenomenal performance, but DZ know how to get things done, put it in the work here, really solidifying their spot in group stage, just wanting to make it straight into that winner's bracket. And we can kind of see where the rest of our squads have shaken out, and a lot of teams put themselves in a solid spot heading into today when we consider that some only have one more opportunity to play.
That's where things are going to get tough. You jump on over to the second half of teams, and we look at that 31st through 40. It's teams like Reject WINNITY. Granted, that's after one series. We're going to see a lot more action out of them. FURIA as well. Passion UA. You know, this is Max Strafe's first time being able to actually clock in the building at LAN. So you have to imagine there's going to be kind of a load that comes with that in terms of pressure and wanting to live up to the standards that you are finally making it in. And you just have to kind of wash out what happened yesterday and go for it today. But LG, we had a lot of talk about them as well yesterday. And honestly, I'm a big Sweet fan, 100%. I love Bolt, what they are doing. But we talk about the experience when it comes to LAN, and Funk and Slayer just don't have that.
Yeah, they're new to LAN. It's their first time, and maybe there's a little bit of jitters, and that's okay because they're not out of it yet. Even if they have to go through to the loser's bracket, if they can figure it out when they get there, then who knows what they could do.
All right, well, we've got lots in store to keep track of here today as well. Specifically, let's start talking about what we have on the docket coming up right around the corner. To kick today off, we have groups B and C battling it out. Then we'll get into B and D and A and C to close out the day, which means you can see that A has only one more opportunity here to get those points on the board. So the teams in that group are going to be battling. Same thing with D. It's going to be really interesting to see how this shakes things up, what it does to affect their gameplay, if it's going to mean that they'll be a little bit crazier trying to avoid that elimination bracket, or if they know that they still have another opportunity coming their way to see who they're going to be seeded against. I cannot wait to get into the action. But like we saw on the schedule, to start the day off, we have groups B and C. Lots of really recognizable faces in these two groups. So let's start talking about some of the squads that just kind of jump off the paper for you here, Hodsec.
I mean, obviously, the big one that I'm sure most people are going to be looking out for right now is Aurora. I mean, they're hot. They had a they were really fun to watch in the last two series yesterday. So that's going to be a big one. I'm hoping Cloud9 kind of steps it up a little bit. I think that roster is, I think a lot of people have some high hopes for them. They've been looking good in everything that they've been playing in. Obviously, we want to see 07. Can't go without talking about TSM. You know, will they?
Sure.
You know, I'm sure they went back to the drawing board and talked about a lot of stuff yesterday. So they do need a pretty big showing out of this series. It is just group stages. It's not final, but the group stages is a time where a lot of teams take to kind of assess the land and use it as practice, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you want to leave group stages feeling good because you'll carry that to the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. Well, as always, we like to have you guys narrow down your focus a little bit here. Tiff, talk me through the team you think everyone should be keeping their eyes on.
It's of no surprise here, guys. I'm contractually obligated. It's Aurora, Hardeki, Impulse, and Oirein. No, for real though, they are exceptional and maybe the craziest at producing some of the coldest clips on the timeline. Hardeki in particular, the Grim Reaper himself. They actually won A and B yesterday, their best game. We talked about it earlier. They had the 2 second place finishes with the double-digit elims, but this trio found themselves with 37 elims across 6 games. So it's just that they're sharing the brunt force of their firepower and they work so well together. Something to note about them though is that they're dealing less damage than they're taking. That damage differential is in the negative. So they're taking about 19,000 damage inside a 6-game series, which a lot of that will be attributed to Hardeki being on lifeline and hitting that regen often.
I love that. Fantastic, fantastic point. But Jayhawk, I want to know who you've got this time around because it's still hard to make those choices.
Yeah, it's another EMEA team. This region has actually been doing really well, and we're going to go to 07 here. Nags, Nasky, Ampy, they were fantastic yesterday. Only played 1 set of games, but now they have 2 today, and I'm wondering, can they keep up that momentum? Because this is a team that I think really thrives off of confidence and momentum, and so in that 1 set, they placed first, but crucially, they had the most kills in the lobby. And Nasky's teams historically, that wasn't kind of their bread and butter, but now with these 2 roller players, they're fragging out. And Nasky himself, I mean, he's the MNK IGL, but he led the team 16 kills, almost 5,000 damage on the set. I'm thinking if he can keep doing that, and the ways that we see him pop off whenever they're having those huge games, that kind of excitement and those vibes could carry them really far in this land.
I mean, we even saw it at the end of the day. They had 2 of their players in our top 10 kill leaderboard to close out the whole day.
Yeah.
So phenomenal performance on behalf of 07 as well. Hotsick, final choice here. Who's your team to watch?
I mean, I got to go with my old team, Team Liquid. I'm a huge fan of these boys. They didn't probably have the greatest showing. I'm sure they weren't super happy with how they played yesterday. But as someone who is a huge fan of this team in general and has studied them a lot, these guys typically, if they don't show up ready, they will turn up eventually. This is one of the scariest teams to fight in NNA since they came to the league. So I've been a huge fan of them, and they've always kind of just been in the talk. You know, the 5th in they got 5th in champs, 4th in this pro league. These guys, I mean, they're just stone cold. You know, and I think everybody absolutely loves watching them play because they play. It almost feels careless sometimes, but you know it's always with intention with these guys.
Yeah, with incredible slaying power too. They were one of those teams we saw who was really starting to get those points nailed down because of their kills, and we know what they're capable of. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on them here today to see what they can bring to the table. But now it's time for well, maybe Tiff's favorite part, because you did so well yesterday with your predictions, as did the subreddit, if I am not mistaken.
They went wild.
Yeah, they did pretty well for themselves. Let's see who you picked this time around. Let's start talking about predictions here for this first series. Tiff, you got Fnatic on the board.
I know. Look, I have faith in them. And I was going through it, and I was like, a lot of people are going to be keeping their eyes on Aurora. And Fnatic, they look so good when it comes to Stormpoint. And look, if I ever want to improve, I'm an MNK warlord myself. And you just throw Yuka up on the screen, and I'm like, you know, if I could just have 10% of the mechanical skill that guy has, I would be in another world. But I don't. So I'm going to watch them, support them, and they are going to do well today.
I love it. I mean, you see, you got Rain here with the TSM shot, like you were saying. We can't sleep on TSM. Gaskin on 07. Clearly, quite a few of us here are feeling Aurora, not only after their performance, but after what we got to hear 9F say in the interview, because he was saying everyone's really sleeping on them. Well, Talent heard that. Apparently none of us are sleeping on them anymore. Jayhawk, you've got Disguise though. Great choice.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about 07 being one of those momentum teams. I think DSG definitely is too. They were a little bit upset about themselves yesterday. They didn't feel like they had the greatest set, and still they had 34 points, and that's on track to get it to the winner's bracket. So I think if they're upset about that, I'm really excited to see what they can do in this one. And design specifically, I feel like that kind of emotion that he has where I have to be better, I think he's going to show up today.
You saw his tweet too, right?
Exactly,
I will not full swing a squad with a Sentinel.
Yeah.
Fair. We're learning. We're evolving from day to day, okay? And then Hotsick, both you and like I just said, Subreddit did well yesterday. They also are on the Aurora hype train, so
I mean, they are the real professionals here. Let's be real. As much as I wanted to pick something different, just to kind of be different, I'm looking at this group right now, and I'm seeing Aurora dropping Cenote, and they're dropping Trials and Skyhook.
Yep.
As somebody, we didn't get a chance to run it because we had a poor performance this Pro League, but I think Lifeline from Trials, I've been wanting to run it since day one of Season 20. We didn't ever get to do it, so I think she scales very well off of that POI, as well as they're dropping on Cenote and Stormpoint, so they have there's been a lot of trendy south zones. So I think any kind of south drop on Stormpoint at the moment, since they are flex dropping, isn't really that bad. So they got some good POIs, and I do think they can do really well this time.
All right, well, it's time to find out which one of us is correct in these predictions. Our first series of the day is about to get underway. So let's kick things off. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Glitter. Graceful, happy to have you on the desk to kick off our first set of games in day 2 of the Split 1 playoffs. My name is, of course, Dia, for those of you who managed to jump in yesterday. But Graceful, as the desk has already set us up for, we're finally getting a second look at these teams that'll be playing Groups B and Groups C. Now, what can we expect, given that we're moving into a whole new day? You talked about a lot of VOD review being important. When you've only got one set to work off, how do you actually effectively adapt while changing groups at the same time?
So I think with VOD reviewing, you have to just not only try to fit the macro, which a lot of teams have been struggling with, I think you just have to learn from your mistakes. Like a lot of the times, fight specifically comes down to just a single mistake. Like somebody's out of position, somebody maybe swung too early and not on the 3-2-1 count. I think if you can just stick it nice and like neat, things will look a lot better, because in a 3v3, when you get triple swung, it doesn't matter if you're a roller or not, you're still gonna get insta-kill.
And that's gonna be especially difficult in our first couple maps of the day, since we're starting on Stormpoint, a typically much messier map with a lot more open space to control. We've seen a lot of teams that do benefit from, I'll say, taking advantage of other squads and their disorganization, really be the ones to come out on top of our Stormpoint maps so far, but these groups will have the chance to finish things off with a cleaner look at World's Edge. Let's look at where we're dropping, though, because there are some really interesting things happening when we're looking at Stormpoint for this first set of groups. Of course, in the south side of the zones, where, as Graceful you were talking about yesterday, we're seeing a lot of zones pull recently. C9 and FURIA will be landing next to each other in the south, with Liquid uncontested in Pylon, something that they do not get when playing with Wonton Dumpling.
I think that in general, that if we follow yesterday's perspective, a lot of the teams that were succeeding, outside of a few niche teams like Aurora or some edge teams, all of the teams that were performing actually had zone relatively close to them. They just got priority to the zones, probably top 5 positioning, and from there on, they just had consistent points going into it. That's also why we see some big nuke games from specific teams like 07, like Aurora, like some Alliance games, is that they are coming in from POI that doesn't have a prior, or they play in a certain way where they have to clear a side, ending up in getting 15+ kills per game. So you really have to look to see where the zone is pulling, and the teams that can adapt will either come up with a donut or with a nuke. And I like either or. I like donuts and I like big games.
I think most of these teams gonna prefer one over the other, as the desk was saying. Dropping nukes at this point, almost expected, especially for a team coming from the south side like Aurora. I want to look towards the north, though, because there are two big advantages that you can have when zone's pulling to you and when you're approaching from high ground. And only one team coming from Lightning Rod is going to have that leisure. As TSM go up against Red Rams, a rivalry that started in scrims that we'll see finished here.
So in general, when you look at contests, it's really terrifying. So TSM managed to pull it back a little bit in the end, but when you're getting into this stage of the tournament, the worse you do, the more teams are going to opt to contest you, not only on this map that there actually is on your POI, but sometimes you're contested by multiple teams on both maps. And the worse you do, the more teams will look to drop on you, like Aurora style. They're like, hey, we can take them out. They're in a bad spot. They're not going to be ready for it. And those are the things you really have to watch out for.
For the first couple of maps, you've got the leisure, risking it all all trying to drop the nukes the desk talked about. This is it, game one of groups B and C. As we drop into Storm Point, we've got a nice look going over a mill initially and then finishing us off with what we know the contest will be, as the dropship will last pass by Lightning Rod, the scene of the crime.
I think now that we can see as well, the ship is coming from the west side. Always keep that in mind, that macro changes depending on where the ship comes in from, whether that's from west, north, east, south, whether you have the objectives or not, and that's going to change how people's games play into mid and late game. But going into early, we saw the contest, we're going to have to look for this fight early on and see what happens.
TSM were a bit ahead. It looks like Red Rams ended up taking the low ground as a result. TSM have so much more space to use now. Red Rams are fighting off of the building, perhaps even dipping out into the Stormcatcher Thunderwatch area just to avoid a better looted TSM. House. That was a very, very scary door. Looks like TSM are going to be able to chase this down, though. Verholz playing on the roof, has a bit of cover. Radiant transfer keeps you alive for a little while longer. Neither team has dropped a player yet. Rep still full health, trying to back up Hal and Verholz on the roof. Tico Chang and Wei Chang still holding height. Reps comes up, full HP. First knock goes down onto Verholz, and TSM bit on the ropes. Low health bars on the other side. Reps still holding down roof, needs an angle on low ground, doesn't have information to work with. And with Verholz now being full thirsted, Red Rams have a significant advantage.
When teams get slowed down like this, where somebody gets thirsted, as you can see, it's always in Red Rams' favor because you're going into... Oh,
nice job!
So yeah, the thing is that when you come into an early game fight and somebody gets thirsted or even just downed early on, it's always in the benefit of the team that's 3v2 to play slow. A lot of the time, like TSM has to be, if they get thirsted, they have to play fast because every single reset is always in the advantage of the team that has more players up, because they can just throw bodies at you. Like when you're in a 3v2, honestly, one guy don't even need to do damage. You just need to run at them, eat the damage, and your two teammates will trade you, and it's still a 2v1, and you can trade once again, and you win for free.
You could really feel the loss of control there as Verholz went down.
Yes.
Reps was sitting on top of the building, didn't know what to do, couldn't really do anything in that situation. For the rest of the map, though, game's kind of moved on. Everybody's already making their rotates. We saw C9 taking the car already, and Geared are starting to move on through pylon.
So as we can see again, you know, another southeast zone around Launchpad is looking like, and people are moving in early. Like I said, on LAN, a lot of teams actually like to play zone compared to edge. But I promise you, we're gonna see as we go later into the zone, people are gonna get more warmed up. It's gonna start to look like online games where in EU we had 10 edge teams. Like, it's probably not going to be 10, but a lot of teams are going to go up early into edge now.
Reject looking for some kills. Cloud9 disrespectfully perhaps rotating past them. May have gotten away with it for now, but Sangjun does not want that to stay the same. Reject start here, don't have a lot of wiggle room to move outside of Launchpad. And if they can grab a couple of kills early before any other teams join the party, that'll look a lot better for them in the late game.
I think Reject in general has to punish a lot harder because you should never let a team get in for free.
Yes.
You should always look to get people on process, and if you don't, things can get messy real quick because more teams are rotating in.
WMNDY end up losing one. Reject take the height. That frag is big though. Only closes the door behind him and takes down Bolin. WMNDY, as they go down, unfortunately, I think made a good gamble for the height. It's just a very difficult thing to make work. I do love this play from C9, though. Evac tower up to the high ground are going to back away initially.
So C9 right there, this is the most important part that teams are missing, and this is why I love seeing them so proactive. They're trying to make plays. They try to get in on the 3P. They recognize and stay disciplined, like, hey, we shouldn't do this, it's too risky, but at least we tried, and that's what I'm looking for right there.
And they importantly didn't overstay either. C9 get back to the building just in time to defend it from Legend, who land in Launchpad. This is becoming an increasingly more crowded area, and I'd be surprised if we see a lot more knockdown, drag-out fights here, simply because the risk of getting third-partied is so high.
Yeah, in general, like, teams are already in the zone. Like, you're gonna have 8+ more teams in zone, so people are looking to take fights early. The longer this drags on, the more edge teams comes in, and it's gonna be terrifying to take fights.
For teams like EA, who perhaps caught in a rotate, looking for an edge play, using ults to clear their backs already. That's 2 down. They've only got Zap's ult left as Bloodhound. And Zach goes for a stick, finds one, and while he's low, he's done his job. Panayi has fallen. E8 take the advantage of the fight. Zach is going to be taking a reset, effectively a 2v3 for now as Shubi looks for the follow-up. Full thirst on Panayi, giving them that 2v3 advantage.
Yeah, initially you saw the E8 being really disciplined. You know, Zach got really low, but they were holding him. But I think that they actually ended up splitting up. And now they're getting thirded.
07 coming in. Bloodhound ult already for Nax. They know this is a fight that 07 can finish now. Nasky's got a nice flank angle and is actually chasing down one fleeing member. Goodbye, Boogie Borders.
So 07, this is actually not common for them since they are dropping checkpoint, I believe. They actually rotated in later with more gear. And you see now they are stacked. Now they're a threat to begin with.
I think E8 is trying to re-engage this. Tough look up against a 3 squad that is feeling very confident. That's Shubi and Zach now gone for E8, but the team fully not yet eliminated. 07 could look for this last kill, but they get shot from the hill, leaving Zap a little bit more time to disengage.
Yeah, it's really important here to, like, honestly, I'm not too big of a fan of the E8 re-engage because I think that you should just, if you're not joining in when a fight is happening, it's honestly better to either reposition or just set up for a proper 3v3. You shouldn't try to 3p late. Like, that's not a good position. You always want to have either a solid 3v3 or just reposition entirely. And now they're just getting engaged on. Huge fight.
That's what you get for swinging Zap, one of the big title controller players of North America these days. Now 07 finished the fight pretty darn well. It is only 1 knock, and that knock's not going to cost them that much.
It doesn't do anything because, like I said, you just throw your bodies at him. Like, sure, you can take 1 down, but you get the reset. It doesn't really matter, right?
Take a look at the rest of the map. I mean, Fnatic are starting to late rotate in, disguised really egregiously on the far side of zone.
So Made in Heaven is in a great position here. It's by the hill rock, which I like a lot for this zone. And in general, where you're looking here is that I think zone could pull even further south, maybe past the southern finger, I would like to say, the chicken feet. And I think some teams here are just going to be dominating. The most important part is, will a team wrap either west or far east? Because most of the teams that are going to be coming in from the north, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be really hard because you're going to be running into 5 teams.
Yeah, that's the thing when we go, say, south zones, it naturally creates a scenario where a lot of teams will come from the north. And it's why you'll see a lot of experienced teams like Made in Heaven in this scenario try and take the side of the zone that is harder for teams to access. Even coming out of Pylon, next zone wrapping around behind Made in Heaven will be really difficult, and you'll have to tank a lot of damage just from the map to get there.
You have to remember as well that it is scary, and the next zone is a little bit, you know, smaller, but you can out-heal this zone. So this is the most important part, and we'll see if they have discipline, because I know there's both evac spots, and you can also actually just zone wrap with medkits, is that they could still turn up on the southern side if they wanted to. And will Made in Heaven stay disciplined and make sure somebody's always holding their back? We'll have to see.
DSG moving up a little behind TYK. Both of these squads, honestly, very scary fighting teams. I dare say TYK, I'm a little bit more afraid of running into at this stage of the game. Disguised will have the opportunity to pick a fight with them later on, because both teams should be taking similar rotational paths.
I think Tom Yum Kung has been really dominating in their region, and they have been showing up on LAN. I think they traded a little bit in terms of contest, but they never back down. And that's such an important thing to have even on LAN. If you lose a contest or not, we are staying here. Because the moment you change what you've been practicing for several months in terms of macro, like in terms of how you want to play each zone, I think it's honestly better for a lot of the times to just take the contest. But if you're, you know, when you have leeway to take the contest, sometimes you have to swap and just, you know, freelance and adapt. But I think a lot of the times, if you can take that 50-50 and you're consistent on it, you should take it.
It was like you were talking about earlier, that when you're doing not so hot, shall we say, in groups, teams will try and maybe switch their drop spots, land on you, contest you instead, simply because you've got more to lose. The teams, however, that have gained quite a bit in this game are the ones that are sitting in Launchpad, the predicted end zone. While this does appear to be going a little further south, teams like FURIA and Legend actually have really great spots to play. And I want to point out that Legend is playing Wonton, and they're not even the only ones in this lobby. That Legend perhaps gaining a little momentum as the tourney goes on.
The thing is this is one of the most important parts that people actually don't think about, is that comfort picks is a thing. Like, you might say, oh, you just pick Seer when Seer is meta. Oh, just pick Valk when Valk is meta. If you're not comfortable in it, you're honestly throwing 9 out of 10 times. Wonton is a comfort pick because we've been playing Wonton for such a long time, and it really goes to show that people are still really good on Wonton.
Yeah, and it's a big part of that is not just personal comfort, but the tools that you have available as a squad, what you're expecting to rely on, say, the temporary invulnerability to grenades. For Aurora, they don't rely on much. Yes, we've seen them pull out the lifeline, but Aurora, I think, have one of the simplest game plans out there. Find enemy, kill enemy.
So Aurora is one of the special teams is that they are consistent because they're always permanently fighting. They always come in late, they always fight for power spots, and they're always more stacked than the teams they end up fighting. But comp-wise, they are just like fighting prowess team. If somebody goes down, lifeline is there. They still have the Bang Hound combo where you can smoke and you can use the Hound ult to see through the smoke, and it's just a scary team to fight nonetheless because they're also mechanically gifted.
Getting shot from the side, however, it looks like Fnatic has joined the party. This was Aurora staring down Disguise, but now that they've lost Oirain, there's only one way over Fnatic. It's evac towers, it's gravity cannons, but you cannot take a 2v3 fight when you know that 2 different teams are looking at you.
This is what I'm saying when teams are now, like I said, in the beginning, everybody was zone. Now people are more comfortable to be on edge. And Aurora thrives when they're the only teams on edge or one of the only teams. But now, as we saw, Fnatic is also holding them out while Aurora was there, and they were looking to fight Disguise. But if you can't take the isolated 3v3, you're gonna get caught off guard.
Got some teams taking fights again. Red Rams looking for their second 3v3 since they dropped one at the beginning of the game, but it's up against TYK. Tico Chan's already used Horizon Ultimate, and it does mean that there's not a real engage tool. It'll be a crack or nothing for Red Rams to continue the fight in a positive direction.
Yeah, like the same way like I said about the edge thing is OMiT is in the choke shooting at them. They don't want to fully send it because they're getting shot at by somebody else and they don't know if there's more people on edge. As we saw in the earlier stages, it was like 6, 7, 8 teams in zone. Now you can see that there's honestly 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6 teams that are actually on edge pretty much. And we'll have to see. We can even see where the zone is going to be pulling eventually, and it's pulling even more southeast than normally towards this hill that I dislike heavily.
Yeah.
But it's a fun zone to watch nonetheless.
Give Fnatic a different look. They were positioned really far out to the western side, so just to see them move in, perhaps take a little step ahead of Disguise. Let's see how Disguise deal with it in their coming rotation as we jump into a listen-in with them.
I'm ulting.
They're on the outside of the building.
Yep.
They're fucked.
Ulting. I'm kind of ulting. They ulted.
Yeah. Hold them there.
I get you.
Crack
60 on one.
Flush.
Scanning.
Blood close. Ult on him.
Can you?
Yep. Bang was very low.
Are you with me? Can you jump me? Yeah, I'm with you. One dead. Caustic crack. I'm waiting for walk up.
I'm killing Caustic.
On the rock. Hey, there's running coming in.
Dead.
I farm Caustic.
I'm walking forward.
Betting.
I'm walking forward. Come to me down low if you can.
Coming.
Safe on me. Team to my right.
Yeah. I'm punish me. I might die.
I'm going across the water.
Brother.
I'm split holding. They're to the right.
I'm
going left. Go to me.
Yep. I'm not kidding. I'm QC. Yep. Same.
Watch left. Scan left.
I already scan. I can drop it back. Give me a second.
Left in a second.
I got back.
I'm watching right
too. Batting. Someone down us on the left. I'm scanning. I scanned. No, never mind.
We need nades for that.
We got skip from left.
We need nades for that.
Nades.
I'm walking forward on this.
We're safe, right? We're safe. Just sit here.
I see somebody right in front of us.
5 seconds.
Somebody's right here.
Yep. Just show there's a team on white.
What's left? We need to start working left.
I'm scanning now. Nothing left. No. There's a corner. You can look up on the rock. You can see. Right there. Yeah. I'm coming.
We need to chill them.
Idiot.
We gotta walk up. Come with me.
Wait. I'm still here.
Full heal and walk with me. Full heal first.
Calm down.
Yes, full heal and then walk with me. I think there's a duo right in front of me. Full heal. Okay, no, it's 12 with 36.
No. All there.
We might have to go left. We're gonna have to go left. They're very close on me. They're not making a noise on me.
The full 3.
Yeah, fuck.
They're kind of low.
I'm backing.
Have a good.
Come back. Let's go left. Reset.
Okay, Verde, watch out. They're peeking.
No.
Fnatic smell blood in the water, and DSG have no way out, no grenades. Enemy on a sliver of HP, and Timmy's got to take this into his own hands as he takes a wide swing with the Havoc. It does look like with everyone rotating, DSG have got a little room to breathe, but teams from launch side are looking at them as well, Graceful. It's going to be a miracle and a half to get them into the next zone. Designful stiffing and diving through the rocks. Timmy is down. Fnatic turn and burn, and enemy falls to the zone.
Yeah, in general, this is what I'm saying, when there's too many teams on edge. Everybody has to walk in when the zone's closing, and honestly, it's just a free-for-all. You're getting held out by a team that's just a little bit in front of you. They're getting held out by teams that are a little bit in front of them, and it just becomes mayhem. I think like 4 teams have died, and it's even more teams that are about to, because they're just running into each other.
Pulling out the Mozambique with hammer points. We'll see if you can clutch this fight as OMiT do fall. But FURIA take a look over at Fnatic and say, well, your game's not going to go too easily, even if they're stopping a fight with Red Rams to do so. It does mean that Madness falls, their attention is split. Backslot loses all his shields and has to deal with a 2v1 swing. FURIA are out, 8 squads left.
Yeah, I think 2 teams already died on this northeast side, and it's still going on. The most important part is Fnatic is resetting as well. So I think there'll be another fight going on the fingers now. More teams are starting to get into the southern side because that's the easiest way to get up the hill without getting shot at. But the teams are already playing around cannon, around the buildings up top. It's honestly, it's going to come down to which side the teams from down the slope is going to walk up on, because it's going to be mayhem on the southwest side of the map, I'm pretty sure.
And you mentioned them earlier. I mean, we've got teams like Serenity here. Made in Heaven have actually moved nicely through the south side of the zone, and now both of these squads will have to compress a little bit. Only one of them realistically able to survive the oncoming rain.
So as you can see as well with the like I said, all the edge teams, they're actually waiting for the timer to move, hoping that other teams' positioning is exposed before their own. That way, if they get shot at, they can either just third them, at least guarantee placement and kills, or the best case scenario is that they end up sending the team for the spot that you want to eventually third be and get. But it's going to be really hard because I think it's only one team that's 100% safe in zone right now, whereas the other teams actually have to fight several teams coming in on their side.
We've got 2 bang ults used, Serenity and Liquid Alienware. On the opposite side, the north side of the zone, Red Rams are moving up the hill. Little bit of a head peek for Dash in their favor, and Fnatic throws in some fire from the side. They have lost Yuka to Serenity, but at this point, you've got to continue as a duo. There's no time for a res.
There's a huge fight going on this hill right now, but I think honestly, unless Made in Heaven is getting sent by on the west side, I think they're actually going to take home this game.
It's certainly seeming like that. Now, Gear are playing pretty deep zone. We'll take a look at them in a bit. But right now, I do wonder whether Fnatic will even make it in alive. Bang Smoke's meaning a lot at this point in the game, as Leica doesn't even know what hit him before he falls. Satsuki, last one alive for Fnatic behind a knockdown shield, gets shoved on from the rear. Rechecked, and Fnatic go down simultaneously, leaving Serenity with just 2 members left. Serenity should be able to reset. Jesk out of the game for sure now, leaving us with 3 teams, Geared, Made in Heaven, and Serenity, and it looks like Made in Heaven want to pick a fight.
The most important part is here is that you don't, if you see a down, you can try to thirst it, but you really want to push the team, be their bet. Push the team that's in the middle towards the other team, that way you can third the last fight. And it looks like MIH right now is taking good space, trying to secure a lot of space to fight, because the zone is actually ending towards them. They're just holding it down, but I promise you, if they see an opportunity, they're going to send it.
They lose one! This is disastrous for Made in Heaven! Exactly the opportunity the Geared Gaming need! And the deep zone team, the Wonton squad, they need a Horizon ult, but it's 3 strong. It's as simple as that. Gravity Lift does cause a bit of a delay. Zilach is low, but it's a 3v1.
Oh.
Rena goes down. Panic takes the swing. Panic clutches it for Geared Gaming.
Geared Gaming stepping up right there, but I think the biggest, the hardest part was that MIA was doing well, but they got caught off guard by the solo, ended up trading. Geared Gaming closing out the game, but this is the most important part. You might say, hey guys, Geared Gaming was on that hilltop this whole game and they had an easy game, but do you know what? Closing out games is not that easy. We've seen it across the whole tournament. People that have had power spot, that have had god spots, that have been consistently in top 5 placement, haven't been able to close out. Geared Gaming, however, closed out the game really neatly. I think they even managed to reset once, but they always stayed disciplined, held hands, and that way, when you're triple swinging someone, like I said, get an easy cleanup.
And zone play like this isn't as simple to execute as sitting in one place, especially on Storm Point. Geared were not sitting in a building, they were sitting on a gravity cannon, and it's actually due to the Wonton that their coach specifically has been favoring since long before we got to land, that they are able to hold that with such ease as compared to other squads that, with things like Caustic, might not have been able to control the open space.
The thing is that Wonton, like I said, is a comp pick, but I think people actually forget that Wonton enables you to play open space area due to the pylon. A lot of people are so used to playing Caustic nowadays that they're only playing the spots that are let's just say there's 40 spots on a PY that you can play. Wonton enables that to 70. There's so many playable areas that you can only play when you have fences plus pylon, and I think Gear Gaming took advantage of that, but the most important part is they held the southern side this whole time. If they don't hold that side on the cannon, MIH was actually trying to flank them, and then eventually they had to turn back.
Well, let's take a look at the match results, see how far Geared Gaming got. 7 kills plus the win, puts them ahead of the pack right now pretty comfortably, and I'm liking the look of Made in Heaven behind them.
So the teams that are in the top played early positioning. That's why they don't have that many kills. But like I said, consistency. If you keep 6 points per game, you're in a really good spot in general, really. That's all you need to make it through. However, when we look on the flip side of things, Reject and Red Rams, they came from the sides that were heavily gate capped. And there were so many people, so many teams were collapsing on the same side. They get so many kills, although maybe not placement, but the kills are making up for the lack of placement points.
I was thinking just that while it may not look great, the points actually put them technically in second place. I do want to look a little further down the leaderboard, though, at teams that had an even more difficult time that maybe didn't get to access the late game. I'm looking down, seeing a big surprise to me, actually, is WMNDY, who placed so well in yesterday's games.
So WMNDY actually drops on the southern side of the map, I believe.
Yeah.
And the thing is that if you go for these power spots too early, I'm pretty sure they tried to fight on the launch side and it didn't end up working for them because they were trying to 3P, ended up getting punished by it.
I want to take a look as well, since we were talking about Reject WINNITY, at them compared with our match winners. Geared Gaming, of course, having walked away with the win, but the kills being the biggest differential between these to actually equalize the squad a lot more.
Yeah, the thing is that you can win tournaments in a lot of ways. I would say some might be easier due to the, you have prio, go play zone. However, how often can you read zone correctly? Yesterday, we saw several teams misread the zone because it could pull either way. Getting kills is really consistent, however, but when there's too many teams on edge, it becomes really hard because teams are just thriving on, waiting and prowling for teams to start fighting to 3P.
It really is a game of prediction in this case for Geared, as they ended up coming from Jurassic to take the win. But I don't know what I would predict for next game. I'm going to take a break, I'm going to think about it, and when we come back, it'll be game 2 of Groups B and C.
But it's a 3v1. Riddick goes down. Panic takes the swing. Panic clutches it for Geared Game.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to Los Angeles as we're returning for Game 2 of Groups B and C here at the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs. You can check us out at the Galen Center if you're watching this online and you're like, how do I get there? The tickets have already gone pretty fast, so you may be able to get in for group stages yet, but I'm looking over at the crowd and we are pretty darn full, especially after the action we saw in game number 1.
It's been amazing being here, but seeing so many people show up this early. For me, it's early, guys. I wake up at like 4 p.m.
I know.
And seeing so many people makes me so happy. The community is really together. I feel like everybody has favorite teams, but you're kind of always cheering for everybody in the end, even the underdog, the teams you don't know, when they're in that clutch spot. And I just love the community so much.
It is a really nice thing to see, and one of my favorite things, I know we've talked about this a few times during the course of the event, but is the amount of passion for Apex Legends that's in the building and not just on stage. When you go out into the audience and you're able to talk to people about why they've got their favorite team, what has inspired them about the players and the teams that they follow, I mean, it resonates with me because it's exactly what got me into this in the first place.
I think we all have a love and passion for Apex, and you can have it in any sort of way. If you like drawing Apex, if you like playing Apex, if you like just looking at Apex, I think we all like having something that we all can bond over. So I've heard so many people say that they made new friends today and yesterday as well, and it's really hard for me. I love meeting everybody as well, just walking by and saying hi, or even just the casual nod.
I mean, Graceful, I like spending time with you because there aren't a lot of times in my life where I can walk up to somebody and go, so I thought it was really crazy that Wonton was being run here because like here's a Horizon and a Bangalore spot in the meta. Nobody understands this in my everyday life. When I get to LAN, people like you, we understand each other. And I actually want to, as much as I used it as an example, talk about that because we were speaking about Wonton and her utility in the end game, or rather the mid game. But one of the things that I was thinking about when we got to the end game fight is that we're seeing a lot more Horizon pop up as well for teams that want to take fights faster. And Wonton is actually especially good into teams that are using Horizon as a pseudo-soft counter.
Yeah, I think, like I said before about the comfort picks, really true thing. People are slowly going back to Horizon because they're feeling that they're missing that little oomph in their fighting. Maybe, we would have won this fight. And this is the thing, I love the comfort picks, but this is also the thing that everybody does, and I think everybody in this whole arena has done. How many times have it been that you got ratted on, you insta-pick Bloodhound? Or you lose a fight when you were missing, an ult, you insta-pick Horizon. I'm just a little bit scared that people are doing that a little bit early because I feel like you need some games to figure it out how the flow of the match is going. But as we go into deeper ends of the game, I think adapting is always good.
Graceful's like, is it adaptation? Is it comfort? Could this be tilt? I suppose we'll find out. Game 2's coming up, and we are returning to Storm Point. This is the second of 3 games that will be played in this set for these teams. And honestly, in terms of the early game, most of our action was focused right up towards the north side. Red Rams TSM was a big, explosive 3v3. Everything else played out pretty naturally over the course of the game.
Yeah, I mean, naturally, not from yesterday, like I said. We saw 2 choke points get 5-6 teams killed immediately. After that, when they were like, oh, we can finally break, we got past the choke points, now the zone moved again, and like 5-6 teams died on a hill. So I think that as we're going now, people are gonna feel that more teams are on edge, and they might, so this is what I'm saying, you have to adapt. Do we play zone now, or do we play edge now? And people were swapping to edge, and they're like, oh my god, it's like 10 teams on edge. Are we gonna see the switch back to zone?
Especially if we see a similar ring pull up, I bet that we get a lot of people switching up just their paths in the early game, not because they're necessarily better, but because you're planning around what other teams are likely to do. What's funny to me is that we again have a drop ship that is going to end us over at Lightning Rod, letting everyone else settle in before they start watching the kill feed to see what's happening.
Oh, am I excited to see what's happening, because Red Rams had a solid game last game, and I think that they're not shying away from taking a fight on TSM, and I'm happy to see if it's going to be more favored now towards TSM or not.
The 2 teams have swapped spots in this contest. Red Rams now get the height, the little bit of a jump master advantage, and it's TSM that take the low ground and have the option themselves to disengage down towards the south.
I think that TSM might not be looking to take the 50-50 as fast anymore. I think they're like, hey guys, everybody in their head always says, we're better. If we get more loot, we will take them out. And I think TSM just went for old Thunderwatch building to make sure they have a little bit more loot to even out the odds. But the question is, can they hold them up? But here, as we see, another con is happening.
WMNDY up on height. I'm very surprised to see them taking this again after how quickly Reject took them down last time. But Reject only have one way up. They're not one of the squads running Horizon. And so it's zipline or nothing. With only 2 on scan, there's a pretty decent chance that Reject do just go for this, but you want a nade to at least clear space.
Yeah, nading.
Oh my God!
Huge nade.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm pushing off of that. Karanpe's already on it, and the quick delay on climb up does leave time for WMNDY to disengage, but it does not save Mr. K. Reject drop, they've already got one. They're gonna pick up a second, but this caustic shark, strafing all over the place, survives for a little while longer. Now it's that 2v1 that you talked about. You've got bodies to throw, you've got a peacekeeper to tango with. WMNDY, see you in game 3.
I'm pretty sure WMNDY actually landed on them because I didn't see anything in Devastated Coast. However, as you see right there, they lose the 3v3 because I think Conduit is actually so strong off spawn as well for contest, is that they probably weren't ready for it, but trying to take a fight on them is rough in that spot. Launchpad is always rough with the height advantage.
Pretty quick rotates that we're seeing from our teams in the center of the map. Boogie Borders even fighting over this cave early on should indicate to everyone that there's a south zone. And actually, if you look at the top left of your screen, oh, the minimap's gone. But when it comes back, you'll be able to see that Boogie Borders actually have a scan on the next ring and are trying to make their way down towards likely the south end of Jurassic. C9 are starting to move up towards the Gravity Cannon, and FURIA coming from the water.
Another south zone indeed. I'm looking to see this now, but I think teams are slowly starting to move in right now. I think it's around Pylon, could be pulling a little bit more south. There's a lot of playable areas, however. I don't think we'll see as little teams alive as we did previous game because of so many playable areas.
Fun note here. TSM, you remember you mentioned they were slow playing it? Well, we're going to actually jump into a listen-in with them to see how they play this out in their second contest against Red Rams.
I'm on roof with you. I'm second floor, they scamming. Yeah, they're throwing burst. They're up. I got fried, I'm batting. We get up on you, Hal. Yep, I got birded. I'm rolling through I gotta go bottom floor. They're on me, 2 of them. I cracked the highest. Okay. Crossing to Jordan. They're gonna jump, maybe. Can we cross the stairs? Yeah. On your door, I'm going to the roof. Okay, I'm with you. No, Mike, both side. Both bottom floor. You want to peek it? Blood crack, I'm peeking this. I'm peeking it. 31. 101 on your right. Blood it, he's on. Horizon 1. John Blood. Horizon 1. Plus 1. Oh my God, man.
Let's play aggressive on them. We have triple blues. They're on white.
We were playing that on a hair graceful.
We were indeed, and I actually think TSM had it in a bag. Red Rams tried to double swing, but they got punished for it because one was hiding inside the building. However, when they made that opportunity, you heard both comms, they're both one. Yeah. If they swing the same target, they win the fight. However, sadly, they ended up splitting. One did probably 150 on the guy outside, one did 150 on the guy inside. They both live with 1 HP, and it's sad indeed. But however, I am starting to see signs of life from TSM now. They are hitting their shots. Can they get on the same page?
We'll have to remember that when we look at them later, because ultimately, the story that history is going to tell, that when we look back at the standings is going to tell, is that this was 2 0-point games for them. And that we're going to have to remember that we were at least seeing some fight back, some close engagements, because realistically, standings-wise, it doesn't matter. And that's the really concerning thing for a team like TSM, that are falling further and further down. I do want to look, however, at the teams that are starting to rotate south of Jurassic. We mentioned this earlier. NORTHEPTION, one of the squads that is currently trying to make their way through, but was getting gate-kept a little too long, and are going to try and take the evac tower instead.
Yeah, and with the zone going south towards Pylon side, and maybe even further, is that you have so many playable areas. Honestly, I'm looking forward to this, because any zone where you have several teams alive makes me happy, because now it's no longer just about the macro, it's about the micro. It's about the awareness, the split-second decision-making, seeing something happen and punishing teams. And I think that when you get into the groove of things, it's the last split-second decision that, will take you forward or not, because when you're not ready to 3P at all times, somebody else is. When it's that tight and you have 6-7 teams around you. Very interesting to see.
One of the better things that you can do is set yourself up, say in a spot like FURIA, where it's really difficult to be third-partied. When you're up on height, have a lot of say over the teams around you. It makes disengaging hard, but then we see teams like Aurora that are just like, well, I'm gonna cruise around, look for a fight, see what happens.
Aurora coming in hot like always. I think they're just going for objectives, With the new Evo shields coming up as well, and you're just looking for these spawns. They always come in circle 3, I believe, and then they try to make a late play. But I think actually they're so good at adapting as well. We'll have to see if they can keep it up, because as zones start progressing towards, you know, different elevations like hills and stuff, making evac plays or even taking fights becomes a lot harder than comparatively to like when it's inside buildings and low ground areas, where it's a lot easier to isolate fights.
Just checking out this ring. I'm looking further south where Cloud9 are sat over at Echo HQ, and I can see this is a pretty big advantage. Cloud9 are going to get ring console and advanced information that this is pulling out towards the eastern side of Pylon. Aurora, they're busy doing their thing. We know Disguised were actually the ones rotating through the south of Checkpoint, so this is likely them, and we get confirmation as Timmy fires back.
Yeah, Aurora doing Aurora things, getting objectives, but this guy's doing the same thing. It's a little bit scary because now they're both on the same side of the map with the zone moving soon, and I think they might even get held out by somebody further into the zone. The real question is now, can they make it in safely? Because when you have so many chokeholds right now, as we can see towards the zone, you have to go through gates, you have to go through hills, up and down. Every single time, people are always looking to gatekeep you. Now, especially with the way the last game played, where we had close to 10 teams on edge.
And because they've got a Trident, Disguised get a little bit of an easier disengage, but it's not looking particularly good for them, nor is it looking good for Red Rams, who swing straight by Lagoon and almost instantly go down. Fnatic do lose one in response, but Red Rams have now dropped 2.
Yeah, big trade here is coming out, and I think they're trading rests maybe even. I think that you have to look to play discipline because none of them want to die, and I think they're both just looking to stabilize for the moment. But who is proactive? I think that will make or break who can push his stalemate aside and maybe, you know, end up closing out the fight.
Just ticking on gas as well. I cannot believe that we're pushing height. Looks like Reject WINNITY think they've got an advantage over Fnatic. Yuka swings, gets a bit aggressive, but ultimately abandons Leica inside. Thermite doesn't catch anyone, and now Fnatic are fighting at a numbers disadvantage. Out comes the kick. Does not find them fast enough. Sangjun does fall, but Yuka's left alone as they trade once again. Sangjun, Satsuki now leading Reject with a 2v1 advantage. It should be Obli and Karan dropping down at the same time, but they're going to go for the res instead, making it a 3v1 instead of just a 2v1, and that is disgusting graceful.
Playing textbook discipline. They are not taking any fights when they don't need to. Focus on getting the reset. Indeed they did, and they take down Fnatic. I think that it's really important to notice that Fnatic split. Was it a timing issue? Was it a comm issue? One of them got caught off guard inside whilst 2 were on the roof. You need to have this, like I always keep saying, be on the same page. If you want to push inside, the guys on top have to push at the same time. Otherwise, you're not even trading. You're just giving up a free kill, and trying to win it from a 2v3 situation is really tough. I think they put up a good fight, but not enough to take them out.
As you're saying, especially in a building like that, where you've got doors that you can play around, if you're not pushing at the same time as your teammates, there's safety available. Yeah. And that's just not something that we saw played around, but it happens. It catches a lot of teams throughout the course of a whole playoffs. We're likely to see a few more steps like that. Now for Aurora, they've just been moving around the rest of the map. They've taken a totally different rotational angle. Previously, we saw them coming in from the west, and now they're sat right underneath Echo.
Yeah, having red armor already on one, I think due to the ult from Hardecki, is terrifying. They're getting stacked. Like I said, they always get stacked. The real question is, whoever they run into, I'm praying that they're also stacked. If they're just a team that's just been playing a house this whole time with triple blues, it's not going to be a fun time for them. And I'm actually happy to see them adapting, because they knew where the zone went and pulled. So they actually took the opposite side by going all the way south instead of just going slowly in from the north, which the zone pulled naturally from.
It's just like what we talked about with Made in Heaven and Serenity from last game, where they approached from the south side and got a pretty big advantage because of it. Now, 07 are not benefiting from that at all. They're approaching from probably the most crowded area of the map and are facing down NORTHEPTION, who have been stuck in this choke point since long before 07 got here. Let's take a look to see if 07 can solve that problem faster than NORTHEPTION did.
Pull north here, by the way. Come with me. Let's get. Team here, we kill this thing. Someone here. You're a second ahead of me. Okay, you're a second ahead of me.
Yeah, you're ahead of us. Careful.
I have to go fast though. They're gonna shot at. We're not gonna get 4 shots, Sanfi, just in case the team comes from behind. I just don't want to make audio. I think we just right here, you know. Well, but we're still in here. Wait, don't get shown. The team in the house is about to fight the waterfall, I think. Okay. And then we just play here. Call behind. We're on our back. Yeah, we're on our back. They're gonna be here behind it. Push up. Yeah, pushing up. We need to get here. We need to get this. Yeah. Tell me when to pop dogs. I want to fight.
Graceful, I'm sitting next to you as we see a car move in, and I'm like, who could that possibly be? Of course, it's Disguised moving in so late off the zone. Is that? That was almost a stick. That was very, very scary. 07 do take a small reset in the fight, but Conduit ult's not helping him out. Instead, Disguise send it on board, taking down Nags. 07 have got a height advantage. Horizon Q mitigates all of that. And 07 have now lost one permanently. Naski's down. Amphi can't make the rotate on his own. Let's say goodbye to 07.
Yeah, this is a huge fight on the north side, and we're seeing more and more teams collapsing on the northern end. That's why I'm saying I was so fond of Aurora finding their way in. That's not where all the teams are heavily on one side. Whereas now 07 try to rat a team, but there's still a team in front of them. There's always risk of a 3P. They ended up just losing the 3v3, but there's more teams coming in.
Disguised inherit 07's problem, though, of having to walk through multiple teams. 3KP is good. Getting shut down? Absolutely not. Enemy does a nice bit of opening damage, but it's not nearly enough. It does open things up for Designful, though, who with the Havoc could find a kill. In comes the slide. In comes Designful. That's one down, and Boogie Borders are in tatters.
That was a great kill from this guy. They're actually playing so good together, but however, can they hold the next wave? This is zombie wave. That was wave 1 and wave 2. They still got wave 3 and 4 before they can make their way on towards the zone. But in zone, however, another fight just happened. Aurora cleaned up Cloud9, and I promise you, they were not nearly as geared.
This was, I think, really the best move for Aurora. Clearing your back is something we talk about a lot in Apex Legends, and they're able to do that really quickly because of the loot disparity. Now they've got another fight brewing, but you talked about this earlier. Geared versus Disguised was always going to happen, and it's just one too many waves for Disguised. In comes the next, though, and it's Reject who now have to take on the victors of Geared Gaming.
Wave 3 is where they fell. They cleared 1 and 2, died on wave 3. However, wave 4 came in and cleared them. There's too many teams on the same side. It's always going to go back and forth. However, Reject staying disciplined and waiting for the perfect moment to swoop. Not only did they get the kills, they got all of the loot.
Graceful, I wish I could tell you that was the last wave, but I'm pretty sure we've got one more brewing on the north side of the map. I do want to look at the south side, though, where Made in Heaven are collecting their kills while people make their exit from Pylon. Now, Made in Heaven are not exempt from this. They're going to have to move as well and into TYK and OMiT's 3v3.
Big fight on the main building. This is why it's so scary to always take this positioning early, because if you're not well geared enough, you can't hold off all the teams. Like we said, waves. You held off one wave, another wave comes, and you have to be able to hold off everybody whilst maintaining the resources to close out the game.
Nice swing from Dexter, really put on a show yesterday. Should be able to close this fight out as numbers advantage for TYK means that OMiT are gone. Next, in comes the next wave, and unfortunately, it's still looking pretty good for TYK. They get a trade on E8. FURIA go down, but the E8 TYK situation has yet to be resolved, and it gives more opportunity for more teams to come in. Made in Heaven join the engagement. Red Rams E back in.
4 teams playing a small area. It's gonna be really hard now. You want to be on the teams like MIH here, on the outer sides of the buildings, not inside the buildings, to where they can decide if anything happens left or right, they can adapt. When you're in the building, you don't really have that much choice.
Playing defensive, playing reactive, I think is a good word to use. Made in Heaven do have low ground in this situation and want to wait for a good play to arrive, or to show itself, rather. During the rest of the zone, though, Aurora have just been fishing for those plays. They're looking for Reject now on the opposite end of the ring, and it looks like it's going pretty well for them. Mobley is very low, and we've got Rock Peaks going in. Karanbe does not get to hit the PK, but it does make a trade with Aurora. Impulse has fallen. Reject on 1. It's just Obley left, and playing around a sliver of bamboo. He will go down, giving up fight to Aurora.
Huge fight from Aurora again. They're being proactive, clearing their sides. Now they have the entirety of the east side hill for themselves. I think this is looking up to be a great game for Aurora. Not only are they stacked, they get to pick and choose when they want to join the fray.
My big question is going to be next ring when we look up towards the upper left. Is Aurora going to have cover to play? Are those fence lines that separate the two POIs still going to be in? Because then they can clean this up. Made in Heaven are already, we'll say, tenderizing the meat that's left in Pylon by taking out one member of E8. Made in Heaven have got an opportunity to collect a lot of KP, though winning the game seems like a difficult ask when Aurora are on height.
The thing is that where the zone is pulling as well, it becomes a lot easier for the teams on the outer edge to make plays. Aurora specifically has several playable areas. You said the fence line, there's not only a fence line, there's a wall, there's a box. You can have several angles and shoot down on everybody who has to collapse towards each other where the zone is pulling.
4 squads left. Aurora, Made in Heaven, Red Rams, and Legends Gaming. Made in Heaven, they're the ones that get to pick and choose, but ultimately, Legends, Red Ram, and Made in Heaven will all have to fight in some order or another.
The thing is that, as you said, 4 teams remaining. They don't want to make the first move. They hope that they can push the other teams into each other. Nothing probably is going to happen this zone, but once this 6th zone starts closing, mayhem will ensue.
This is going to be a big setup circle, shall we say.
Ooh, nice.
Big mistake, however, does get made by Arctic. And while it's unlikely that Aurora actually send this, I don't think you get a res here either. I cannot believe I'm seeing a cross into smoke. Hardeki says this is an illegal play. You can't just pick someone up, especially in a late game scenario like this.
Yeah, he might be pushing up, but he's not actually full sending. He's always has his teammates covering his angles, as you can see. If he just tucks the wall, his teammates can punish them if they tend to overswing or overcompensate for the swing.
You know, Aurora are taking a lot of space towards the north side of the zone. I could see Legend making a play to take the other end of it, try and swoop height away from Aurora. Hardeki goes low. They've got to be careful with Lifeline and Doc especially. Aurora should be able to get back in the fight. Hardeki pops that, but gets taken out by the Rolling Thunder. This is Legend's opportunity on the other end of the ring, but they're stuck in a fight with Red Rams, and ultimately they go down. 3 squads left. Aurora as just a duo as Legends go down. Oirain finds a knock. Impulse finishes it off. Made in Heaven have 1 member left, and Red Rams come in from the other side. That is a very, very sad piece of meat.
Huge fight for the last here. I'm not a fan of Hardeki going down again to a frag. However, his teammates are putting out damage, and they're catching out dash.
This is evens now. Wei Chang does come over the top. PK does not hit the first, grabs the second, makes it a 2-pop, clutches it for Red Rams in game number 2.
Red Rams taking advantage of that mistake where he went down the first time. They managed somehow to read it due to the other Red Rams clearing up the rest of the lobby with them. However, punished by a Skynade cost them the game. And I'm not a fan specifically of the Lifeline going there, because if it was Bang, if it was Bloodhound, Lifeline can just swoop and click and you're ready to fight. However, Lifeline going down there, huge mistake. However, they still had a big game. I'm not too mad about it, but they should really rethink who's going up first.
It's about dialing in the end games, yeah. And that is one of the odd things where Hardeki perhaps feels like he can extend, because he is calling the shots for a lot of the team and is able to move up in these fight scenarios and call for assistance. We mentioned it. They're covering his back. They're doing as much as they can, but putting Lifeline forward is always going to be a risk. Doesn't hurt to see 11 kills on the board, so we'll take it. We'll take golf claps, as Aurora did pretty darn well. Red Rams swooping in for the win, though. Not bad at all.
Yeah, seeing these kills is what I'm saying, that there's several ways to be consistent. The scary part is Aurora's consistent from playing Edge with a bunch of kills, but also placement. Red Rams, however, I like it so much, and I don't think people talk about Red Rams enough. Red Rams have been popping off entirely by being in the mix. They are clearing their sides. They don't care if we're in the middle of this whole fighting 4 teams. They always come out on top.
I was really surprised to see them maneuver a fight against Legends Gaming when I'd expected, just based on what we've seen in playoffs so far, for both teams to play a little bit more passive. I dare say a little bit more scared, completely forgetting those Red Rams that I was talking about, the team that is hot dropping. Outside of their win, outside of their placement today, they've collected an extra 6 points on top of it so far, and Game 3 could make it 9.
I think Red Rams is the perfect team currently. In their form is really good, but can they maintain it is the question. As we get deeper into the tournament, But from what I can see, they've been proactive, also reactive. And the most important part is reactive is noticeably, people look down on being reactive. However, if you're pre-planning, that's still being proactive whilst being ready to, choose a side to join in.
Being proactively reactive, we can start to experiment with that. I'm going to try and figure out how to phrase it, but in the meantime, the match results have saved me. Red Rams with 11 kills take first place. Aurora also with 11 kills.
Made in heaven as well, having another good game. I know they were on the same side, the zone was relatively close to one another. However, they're staying consistent, not only in placement points, but also kills. And I think that things could have looked a little bit different if things didn't get so chaotic in the end by, Aurora trying to spice things up, which eventually costed them the match.
Legends also creeping up here in E8, one of my picks to keep an eye on right behind them. Reject with another very high kill game. They're not maybe second as a result this time, but slotting yourself into third points-wise is not bad at all. I do want to take a look at the second half of this, though, because we've got teams that we're missing once again. Disguise 6 kills. Honestly, very nice if you're going to end up going out bottom 10, but everyone else not having as good of a time.
So, people might be disappointed by TSM seeing the donuts right there is that they didn't really get to play the game. When you a lot of the times when you bother you go to see what did we make wrong, in terms of a lot of things. But when it's literally just a contest, you don't have a lot to pick up on. It's like, oh, we should have double swung instead of split. But I don't think there's a lot to do. I think it's more about momentum. I feel like TSM is still being proactive enough, but they need to be on the same page. Looking at other teams like WMNDY, I think they contested early on as well. They had the height initially, but got scared after that huge frag on high ground, and they got punished. And we'll have to see if they can turn things around.
And we're definitely seeing the teams that are contesting early reap the rewards, not get held up. Red Rams off of high ground, and that really well split in terms of their kills, although I'm looking a little further down, and Wei Cheng's clutching up a lot of kills for the amount of damage he's dealing.
I think they're getting a really good useful usage out of Conduit, because a lot of the time, you've seen it today already, when the Conduit queues somebody that just got knocked and it didn't really get value out of it. Red Ram so far has had value out of almost every single queue. Not too much of the Conduit ult maybe, but the Q usage alone is such a good thing in normal fights.
We did criticize them a little bit for their fight at Lightning Rod because one person was sat inside. Remember, there was a chance for TSM to win the fight. I think in large part, that's something Red Rams are doing really well, is setting up a nice damage differential because they're able to disengage from fights and play around cover really well.
Yeah, playing around cover is important, especially since Conduit Q goes through walls as well. It's really nice that, they can play that split because they have Conduit. Normally, if you play a Lifeline or something, they get caught off guard, they just get smoked. But when Conduit is like, nope, I'll just Q and I can stand again, and the reset time is so minuscule, you're almost always permanently fighting when you have a Conduit on your team.
Looking at the overall standings after 2 games, Red Rams, of course, are taking the lead. Remember, 6 points on top of this because of the TSM kills. Otherwise, they're tied with Reject right now.
I love to see this mix-up, and yesterday everybody was saying, are we gonna see something different today? It is only the first couple of games, but seeing teams that people didn't really think about really opens your eyes to how strong are not only, America is really strong, but other regions have talent as well that might not get showcased as much. However, right here on LAN, everybody is performing from a lot of regions. Even NA, a few NA teams are doing really good as well, but all the regions are popping off. I'm so happy to see everybody getting their time.
I'll tell you, Graceful, you and I have been talking a lot about how much consistency matters. A lot of times we'll see consistency take the form of people, mixing up their playstyle, but also getting a few controller players in the mix is that they really bring a lot of consistency to a squad. And for that reason, I want to shout out our sponsor, Battle Beaver, the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. They've actually got a booth here. You can swing by the Battle Beaver booth at the event and pick up your own limited edition ALGS Split 1 custom controller available only this weekend. They're also offering quick repair services for competitors here at their venue. That's how confident they are. So if your PS4 or PS5 controller is drifting, you can stop by and check out their drift calibration test. We've also got rewards for you at home who cannot stop by the venue to pick up one of our amazing Battle Beaver controllers. You can at least get some in-game rewards, and they are some nice ones. Just yesterday, we had a nice Wingman skin. Today, you may be a fan of the Conduit play that you're seeing, and of course, you can look forward to Saturday supporting our B-Stream legends.
I'm not gonna lie, controller looks hella sick, and I really want to pick one up. However, MK forever. I'm an MK fan. We don't need aim assist. Green, the holo spray for the not a green screen actually touches my heart so much because, you know, it's a part of history at this point. And for people that don't know, you know, Nice Wig and Green have come a long way. And I'm so happy to see everybody thrive in their own aspects of, you know, of the community. And, you know, it makes me really happy.
It is, and it's nice to see as well that ALGS, that is in many ways a small part of Apex Legends, being reflected in the game, in what you can just put out into the world, because we've already seen some collaborations with other IP. I remember the Final Fantasy event that happened earlier this year, and so we're seeing things from outside the universe of Apex Legends start to creep their way into the cosmetics, and it's really nice to see how the Apex Legends Global Series can be represented when you're just out and about and enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I love that a lot, actually. ALGS has always been a big thing for me. I remember back when it wasn't, you know, called ALGS in the same way, which is circuits back in the day. It wasn't Pro League. Since I've been playing since day one, and seeing it all come together has always been wonderful. And I feel like everybody has a chance to make it. Anybody could play right here on this map. You can sign up and you can compete and you can make it here with big boys, you know?
Let's actually draw attention to that. You're remembering back when it was circuits.
Yes.
There are a couple players on the stage that have been playing since then. One of them that I want to talk about, because we've had some Southern zones, is Cloud9. Sorcerer has been around for an extraordinarily long time, even playing in the circuits that you mentioned before the ALGS is what it was today. They've had a big come up recently, not just Sorcerer, but the rest of the team with Chaotic and Naughty alongside them. And recently, scrims have been looking good for them. At Echo HQ, however, they haven't really taken advantage of the South zones. We are going to get to talk about that a little bit longer after we get back from a quick break, because I'm going to grab some water, and you at home should too, to prepare for the third game of Group B and Group C. The chants are starting in the arena, as we've already got several fans looking to perhaps boost their favorite team up a little while. TSM chants at 20th place. Not something I was betting to see at playoffs, but it's happening nonetheless.
The thing is, people are underestimating the morale boost you can get from the fans. The fans are gathering their strengths for them right now, and they need every single bit of it. The rest of the fans, I saw somebody say play RevNet. I don't know if they're gonna pick Rev, but you know, I appreciate the thoughtful process right there. Yeah,
it's important to experiment. Leave your mind open to the possibilities that Apex Legends presents in front of you. We could get some vantages later on. That's just something I know is not going to happen, but I wouldn't mind seeing some Ramparts. Complexity have already made pretty good use of it, but as a team that's not here today, we'll move right along. We are going to get a contest pretty early on, as our north to south this time dropship takes us right into TSM versus Red Rams. TSM this time prioritizing height, splitting up a bit, and Red Rams land on the duo.
This is another 3v3 that we've seen several times from TSM being contested for so long. And I think that they just need to, you know, be proactive.
Let's take a look at the Red Rams, see how they approach this fight with a listen in for Red Rams.
俺らそう飛んで IMC かねこれじゃああさったら。
いいよいいよ、
あ
もうでもいいよ。いや多分これ普通に事故っただけだと思う。俺ら普通にいつものやつ入れると思ったんだ、これ相手。ヘムロックめっちゃ欲しい。
いいよ。俺マシフもらうね。いいよいいよ。
いいよ。2個くれ誰かあげるこれ2個。
もらう。終わったっしょ。うん。
言っていいよ、相手の動向わかんないからね。一応。
3人で行こう。
それだけ注意ね。いくよ、せーの。
We've again got them playing this slow. TSM back off. Red Rams are doing the same thing. I think prioritizing perhaps a likely Evo Harvester spawn to try and get a jump on TSM with an armor advantage.
The thing that I take away from the listening the most is how calm weren't they? They are feeling so comfortable right now, and they're just, we're doing this, guys. There's no questions. It's disciplined. And yeah, as you can say, they're going for objectives right now. Are they going to take the fight to them again? Or since they're so far ahead, are they going to try to keep the lead by just, you know, playing it slowly and maybe playing Soul a little bit earlier than just taking fights again?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'd like Red Rams to do. They've actually been denied a lot of Evo since Survey Camp and Evo Harvester are right next to TSM. I mean, we know that they'll be on blues, they'll have perks available. It might be better for Red Rams to move down towards the south, towards where Reject, WINNITY, and WMNDY have been clashing.
Zone as well now, finally on the opposite side of the map. I love this. This zone is so much fun to play. The real question is who's going to go in there early and who's going to come in late, because when you go too early, you're going to get punished for once again not having the same gear, the same resources as other teams that come in late will do. But so far we've seen a trend of people coming in really late. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams are managing to come in from different sides.
Something that's funny about that is that the teams that have been really egregious about being late are TYK and Disguised, who both come from right next to the zone. So if they want to move in late, they're going to have to take a really convoluted path that takes them around the rest of the map. Something that I honestly wouldn't want to opt into, because the advantage is right there if you can just take it. Now, we do have the chance of a fight brewing. They may not have landed on top of each other, but that doesn't mean that Reject has forgotten about WMNDY.
Yeah, Reject is prowling right now. They are so ready because they've been fighting them for the several games and they've been coming out on top every time. I think they're feeling themselves. And speaking of, you know, feeling themselves, they're already, you know, holding hands, taking space, and they're looking to see if they can make anything happen. But as you said, fights doesn't always happen. Sometimes it's a little bit slow and you just have to, you know, loot a little bit more, and as you loot more, we'll take a look around the other side of the map as people are looting up.
I'll be real with you, TSM not being on blues, kind of a red flag there. I don't think they felt confident enough to hit the survey beacon. That's denied them the last 100 Evo. Red Rams, because of that, have gotten to move on up. Reject WINNITY, after hitting the scan, have a bit of information, don't have a great swing onto this, however, and frag causes a problem for Oakley.
Yeah, big frags and smokes coming out there. Everybody's looking to push them. Reject is feeling healthy, but it's really important that this area is a little bit hard to fight in as well. As you can see, there's a lot of like open sections where if you get caught in the open, it could cost you.
OMiT and E8 fighting, and that's with a whole other team waiting in the wings. OMiT are down to just one as Blasts escapes for now. But this is not where I'd want to put a Caustic. Even if it's dead center of zone, even if you've got all the time in the world to set up, a solo Caustic simply cannot do a lot.
This is one of the things that I have a hard time, you know, I talk to the developers a lot, and I feel like when you don't have a support character and you can't get your teammates back in, it's a little bit frustrating. But that's one of the costs you have for, you know, taking fights too early and fighting for these power spots when you're not really geared enough to take them and win them consistently.
Made in Heaven are already starting to make a push. If you are going to pick a fight in the zone, it's better to do it early. And so, as they make this wrap, Serenity fishes for a bit of damage, doesn't find it, and ultimately is going to have to play with safety in mind. 07 put up a good defense, and it's all they need to do. Nothing stylish, nothing fancy, just establish your boundaries and stick to them.
Establishing your boundaries indeed, Reject, and this fight is still going on right here on top of the mountain where the first game ended. They are trading and they are just resetting on repeat. We'll have to see if they can close out this fight, because any longer than this, and they're going to be so late that they're going to be running into the teams that are really doing negative rotates on edge, and they don't want to run into the likes of Aurora, Disguised, etc.
After the Radiant transfer, I think it's a nice move that they make sure that nobody's sitting in the immediate area, as WMNDY, we've got confirmed, have started to disengage and then go back for the res on Oakley. Super safe play from them, and ultimately they can start moving on in along with the rest of the zone. It does mean that Reject are going to be playing a very different style, as they'll be going from the edge. Red Rams as well, perhaps suffering, as up against NORTHEPTION, they have been caught in a way we've yet to see.
Red Rams getting caught here in this fight is scary because a lot of the teams are, like I said, do you see how many teams are right now on edge? They're all fighting on edge. Nobody's playing for Soul right now except maybe 2-3 teams. And these fights are scary because when you can't really close out these fights fast enough, you might get caught off guard.
Red Rams have lost control of the door. They can't even close it because the death box now gives NORTHEPTION the chance to move in. They've still got Radiant Transfer available. So NORTHEPTION, off of just a little bit of damage, can make a full swing. In they come. Taito whips an entire mag, but still takes down Wayachang. And NORTHEPTION in a 3v1 will take down the Red Rams. Our #1 team is eliminated.
That swing is perfect execution because they had no scan, they smoked off a side and they triple swing. Easy cleanup. Going in for an easy cleanup, Cloud9 just got full swoop by FURIA. And, you know, we didn't get to see the full extension of that, but I'm sure with Madness going down as well, they probably did some good team execution right there. Interesting that Madness is the one to fall as well. IGL also playing in a very aggro role. We saw Hardeki doing it as well earlier. And a lot of IGLs do like to take risks in that way, just because they at least feel that they know the extent of what their team can accomplish. When the reason why IGLs likes to be at the front is because that split second it takes to make a decision. Like if I have to tell you to push, that's a lag right there for my team is to listen and to execute. Whereas if I'm just pushing immediately and they can just physically see without me needing to commit, that makes it a lot faster and things happen the way you want it to happen. If I tell you to swing right, you could swing wide right, you could swing close right, maybe you just swing out in the open. You know, it's not exact, but you have to be, as an IGL, you want everything to be perfectly the exact way you are imagining it.
I do want to touch on this strat because it's a real weird one. Aurora are giga split right now. That's not Impulse as a solo. Impulse just happens to be alone right now while the rest of the team is at mill. He's going around collecting Evo Harvesters while the rest of the squad is sitting, waiting for maybe crafting him in mill. Or Impulse does run into a squad. That is a real quick knock on him, but I dare say graceful. It was probably worth it. He's got a lot of Evo Harvesters on the way to the Echo HQ.
It is true. They have a support. They could just spawn in him. They probably got several values out of Harvesters, but
it's weird.
It's a risky thing to do. But do you know what I said yesterday? If you do risky things, you get rewarded. And if they come up with red armors instead of potentially blue and purple, that's going to give them still that team morale needed. But I'm going to say that's very big. Big risk to be taken.
It's a weird play. Like I just don't see it as that big of a risk. It's just strange. Because Aurora, they actually spawned with a ring console at Cenote, so I think they can tell, well, nobody's gonna come up towards us. The ring is clearly going north. We're just gonna do some interesting stuff. They get a benefit out of it. Well, they'll get their teammate back. FURIA, meanwhile, playing a totally different game, a very normal, very clean game of Apex Legends is what we're back on board with. And their rotation, well, perhaps not the simplest, does give them a nice bit of safety in these buildings.
Yeah, seeing this zone pull towards Cascade Falls as well is really interesting. And I love to see these, macros as people are figuring out where the zone is leading. And as we see, evac almost going wrong. As we can see as well, people are starting to move in closer towards Cascades and other playable areas where they think the zone might be ending. And as we see this happening, that same choke point we were talking about last game is going to happen again, where teams are getting held up.
It's a slow move from Fnatic. They're playing out of a spot with pretty low prio. We have seen some zones pull here. This one's looking a bit unlikely. But with Fnatic sat in this central position, they can punish teams that are like FURIA, rotating from the south, that may not have an evac tower or a plan when it comes to where they're landing. So a play for KP from Fnatic, while TSM certainly a play for placement. Slow side, no engagements. TSM are making the most use of the spot they spawned in and avoiding fights because you don't want to drop another 0-point game.
The thing is that you need to be on the outer edge like TSM is, or you need to be inside the center of the zone. Because when you're on these, on the cusp of not really center and not really edge, that's where all the teams are waiting to, join in on the 3-piece. So I'm a little bit scared for Fnatic because that might be the side where Aurora ends up pulling in from and all the edge teams come in from. But I think people haven't really navigated where exactly it's ending just yet. So we might not see action just now until a little bit later.
Aurora, this time now rotating as all three pick up the next Evo, get to Reds, take out one member of WMNDY. This is a great game from Aurora. It's a weird game still, but it's a great game.
Knocking up thirst is all they need. I promise you, they found out that they had triple red. They don't want to take that fight. They rotated. They're like, you went down, we're leaving you. Bye-bye, triple red, we're out of here. And as the game progresses, you know, into later games, we have less space to play. That's going to be even more terrifying because now at least you can run away as well. But it looks like they might be on the chase. I don't know what, you know, they're feeling themselves, and I'm all for it.
I love that they thought about it. The call looks like it's ultimately to disengage, to look for a different angle on this. Zoirain does risk going down to the zone. Hope the medkit goes off in time. Nope,
No.
It doesn't. Yeah, give a little salute to that. Not a big problem for a team like Aurora, since they've got Lifeline. They've got plenty of meds. They've got plenty of time.
Yeah. Like I always like to say as well, you can out-heal this zone. It's not too terrifying. I think they're doing fine.
It's just weird. It's just, every time I look at Aurora, I'm like, they've got a very different read on this than everyone else, and it's interesting to watch.
The thing is, the way that they're adapting to the zones, that people thought this wouldn't work on land, they are making it work on land. Speaking of working on land, teams are still doing the same old, you know, fighting for buildings, taking over power spot. But it's not working for everybody because everybody's still trying to navigate. The one thing that's consistent about Aurora is they play the same way in every single lobby. Other teams are navigating between contests, between macro, but this is super consistent for them and it's working out.
We can actually take TYK as an example, who are sat in Deep Cascade after playing Edge for 2 games in a row. Because they're switching things up, they're getting punished a bit, having already lost 1. TSM with their first real chance at playing the game. We're going to watch both WMNDY and 07 go down, but they've got a fight in front of them, a fight up against Legends Gaming on their way to the ring.
Yeah, TSM needing a big game is nonetheless. Oh, speaking of big game, Gear Gaming, who had a big game, is caught in a fight in the house. Looking to swing, and it's a 2 for 2. Double trade, and they clean up the fight. However, they're fighting on a location where there's several teams nearby. They're going to get thirsted probably, and he's going to be a rat running out of the fight.
Second time I've seen that this tournament, where Panic clutches a fight for Geared, looks really good, and they have to disengage because of a third party. There's a reason that this team is playing so heavily into zone, and it's, to me, because they're not sure about how to navigate fights and avoid third parties at the same time. The timing windows are a bit off, and it's much better when they're deep in zone because now they're just a solo.
That's what I'm saying. It's all about adapting. Sometimes, you know, the fights end up working, you don't get punished. Sometimes you don't even start to, you know, shoot the first bullet, you're getting third-partied. Sometimes the fight just gets taken to you and you can't really adapt. However, the most important part is getting those 3 kills will help them in the long run.
Legends are moving in right alongside TSM. We know these squads were mirroring each other earlier, so Legend know that this is the team that was just behind them. I think that's a crack on armor. We could see a knock, and nice disengage for a moment by Reps as he was literally 1 tap, and this is not looking much better.
This is really risky. I do, however, like I said, they're on 1 point. They have to take risks, and I like this. At least they got into the zone. Zone looks like it's pulling towards the river, actually, which is an old zone that I love a lot. However, can they make it happen? Because once this zone starts closing, several teams will be exposed to open area where only a few teams can live.
Got Serenity up ahead of them. Serenity, who have done so well picking up 3rd in yesterday's games, and right now are sat at 6th so far. This is not a team to be trifled with. I'd be hesitant to see TSM take this fight, even with as much historical backing as they've got.
Seeing TSM being, you know, playing on the heels essentially as Serenity is looking to engage on them is a little bit scary because, you know, they're just trying to tuck the wall, and they're praying that somebody's shooting at them while they're playing on the balcony. But will it happen? Who knows? As more teams are moving into the zone, probability is high.
Aurora showing a lot of presence here. Nicely done. Since they don't have a Watson to just fence up the roof, they do have to make sure that as people evac in, and people will be evacing in, that you're aware a squad is there, and not a good chance to land on the roof. FURIA playing off the roof, at least Keon is, as they play a defense around the edge of zone. Have just a few seconds to pull off this res and then move in. As Elevate go down, we'll see if FURIA survive the rotation.
Yeah, big fight on the edge, like I said, but even if you clean up the fight fast and you get the reset, the zone is still moving again.
Yep.
And there's too many teams on the edge right now, so they're going to get gate kept by maybe 2-3 teams looking at them walking in. And I'm hoping that they can, you know, wiggle their way in, but it's going to be a tough bet, especially with, you know, even seeing the rat on the map. Could that hinder them?
Even one person being taken down by a rat, we've seen it in endgame scenarios, can ruin your game. The same thing can be said for one like this, where the zone will take care of the thirst for you. Geared Gaming look like they're letting this pass by. Legend starting to move into the ring as well. Everyone huddled up, however, on the western side of Cascade is going to make this so difficult for not just the Rats, but FURIA as well. TSM take a big chunk, running low on meds at this point in the game. Trades are happening elsewhere. Geared Gaming go down, so do Liquid Alienware. Legends follow immediately. That's the Rat from before. And we're down as NORTHEPTION fall to 9.
Yeah, seeing TSM make this wrap this early, and as you can see their resource, they're on triple blue. They can't really do anything because they're getting shot at by like the entire lobby, and now eventually getting pushed from the front as well.
And the back, FURIA wrap on them. This is a pain sandwich for TSM. Fnatic and Serenity below, FURIA above. TSM go down, 8 squads left.
Yeah, 8 squads left indeed. Like I said, a lot of teams are going to be dying this zone closing, as we can see in the kill feed. There's not that much playable area anymore. We went from having several buildings and trenches to be able to play an LOS from. Now it's only like the river, the mountain, and maybe a building for the moment. Once this circle starts closing, however, more teams will have to fight each other. As we see, several teams are actually playing in the same building. Will they get 4th party, 5th party? Who knows at this point?
Oh my lord! FURIA into the meat grinder go reject WINNITY. That's our team that was just in first place, wiped out in a second.
Yeah, however, we say they got wiped out early. Top 8 ain't too bad. We didn't see their kills. Still maybe might be a solid game. Aurora once again in the power spot by where the zone is ending. We'll have to see if they can close out this game or not. Other teams will have to fight for market, which is really scary with so many different angles that you can get shot from.
It's crazy that Fnatic just made the move down the hill and survived it. Didn't even break shields, I think, on the majority of their members. Now they're rotating to the next zone. Is real complicated. They'll be going up against teams like TYK and Boogie Borders that are exiting from the exact same building.
The thing is that they're looking to kill teams that are walking in with the zone right now, but there's 3 teams in this building, not counting the other southern end as well. It's gonna be mayhem coming up shortly.
I'm 50-50. I like what Fnatic is doing, going challenging FURIA for space, but this could still go really wrong for them. I mean, they're in the middle of smokes. They can't see. And unfortunately, Satsuki having fallen means that playing around these garden plots is near impossible.
They might have went down, but could they reset? Who knows? Like I said, when the zone is closing, everybody's focusing on each other, but they look like they got sent as well. Still fighting in the kill feed.
Boogie Borders, full send it trades for Fnatic, and Boogie Borders are the ones to go down. Fnatic can still reset as Aurora take a fight on the other side of the ring. Impulse makes the first swing, and the fight looks like it's going their way. Goodbye, Disguised.
Yeah, FURIA is in a great spot as well. Aurora's in a safe spot as well. We'll have to see who Fnatic decides to join in on. Because it's a 3v3v1, I believe. And if they can close out that fight without getting punished for it, more kills might happen for FURIA. But will Aurora punish them remains to be seen.
I mean, surely Fnatic die. FURIA are very scared of overcommitting to this. Very scared of dropping a member, as they should be, because Aurora can and will swoop in for the cleanup. Nonetheless, double swing. Keon going down to the low ground through the smoke, takes out Fnatic, instantly rejoins Madness. That's one tactical of a cooldown, but it keeps hype for FURIA up against Aurora.
It comes down to a 3v3 here. They managed to clean up that rat, but you know, with the zone pulling towards FURIA, it is actually heavily favored towards them, because Aurora has to leave the safe spot into the open. Do they have bang ult? Do they have smokes available? We'll have to see shortly if they can close this out, but I am heavily leaning towards FURIA because all they have to do is ADS downside, hit their shots, and they will take this home.
There is one concern for me, and that is that Baxlon does not have blood ult. There's not going to be a lot of visibility through smokes, so this single smoke buys Aurora a lot of space and time, depending on ult cooldowns.
Zones in general is scary, but as you can see with the smokes, you can actually see through smokes when the zone is on your back, and we'll have to see now if they can make something happen. You might not need the ult, maybe the scan and nades are enough. We'll have to see.
Madness got cracked to 1 HP. Nades are thrown back. Up comes one from Aurora. And a tactical on the other side, the gravity lift just to maintain height, to disengage from Madness, keeps FURIA in charge. Flank from the other side, they're taking the multi-angle approach. Arteki takes a swing, Keon commits to the low ground, takes down Arteki, Impulse has fallen. FURIA from the high ground have 1 member left to deal with. Madness is committed down low, however, they swing back up. It's a wild goose chase. The FURIA win, taking game 3 in style.
FURIA played that textbook. They cleared out the northern side, they cleaned up the platform, they came to the bridge, TSM tried to roll it in, they cleared out TSM, they cleared out Reject and tried to push them while that was happening. They're just fighting everybody and they're winning every single time. They're so consistent, on the same page. I was a little bit worried when Aurora was able to cross that gap without getting punished, but as you can see, when it still comes to straight 3v3 gunshots, they are hitting every shot.
You know, it's really funny to look at this and say, oh, okay, well, FURIA did play that really well, but their rotation from near wall was a really risky one. They still had to go through the Rats of Gear, the Rats of Legends, move past Fnatic and TSM's whatever that was, and hold on to the height in the midst of all of it. It's a really difficult execution, and impressive that FURIA were able to pull that off.
You know, I've worked with, you know, JMO as well on the stream, their coach. I've seen Madness, I've seen Kun, I've seen Backman, I've seen all of them play, and they're all really smart players individually. I'm sure that, like, the fact that they can prioritize macro over getting kills, which a lot of people tend to do, they're like, oh, free kills, you know? They're like, no, we have to go straight into the power-winning spot and hold it down, and they held it down indeed. I love when I see triple swings happen when they're holding hands, makes me warm and fuzzy inside.
Vaxlon, the most recent pickup for FURIA, no longer an unpaid intern, has been putting up pretty good numbers on Bloodhound. And like we talked about with the cooldown management, Bloodhound is such an important piece of the meta right now. Is able to clutch things up and finish off a lot of kills for the team, showing up with 10 kills and only 3 assists. It's clear that for FURIA right now, he's the finisher.
He's indeed the finisher, and Bloodhound has a huge impact on how your team plays the game. And I think that they're just on the same page. Seeing their abilities match up is really nice.
All right, well, thank you, Graceful. It has been a wonderful first 3 games on Stormpoint. We will be moving over to World's Edge, but before that, I want to hear from our desk.
Thanks so much, Graceful and Dia. Great job on those first 3 matches of the day. Lots of pop-off performances yet again from some of these teams. Some expected, some maybe expected later on the day, decided to do it now. Tiff, first of all, talk to me about what we just saw out of FURIA.
Look, that's everything that we needed to see. I had a chance to sit down and talk to Madness yesterday over by the FURIA merch booth, and he was saying the moment that he locks into that booth, he sits down, he pictures himself playing from his home setup, and despite not having, you know, been to land over the past few iterations of playoffs and championships, it felt right. He's like, the nerves, surprisingly, they're not even affecting me. And to come out and grab a win in group stages alongside Keon and Vaxlon, who is no longer the unpaid intern on that squad, it's probably got to be feeling really good, Hodson.
Yeah, no, I mean, this whole team is just riddled, not just FURIA itself as a team, but like the players themselves have been riddled with constant team changes and turbulence over the years. You know, Madness, obviously a great player, hasn't been to LAN in a long time. Vaxlon also a championship winner, for those that don't know, in the during the online championship. So they have a huge amount of experience playing with different teams, and it's really nice to finally see them pull together and actually be able to lock in. And they look really good. They might not have the points maybe that they want yet, but they do look really good as a solid 3 right now.
Now, another thing that we need to talk about, and we'll mention it while we kind of take a look at these match 3 results. Phenomenal slaying power out of FURIA, just highlighted 18 kills to close out that match. I mean, like you're saying, that's got to feel incredible. But we're seeing some other teams up here, and for the first time on the first page, we're seeing TSM. We need to talk about what's going on with Red Rams and TSM, Jayhawk.
Yeah, this contest has been kind of crazy because in scrims, a lot of people were expecting, oh, it's TSM. This is our reigning champions, but Red Rams was showing they can compete, and then now on land, they're doing the same. 2-0 to start the day. In that 3rd game, they kind of forced TSM to back down a little bit and say, we need to get some points, so we're going to let you guys take Lightning Rod. We're just going to take some of the lesser loot and have to rotate. So they do get a couple points, which is big, but it's a very slow start because of that contest.
Absolutely, and just a quick shout out to Vaxlon. You guys were talking about how experienced he is. 10 of those 18 kills were his in that last match, so that is a fantastic Game 3 performance. As we take a look at the second page here and see where the rest of our squads shook out, you see Reject, WINNITY, and NORTHEPTION. They're both with 6 and 5 kills respectively. But Geared Gaming, squad who wins that first match, Hotzig, now down here on the second page.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see, again, another one of those teams that was popping up that, you know, I don't think you saw on anyone's tier list to do really well. And you see them come out with a huge win in game 1, which is really, really cool. I'd love to see them, obviously, match 3 didn't go as well, but like, you know, with these types of groups, especially if you were if you have a huge underdog stigma about you, you got to take the wins where you can get them, especially, and you got to learn from them, learn from the mistakes here, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more out of them.
Well, let's see where this puts all of our teams so far in the series. Up at the top, Reject WINNITY with 28 kills and only 9 placement points. That slaying power tip is insane.
It's fine. Just take down everyone by force. I know you and I were deliberating when we were doing our talent predictions this morning. You'll see later on throughout the day, we got iterations of Reject, FURIA, Fnatic, Aurora, but it just seems to see that those teams have woken up this morning early on, got their caffeine, whatever that pre-morning ritual it is, it's working.
And it's pretty top heavy for these kills as well. I mean, Red Rams with the 20, Aurora at 15, Jayhawk. This is a dominant first half of this table.
Yeah, and some of those other teams that are kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard, that might be good, because if these teams are sucking up a lot of those points when we get to World's Edge, that could bring it to where you actually have an opportunity to come back if it's very top heavy at the top of that leaderboard.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, what do teams even have to start changing this? We've got 3 more matches now in the second half of the series, Hodsick. What are they going to do?
Well, I mean, some teams, the nice thing about 3 games, obviously, like the first 3 games will take a half. You have a bad half, it's okay, because you're not only coming back in with like a little bit of a break, you're going to a new map, right? So it feels like you're kind of starting on a fresh slate, even though you're obviously not. But teams like, I'm looking at like teams like 07, right? I've always, I think very highly of Nasky, but they've always been historically a feast or famine team. Either they're absolutely frying and having good vibes, or they're a little bit like they're looking right now. I'm hoping that they can do, maybe Nasty can give them a little bit of pep talk or something in between, because when that team is feeling good, I mean, they look very good. So I'm hoping the vibes improve a little bit with them.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do on our next 3 matches. Before we get into those, let's talk about our final circle moments from the first 3 matches. First one, match 1. Jayhawk, talk us through these moments.
Yeah, Geared Gaming. The story of yesterday was these teams kind of being a surprise and showing up, and like Hodsick said, they weren't really on anybody's tier list. They show up in this game and they get that win. They had a crucial rotate kind of the north side of this zone. We get one of those devastated pulls. It's a little ambiguous, could be the high ground, could be the low ground. It goes over towards the cannon, and all those teams, Made in Heaven, Serenity, Fnatic, Reject, they all just have to fight for the south side. They kill each other. Geared comes in late and is able to get the easy win. But I do want to shout these guys out because they come from South America, and I don't feel like this region gets that respect, but they're showing up big in this game 1.
Yeah, that's something we had mentioned yesterday. Group B has 4 of the regional winners in that group alone. Geared Gaming obviously being the one out of South America, and able to get a win on the board to start off the day. We talk about how momentum is really important for some of these teams. Well, I think that's kind of given them a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, but now heading into match number 2, Tiff, tell me what happened here.
Look, we're going to kick things off from Legends Gaming's POV. Now, this is the team that was formerly known as Blackhand that made waves at Champs. They got Easy Flash unable to make it. They're subbing in Koiful, but while they're trying to lock down this, we don't see that happen because that spam of grenades just completely eats them, and they will fall to Red Rams. And this is where they really start picking up. You mentioned how many eliminations they had. Well, at this point in time, 6 of those were TSM members. So we are working for every elimination that we get. And throughout this moment, we were sitting there screaming because going up against Aurora in this fight here and isolated, it's the duo shift. They immediately start throwing in, and Datch hits that Pitfire, tries to connect a few, but it's Wyacheng and Tico that have to really throw down in the gauntlet here. The PK just starts throwing through, but can we talk about the burst on the Hemlock Man? Because that thing is disgusting this time. I had so much fun watching it, and then we've got FURIA.
Yeah, FURIA was doing a great job here on the north side of this river pool. Reject actually had, a little bit moments before this, Reject actually had a lot of the zone control for most of the game. They were controlling the southeast side for a lot of it, and then FURIA got into a fight with a team, and then Reject tried a third party. FURIA ended up killing both of them, and then that gave FURIA this huge control over this massive high ground. Aurora took the previous spot, which is where we see these two teams go together. And I mean, FURIA just kind of, they're playing this height so smart, right? This is why positioning is more important in Apex more than anything. You have the high ground, and you have a lot of your utility. You have a really good scan coming out of Vax there. Keon actually goes for a really wild swing here, but he gets a massive pick. Vax on the other end picks off Impulse, and then Madness brings it home for a massive win that I'm sure FURIA really needed for their vibes.
Yeah, it's been a really strong start to our first series of the day here. Different winners every single time. We're seeing teams that need to get some points on the board doing just that. Other absolute surprises coming out of the likes of Red Rams. I can't wait to see what happens once we switch maps. Before we do that though, we did this yesterday. It's time to talk about our merch, all right? You guys have been absolutely selling us out on day one. Not only our LA Nessie hoodie, but our t-shirt here as well. They're restocked. Go online, okay? PlayApexShop.com if you want an opportunity to get these ordered so that you can get one of these clearly desirable pieces of merch. First of all, incredibly comfortable, but they are only going to be available for this limited pre-order until the end of this weekend. So make sure you do that. Everybody has them now and everybody loves them. And now they have been restocked just for all of you at home. And then on top of that, if you guys want to be keeping up with all of the action here this weekend, or you want to see what's going on for the rest of our competitive ALGS year, follow us on social media, okay? At Play Apex Esports on X and YouTube, and at Play Apex on Twitch. Maybe tweet at us, let us know your thoughts for who the potential MVP could be, because we will always take a little bit of feedback on that, shout some players out at the end of the day today as well, before we get into our bracket stage of the competition. Now, before we give it to the casters one more time, final thoughts on where we're at in the series so far, Tiff.
It's where we're at and it's where we're going. We all knew that Red Rams was going to be contesting TSM, but the job's not done for them because they're contesting at Climatizer, and this time it looks like they want to see if OMiT has got the OMiT effect.
Oh, I like it. Jayhawk.
And speaking of TSM, really terrible start on Storm Point. Now they're uncontested over at Lava Siphon. Can they bounce back on World's Edge? They haven't been the best on this map. They don't really like some of the changes that have come to Siphon, but they have to be in the set.
All right, Hotsec.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to touch a little bit on the Red Rams as well. We know Aurora also likes Climatizer. Aurora opting to respect Red Rams, which is a really big. Aurora is one of the best team fighting teams in the game here. Yeah. I don't think anybody would argue that. So Aurora, if you remember yesterday, got they ran into one contest with them. It was a 2v2. Both teams ended up just kind of like respecting each other and being like, we're going to craft each other back up. But then Aurora left. So Aurora giving Red Rams a lot of respect in that regard, and they're just opting to go for Skyhook and Trials. So I think it says a lot about what Red Rams is bringing to the table.
Quite a few teams to be keeping your eyes on and see if their play changes as we change our maps over, because like we said, some opportunities abound for TSM to get some points on the board, not having to deal with a contest. Potential opportunities for these slay-heavy squads like Reject WINNITY just continue on that steamroll, not even currently worrying about their placement points, just trying to see who they can take out along their way through their rotations. I'm excited to see what everyone can bring to the table. I hope everyone here in the stadium is ready. You guys excited here at the Galen Center to get through the next part of this series? Absolutely love it. Vicky, Genome, let's get back into it.
Thank you so much, Glitter. Welcome, everybody. LA, are you ready for some more Apex? All right, we're done with Storm Point, out the window. We are moving on to World's Edge, Genome, and after that explosive game from FURIA, I can't wait to see how things unfold, because teams that I was expecting to do pretty well, TSM, Liquid, what's going on here?
Yeah, and not only that, you got Red Rams coming over the top, making the most of winning those contests. They're contesting yet again on World's Edge. So, I mean, hey, if they can take down TSM, maybe they can do it again against OMiT, who they'll be taking on at Climatizer.
Can't wait to see how that plays out too, because we saw what happens when you go for these 50-50s, how that influences your legend comp. But I do like the decision that we saw from TSM in that last game, where they didn't go the conduit because they knew that they weren't going to go for the contest. They were going to be able to quickly rotate out of there. They have a different game plan going forward. Let's see how this is going to work out for them on World's Edge, a team that usually finds like success on Storm Point, as Legend has seen it. But now going on to World's Edge, can this keep this team up? We do not want to see this team fall into that elimination bracket. That would be absolutely insane here, as we get to see this nice little flyby of our squads. A lot of pressure here on our teams. I mean, these individual players, are the best in the business for a reason. But this highlights the type of competition there is in a lobby like Groups B and C.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it on their faces right there. Not too happy. 2 single placement points for those guys right now, whereas Gear Gaming, I feel like they're going to be pretty happy after their first place in Game 1.
Yeah, they won Game 1 with 7 KP, but man, I mean, the team that's on my mind that I know a lot of people have been looking at, the team that won Game 2. Red Rams, maybe Red Rum, because that's what they're looking forward to here. Gotta spell that backwards because that's what they're gonna be aiming for in this lobby as they terrorize the rest of this group. Can't wait to see how they kind of come up after they were able to not only take game 2, but they took it with 11 KP. But FURIA, FURIA, is this gonna be the momentum that they needed before they now carry that 18 KP gain into game number 4 on World's Edge?
It's been big for them. Boogie borders that we just saw there. It feels like Panna may have donated a little bit of his hair to Fussy. It's a little longer than I saw last time I met him, Vicky. It kind of looks like he's giving me Point Break vibes.
Point Break vibes? Like,
you know Patrick Swayze?
Yeah.
So if we see him miss his shots at some point, you know, he's probably just role-playing the, you know, the classic scene. But.
Talking about the other side, though, Madness, meeting him in person, it's been a joy here, but it's also been great to see this entire team be cohesive. Vaxline, he's not the intern anymore, all right? They brought him in, all right?
Yeah, congrats.
He got promoted out here. Officially with the FURIA squad.
That's not bad. He's done probation after 1 day. Wish I could get through it that quickly.
Gotten through different types of probation apparently out here. Vax looking to keep that mentality up. But I do feel like when it comes to heavy fragging teams, I mean, we can't ignore Aurora. A team that has found that success with the lifeline, but a team that's also not afraid to literally hold forward, take any fight that they can. Unfortunately, in that last circle, they were at a positioning disadvantage, whereas FURIA, they had the height advantage, but they had put themselves there to get out of the fray from all the other teams that were fighting by Cascade Falls.
Yeah, I mean, you say, you know, put themselves at a disadvantage. Of course, they only came second, right?
Yeah,
already had 2 seconds in the 3 games that we've played. And, you know, if you go back across some of the other games they played yesterday as well, you can see they've peaked at second so far, but every time they do it, you know, they can have as many as 14 kills. And, yeah, look, how risky they play. Well, it's not even how risky they play, it's how aggressively they play. It's so impressive that they can still put up as many placement points as they do, right? Yeah, the way they're just bullying their way into these final circles is just incredible to watch. Lifeline to boot. Yeah, we really love it.
And you know what I really like too? There's a lot to say about Aurora. This is a team that has been rocking the lifeline since before the mid-season changes. I mean, even with those changes, now you got your lifeline basically guaranteed that gold knockdown. But you know what also helps on top of that? Imagine having multiple gold knockdowns on that team like that, because this is a team that lands over by trials.
Yes,
so
exactly.
You got the lifeline care pack, you got the trials loop to work with. So this is going to be an interesting change moving on to World's Edge for this squad.
Yeah, and I think that's something else that we've seen a lot is unfortunately the lifeline going down first.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so it's like, obviously that's the character you're shoving the gold knock onto immediately. And as you say, you know, with trials that Aurora has access to in this group matchup, they might have a few of those. We're seeing some of our contests, in fact, both of them here on this screen right now. NDY, who have been doing a phenomenal job through day 1, are going to have a tough time against Reject WINNITY, I would say, over at Fragment. And then you saw Red Rams, who kind of doing the same thing, putting their name on the map today, going up against OMiT. I guess the other thing to note here is that Dome is free, potentially. You know, you've got Liquid landing down near launch site. Will they take Dome as well? Probably only if the other teams decide to leave that free. But with the 2 contests there is every option that one of them pulls down and decides to take that. I mean, it's never your first pick, but hey, sometimes it's better than walking away with 0 points, as TSM has found out all too well today.
Goes hand in hand with, you know, we got to talk about it, with where these circles have been pooling, as we have seen in the first day. Teams like Liquid really excel in those southern zones because they land over by launch site, but with those rotates, they're very volatile. Nice little flyby here. TSM not going to get 50-50 this time around.
No, finally they get Lava Siphon to themselves. Serenity playing over from Geyser here, an Apex South team that's actually done very well so far. The controller players from there have certainly shown up quite well in one of their first LAN outings.
All right, let's get started, everybody. Game number 4 now underway. This is our first 50-50 that we get to witness right here over by this north side of World's Edge. Climatizer between OMiT and Red Rams. Red Rams definitely making a statement here, but OMiT, no stranger here for this team. they are going to be rocking the conduit too, so that way they can excel in this 50-50.
Yeah, looks like everything else is as we expected. Liquid do get the split for Dome and Launch Site, and NDY are indeed going the contest against Reject over in Fragment. So 2 early fights coming on here.
Let's see how this plays out here for them. Being able to get the knock already off of Light. Huge here for Red Rams. Already nice explosive start here. But they drop down onto the low ground. And I like this split positioning that we currently see from Datch. He's on the gondola right now while the rest of his team is going to take the gravity lift so that way they can get onto the high ground. They do want to prevent this reset from happening. Nice arc star. They also have a nade. So they could juggle around this like it's a circus. Man, the Senti shots off the rip, just so lethal. Misses that second one for right now. We also have a fight happening here with Bolin going down on the other side of the map.
Okay, well this one seems to be happening in a little bit more of a hurry than the one over at Climatizer, so we'll switch over and have a look at Reject versus NDY. NDY do seem to have the high ground right now, but that's why you play the Horizon for these contests, exactly for this reason. Karampu just having a look here. I mean, if you can get on the ultimate height here in the train station, it's very hard for the other team to push you. You can see they already have the knock there and the bleed out going onto Bolin.
NDY also getting eliminated out here while NTH are going to be able to rotate out of this.
Right, yeah, so that wasn't even NDY.
Yeah.
They'd already dealt with it. It was actually NORTHEPTION coming in and having, trying to get involved. But with Yuka, Peridata going down, they're actually just going to have to back it out. I mean, so many teams, you see this at LAN just being like, oh yeah, that's some free KP, and they go in and all of a sudden, doesn't go to plan.
And they don't have a support legend either, so that's a little to that res. No opportunity right there unless they are able to rotate back around and get the banner, but we're gonna have to see how that plays out while this fight is still going on. Taking a little bit too long for my liking, Genome, because this circle is going to be pulling a little bit to the north. Not over by Climatizer, but on the outskirts of Overlook. Maybe by those train tracks that we've seen before, or by the rocks that are to the north side of Overlook where we've seen these end circles before.
Yeah, so after the shots fired, they will just go ahead and split Climatize, but as you say, the team's heading definitely north of Overlook. I think that's a fair shout here, playing around the buildings towards the north Overlook, and the tower there I think is a good spot, that one right there. It still could finish, yeah, even more north towards the rocks as well, but I think playing this position within the Overlook POI and then moving your way into the rocks is honestly a little bit safer. When you're around those rocks, you can never keep all of the your line of sights locked down at once. If you're in the buildings, you can. There's a chance to really solidify your game a lot more from those positions.
And that's influenced by these legend compositions too. Of course, we're gonna have the majority of the lobby here running the Caustic, but we still have the little sprinkle of the Valkyrie from Made in Heaven. We see still the Horizon, and of course we can't ignore Disguise that still run the Wraith from Design, that they've made it work. Timmy being on the Caustic, or rather on the Bloodhound, and them having the Caustic too. But they are just going to wait patiently here. A lot of space to share over by Overlook, but you highlighted the rocks being a lot more open for these teams to have to focus on, whether it be from behind, but it's a very easy position to get pinched, especially since that fight over by Climatizer has still not ended, so we could expect at least 2 teams to rotate from that northern side.
Yeah, no, managed to split it in the end, and OMiT have gone towards the circle, and Red Rams still just having a little bit of a loot over there. They may even make their way towards Made in Heaven, who are over at Survey Camp. Of course, with the Evo Harvesters in play now, teams do tend to gravitate towards each other outside the zone in those early stages a little bit more, because, they're not just taking predefined rotational paths. They have to go and grab that extra bonus Evo to try and upgrade their armors even faster. Getting to purple without hitting the objectives, extremely hard.
Especially when you go for these quick rotates too. Talking about different Legend comps, you still got the Watson out here from Legend. They're gonna be able to hold that truck for right now, but they are able to see 2 teams in front of them, while TSM, a team that went for the quickest rotate, have now been able to rotate not from the Hall Siphon, but all the way from Geyser. They were able to get that ring console there too, see where the circle could potentially be pulling, but also going to be able to hold down the ring console to their backs and the survey beacon to their right. They can deny the opportunity for other spots to try to take this space and get the information that they need.
So in their first outing, TSM managed to grab 34 points. That is almost exactly what you need from each of your 3 group matchups to get into that winners bracket. Obviously, they're well off the pace in this second series, and they need to definitely bring it home here. But 10 points a game on World's Edge, very doable for those guys. They can drop a nuke if they're on their game. Talking about that though, 07, someone who's already got one of those in the bank from yesterday, and now they're going to take on Reject WINNITY.
It's whiplash. Seeing 07 perform, it's always, you never know what to expect, but I guess that's the nasty energy that you can see here in the competition as 07 engaging on this fight. Full purples here. Trying to get that tracker from Amphi with the Bolt in hand. He's got the Nemesis on the other hand. Lots of energy ammo going to be expended here, but this is a good fight for them to take, considering the fact that OMiT still has a white Evo shield.
Yeah, as you say, as soon as you get a hit on that white Evo shield, right, that's a sign, hey, we can bully them. There's no way they should be able to beat us with that much of a disadvantage. But at this point in the game, ultimates are up and they can stall it out for a little bit.
They're slipping and sliding all around 07. Nags gets called out by himself, though. No suppress fire from his team. His team didn't have the opposition in their line of sight. Now down one member and a 2v3 here, too. Gonna try to reset here with Reject WINNITY. Now double blue, one purple. They're able to get that Evil Shield up.
So Reject just running away from the caustic gas there, and in this game of Ring Around the Rosie, they have managed to get the better of Nags, and Sangjun going down is a nice trade out here. These teams are really just struggling to work out where each other are. They need those Bloodhound scans.
Oh, that bag said bye. Quickly gets out of the line of sight of Ubli before getting caught sandwiched on the other side. Reject WINNITY. The patience wears off, and 07 immediately eliminated from the lobby.
I mean, I feel like both teams ran a marathon in that engagement, just going after each other the entire time. Down here over at Geyser, we've got a Liquid. You can see they're in a bit of trouble here, trying to deal with the Bangles, forced them indoors, but with two of them taken down already, might be time to get out.
El Presidente has to get out too because a third party is right behind them. Boogie Borders have made an appearance out of the vault doors. Liquid now just trying to run as a solo, while Tum Young Kun is going to be able to come right behind them, trying to see if they can at least find that solo. They take care of Liquid. Let's jump into a listening with Boogie Borders as they chase the other squad.
Going inside. He's going to go at the back. Pretty sure it's one guy. He's fucking running. Bro, he's gone. Just loot. Go back. You know where the knocks are? Yeah, in the building. Inside. Need to loot quick and go back to our spot. Ulti XL on this body. Yeah, popping it. I got an evac. Our traps are still there right now. Maybe here. Yeah, maybe. Need to head back. Yeah, I don't want to get stuck back here. I gold knock, gold down. Wonder if I could just solo sit down here now.
All right, well, they have to let Tom Young-Kun go there. Boogie Borders will go back towards the circle. They're happy with that, both position-wise and KP-wise. TYK very much on the outer now. Haven't got the information about that next circle pull. That's probably going to be the interesting one to show sort of which area of Overlook we are heading towards. Yeah, perennial pain in the backside. Pretty much every other team in this lobby. Aurora, you can see already on the red. One of those, real advantages of running the lifeline now with the evocations coming in at all times.
And we saw in the distance, Red Rams look like they are absolutely in shambles right now. They are not only split up, one's in the circle over by Climatizer, the other one is rotating without him on the outskirts of Epi, wanting no business with Aurora and Disguised. Close to the southern side of Epi. Let's see what they could do though, because if Red Rams do manage to wrap around and maybe go to the Replicator, we know that they were running the Conduit, so maybe they could get their third in since they are a duo right now.
It's always a tough position to be in. We were just talking before about, how few teams are running support Legends at the moment and giving themselves that option to go and craft a banner and then get your teammate back up. I mean, trying to grab the banner from the box and get the respawn is always so much riskier. Okay. So here we go. Circle pulls north, as we were talking about before. So I think the teams like, Elevate, Legends Gaming, Cloud9 that are all holed up in the buildings over there will be very happy about that. But OMiT actually, taking the safe route and not engaging too hard on that initial contest might pay big dividends here, holding the north side of the rocks.
That's going to be one of the spots in that next circle that we were eyeing here too. Later in the game, at this point, it's a pretty good spot to rotate to. Actually, Aurora already getting ahead of the curve here too. May meet up with OMiT shortly, but they're not the only ones alone here. Made in Heaven is to their left. Legends Gaming is also holding the south side of these rocks. At the moment though, Aurora can use these rocks behind them for some natural cover. Having the Beast of the Hunt scan in less than 5 seconds now, but they do call out that there is a team that is right across from them that has a slight high ground. Watson Fence is painting the land on the other side here, while Made in Heaven do decide to try to take this low ground. They can't really engage on this fight with Disguise because they're holding a split position, but there's 2 other teams looking at them here.
Nate goes through the smoke here, hoping to catch someone off. As soon as it dissipates, they're going to have a charged Senti. Playing the 2x here. Monsoon has changed the weapon meta at ALGS, seemingly by himself.
Disguised, where are you going? What are you cooking? Just going to be able to scout ahead real quick, bonk him in the head with the caustic barrel. But it's a patient wait here for Disguised. Seeing those Bloodhound scans coming out, at least he's got the Nox nade, that's going to be important, whereas teams now coming in from the south side, we saw Tumyum Kung actually, with that fight from Geyser, had wrapped around to try to rotate from the southern side, closer to No Name, but guess who's waiting for them on the edge? It's going to be Furia shortly.
Yeah, but also we've got Geared Gaming running into Boogie Borders here. Boogie Borders looks like they were in the better position, but did they have the intel? Do they know they were coming up on top of them?
Red Rams finally get eliminated in your feet. So do Legends Gaming. 14 squads left. The Beast of the Hunt has been activated from Fussy. They get the next knock here. Follow up with Raki and the finisher on Serena. Sending out these Arc Stars though, and this is the thing, playing off this slip here, off this high ground, they get the double nade, huge to control that space. The beams coming in as Geared Gaming get eliminated. 13 squads left, but an amazing position for Boogie Borders.
Yeah, loving the calls from Raki here. Just a little bit of a disengage as soon as the bang ults, everything else dealt with. They feel like they're safe. They pop in and just start chipping away at the kills. Getting the better of Geared Gaming, and now they've also got Furia running tail between their legs. Do they make it into the tunnel? Yeah, it looks like they will. I don't think it's in Boogie Boarder's best interest to continue further with that pursuit. I think they should go back up here and start working on their next rotation to the circle. I mean, 40 seconds left. They've still got to get a fair bit further north. Looks like they were just hoping to grab some kills and continue on there, but you can see they are the furthest southern team right now. I guess the real question is, you know, do they have some evacs in their arsenal to maybe go over the top and hit one of those caravans which are currently unoccupied, or maybe even further north if they're reading that, and find a nice spot around the rocks here. But I mean, walking through TSM, look, they might be down on their luck right now, but I still wouldn't want to be taking that fight if I was Boogie Borders.
Here, Moby in the distance. Reps gets brought in for TSM. Uncontested in this building, getting a chance at another life here. And you saw that cat picture of them, you know? Gotta have those 9 lives ready here on World's Edge. Evac Tower is gonna get shot down. You were talking about the Evac Tower before. Oh, can they destroy it? Oh, it looks like...
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, 2 of them were able to take it.
Yes, but not all 3, so they actually circle back and they've got to go. You know, plan B now, right? I mean, that's why you do see teams pop 2 evacs. Let's have a listen to TSM as they get into this with Fnatic.
Look south. We need to get inside the fucking building. Go inside, go inside. Break the barrels for us. Go inside and look south. Look south, Evan. Look south right now at the front door. Smoking that. I didn't say anybody. I have 0 shields. 0 shields right now. I'm 4-0. I'm 4-1. I'm jumping you 2 cells. There's bodies still beneath us. Yeah. I think I could loot those bodies. When you can if you smoke it. When do you have scan? 5. Is there someone on our height? Yeah, no, there's not. There's a people on tower, yes. We can wrap the north side, maybe. I'm gonna have to smoke the bodies. You're gonna have to look for me. Yes, go ahead. The gen might eat my shit. Oh my god, bro. This is really dog shit. I gotta wait for a double smoke. I'm gonna smoke tower. Jump that fight! Looking. One got Kraber.
While the stakes are high, the pressure's on here for TSM. C9 is pressuring them out on the other side of the building. They scoop up. what they can work with. Zach with the Kraber shot, taking care of Legacy and allowing TSM to maybe Loki rotate, but not for long. Zach Mazer in the feed with the Kraber, takes down Imperial How, and Aurora on your feeds here. Boogie Borders get eliminated.
And that's where the lifeline res comes in handy. Aurora were sandwiched there. TSM, not so much, but they still have to win this versus Elevate.
And he gets the finish on How with the Kraber. Next moves have to be put into play here as Aurora, they are farming the west side of this lobby.
I mean, I thought they were done for sure, but somehow getting the resets just time and time again. Hardeki's back into it, multiple gold knocks as we were talking about. I mean, this is crazy how many teams Aurora have just pulled through in like the matter of 2 minutes. Full red armors, so much opportunity for those resets. As you can see, I mean, how many times did they get knocked in the last 2 minutes? And they're all back up, they're all healthy, and now they're going to be challenging OMiT for Godspot.
And OMiT has not moved from there, so we could probably expect that perhaps Aurora's the only team in the lobby that I think has full reds. We're gonna have to see here as Elevate also looking to reset. They take care of reds earlier. Burhos gets bled out and TSM get eliminated. Our 4 squads left in this game 4.
I mean, I thought Aurora were done for, but now all of a sudden they're going to be the bane of Elevate, maybe even Cloud9 as well. OMiT to the left of your screen here are not engaging. They very much want to walk away with that top 2, top 3 positioning and just ensure they get the placement points. But Elevate have worked hard to get to this position. It's going to be even harder to get out of it.
See how they navigate around this rock with Zach being so incredibly low. He needs to reset here. He needs to suppress fire as Zach tries to get into a different angle, but he cannot see through this smoke. He's got the Havoc, spray and pray here, but he's lost on both his teammates. Aurora coming in, Elevate, get eliminated. Aurora is here to keep farming. 3 squads left. It is OMiT now officially versus Aurora in this 2 squads left in the lobby.
But Aurora have done so much here that they're on triple reds. OMiT, however, have been biding their time. They've still got blue. It doesn't matter if Aurora's taken damage. They're still pretty much even as far as the available health goes.
A little bit of distracting there. The evac.
I think OMiT have actually waited too long here. There was an opportunity to kind of try and take that fight, but now they've let them reset. A crazy R9 spray.
I thought this weapon was bad here in this season with 56 bullets, only a blue mag. Lufka coming in with the beams. Light getting Oi Rain. And now swapping around with the melee. OMiT, even with the Evil Shield disadvantage, deep thrown Aurora for game number 4.
Oh, that boy Lufka. He walks away with 4 kills and a win to their name. I mean, we looked at that circle pretty early on, right, Vicky? It didn't seem to be a hard one to read. Northern Overlook, sit at the rocks. I was expecting a lot more teams up there, actually. I think almost too many teams were taking our advice of sort of, sitting within the buildings and Overlook and playing it safe. OMiT had basically nothing to worry them for the entire game. No one, there were no full sends, right? Usually you'd see 1 or 2 teams at least be like, hey, that's Godspot. We're not in the greatest position. Why don't we try and take it away from them? Never happened. Didn't bother them at all. So they finish up with 5 kills. And yeah, not even that much damage. That's what I'm saying. Like 1,800 damage to win a game means they actually didn't need to fire that many bullets to keep people away from them. People were just going down that route themselves.
That was off of them having the 50-50 versus Red Rams.
Yeah.
Rotating on the north side of Climatizer, avoiding the teams that had rotated already, and then sitting pretty in that final circle position. Even if they weren't doing a lot of damage, what I enjoyed was looking at how they were able to acknowledge the win condition for that final fight. Such as, yes, they may have 2 gold knockdowns, but the target priority there was a lifeline that couldn't take control over the high ground, which was the main purpose of the evac tower that was folded in front of them. It wasn't to take the evac tower, it was simply to use that evac tower to get on top of that rock, to get high ground positioning, and to be in a way better spot to beat them from down below. But OMiT already closed that gap here. As we take a look at the game 4 match results here, I love that little pop-up that we saw, but we're gonna take a look at Aurora and what they were able to do, because Genome, that was 26 kill game for Aurora.
Over the 4 matches. Over the 4 matches.
I was like, okay, that is actually what? That would have been crazy. Okay, so over the 4 matches, they had 26 kills. Still, regardless, 14,000 damage dealt over the 4 matches is crazy.
It is. That's an unreal amount that they're putting out here. But what's even crazier to me, honestly, is that they still haven't won a game. That's 3 seconds in a row. Look, I get matching your jewelry and whatnot, but maybe they should try on some gold instead of silver for once.
It's just a matter of time, right? Surely it's just a matter of time. I mean, they got 2 more games left. We got to see here. They come in second with 11 KP. OMiT, 5 KP, which is still fantastic for this squad. They were still able to pressure out teams like Elevate on the other side of the rocks without giving away their positioning. Looking at teams like E8, we saw them holding that house with 7 KP, even all the way down. TSM getting top 5. That is huge here on World's Edge after the performance that we saw for the first 3 games on Storepoint.
FURIA picking up a couple as well down there with Reject WINNITY, and then as we go further down, of course, we've still got some other teams not doing so well. Red Rams finally have a bit of a shocker there with a 0-point game. Obviously, they didn't have to, that wasn't like a 20th place, we just lost the contest immediately, but they still do struggle to get through there without the POI to themselves.
And we saw what happened to Liquid Alienware, unfortunately losing out to Tum Yung Kung, but in their rotate from Geyser. Couldn't get away in time. Another lackluster performance here. Very uncharacteristic for this squad as we take a look at the series results overall after the course of these 4 games. Aurora still stay in first place with 53 total points. A little bit of a gap between them and Reject WINNITY.
Yeah, okay, so that's pretty much qualifying for winner's bracket already for Aurora, right? They're over 100 points already in the overall standings, and that means that, yeah, we will see them in the winners brackets. And now you really get that opportunity to start molding this tournament as you see fit, right? That's when, if you really want to, you can start hunting people down, taking out other squads who might potentially be looking to take over your drop spots later on in the tournament. You know you're safe. There's no reason not to just go for it now.
That's such a good point here, too. And with the fans and the crowd trying to give these teams the energy, Graceful actually highlighted it earlier, that I don't know if the general public understands how much energy cheering and supporting your teams out loud in the arena really helps with the morale of the whole squad, preventing the tilt from really coming on, especially if squads see the opportunity where they can try to grief you. I mean, we're gonna have to see. We still have 2 more games left, but the action has not stopped. I wanna hear from you peeps. I wanna hear the action that's been going on in the crowd. Tell us how everything's been going here.
Vicky, thank you so much. Apex, what up? I am here with the crowd. They are going crazy. Let me tell you something. If you missed ALGS LAN here in LA, you are missing out, all right? Don't miss out on the next one. But I got some familiar faces here. We got Drum Bum, we got Morg. Guys, tell me your favorite part of ALGS LAN.
No, I'm not gonna lie. It's watching these guys fry up here on stage and seeing these amazing people go crazy for this game that we love, man. It's the best thing in the world, baby.
To piggyback on that, to feel inspired by the pros, the creators here, everyone who came out to support such a beautiful organization, and to see all the homies, of course.
Let's go! So to my right, I got Dre Nilla and I got Deridium. Fellas, who do you have winning ALGS LAN this weekend?
Ooh, winning the entire tournament. Well, I'll tell you who I don't want to win. TSM and DZ. They won too much. We need an underdog to win. Let's go, FURIA! Let's go!
That's fair. Deridium, what about you? Who do you have winning ALGS LAN in LA this weekend?
I'm also 100% rooting for an underdog team. I want to see an OXG win.
Let's go! Well, that's it from the crowd. It is insane here. If you missed it, don't miss the next one. Vicky, take it away.
Thank you so much, peeps. Shout out to the crowd here at LA. It's giving me energy as well. You know, it's been a fantastic time in the Galen Center and also watching these pros play their lives out because we still got 2 more games here for groups B and C.
Yeah, look, shout out. There was, I think it's the Apex podcast. We had one of the creators there, one of the longest running podcasts we've got for Apex Esports. Lots of history going down on that one. I would advise you all to check it out. But no doubts, there will be more stories coming here today from the 20 teams that we've got in this lobby. So many doing so well, frying. I mean, Aurora, teams like that we expect, but also some teams like Red Ram who've shown up today in a way that perhaps not as many expected.
Time to see where the circle pulls this time here. Our mortal enemy as we move on to game number 5 on World's Edge. You talked about it before, Gino, but at this point, 5 games in on this group, some of these teams have already played. Seeing where they kind of stand in terms of if they're in the top 20 or not, who will potentially be going over to the elimination bracket, or who is safe on that winner's side. Which of these teams could reap that opportunity for any teams that could be on the border to prevent themselves from getting contested in the future?
It's a viable strategy. We've seen it happen before. Looks like we're going to be getting the Legend Selects coming in here soon. You can see WMNDY going for the Conduit, and as we say, that pretty much means we're going to get the contest. That one's over at Fragment, of course. Newcastle, I believe NORTHEPTION are the only team playing this LAN. It's a pretty rare pick these days, but it's an interesting and exciting one. It's one thing I love about Apex at the moment. You know, we've definitely got a meta, and you can see that on your screen right there, Bang Bloodhound Caustic, but it's not so set in stone that you can't have some fun with it. You can't try and, you know, try a little something, get away from it, mix things up a little bit.
That goes hand in hand with where these teams feel more comfortable too. Sometimes it's all about comfort picks where they find the most success. Aside from the 50-50 positionings and their exact POIs, things aren't changing here though, Gino. We still got the contest happening over by Climatizer between OMiT and Red Rams. Let's see if this one's a lot cleaner, but it looks like the 50-50 happening over by Fragment is even ending quicker.
All right, here we go. The classic over at Streamer Building here. We've talked about how impactful the Peacekeeper can be. Blocking off one exit with the gravity lift there. You cannot get through that. They'll have to go round the other way, and a nice 90 pump trades there with the Peacekeeper. NDY make it 1-1.
Leapfrog right around the knockdown shield. NDY get to see another day, and rather quickly too, because NTH is right around the corner. We know that they land on Monument side here, the 50-50 happening over by Climatizer, once again taking its time to really bleed out between these two squads.
Yeah, these guys are in no rush, huh? I mean, you're seeing the other one, like they're just running straight at each other. They want to get on with the game, but hey, I mean, OMiT won game 4. Like, why would they be in any rush to sort of do anything different?
That's what makes me really uncomfortable about these early fights with Conduit too, because Conduit naturally prolongates these fights as well. So while depending where the circle will be pulling, you can expect other squads to try to take advantage of this rotate here. They do get scanned while they hold on to the high ground for now, but it is nice to note this circle this time will not be pulling on the outskirts of Climatizer. Instead, a circle that we have seen before, I believe. It will be pulling over towards that northern Countdown side, may even pull slightly on the outskirts of the southern building of Countdown. We're going to have to see, but a team that will definitely be able to capitalize off that is 07 with the ring console over by Lava Fissure.
Yeah, look, I'm even putting I'm putting a little bit of space there over on Lava Fissure too. I think there's a chance it continues to pull up that way. Boogie Borders, I mean, they've left Countdown, the spot they stand in, to go over to Lava Fissure. I'm trying to see if they've got the... No, so Landslide got the beacon this game, which at the moment generally means the Boogie Borders do not get it in Countdown. That's currently how the beacons are playing out. There's been some back and forth about that, but I guess they were hoping that 07 might have rotated away so that they could grab their ring console over in Lava Fissure. But of course, if 07 have scanned that and you know, they just want to play from their home POI, they're still here. But look, I think there's good news and bad news here, Vicky. Bad news is that Boogie Borders don't get that information for sure. The good news is they can probably find that indication from the fact that 07 haven't rotated anywhere else.
Also unfortunate they probably will not be able to get that Evil Harvester, considering the fact that we see Gear Gaming right there on the south side of Lava Fisher. 07 had capitalized off of that, at least since this is their POI, and they look like they even had a gold extended energy mag, so having the loot that they need before quickly rotating.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a good point as well, because if they don't hit that beacon, right, that's another 200 Evo gone begging, and in the early game, you know, maybe, I can't remember if we got to see Boogie Borders, are they up to even blue yet? Hopefully, but if they don't get that that initial ring console, it goes a long way to getting you either blue or towards the purple. That extra 200, it's important in the early game.
Wow, 07 went for the quickest rotate though. Not only did he go from the north side of Lava Fisher towards Trials, but they've already wrapped around the mountain and are now currently looking at NORTHEPTION, where Aurora have Trials, probably already sitting on height, and the fight over by landside with Fnatic, Yuka, the beam on the Nemesis, just trying to get that Soul player. Nice follow-up from Leica here with the Hemlock, preventing them from actually finding the safety inside the truck.
Serenity doing it tough. I mean, they've already made it all the way over from Geyser, but there's no way he hits that Sensi shot onto Legacy.
Oh, served on the silver platter. I mean, he literally slid in his line of sight. All he needed to do is get that hip-fire charged Sentinel shot. I like the split positioning with Yuka now rotating on the platform high ground, where his teammates just drop down, clean up what they can off the knocks that they already get from the squad below them, and making sure no other third party is waiting in the distance.
Yeah, so I think they're trying to work out what happened to the third. And Serenity looked to have gotten away with just one player left alive. I think that was Jesco.
Caustic ran as fast as possible. With that gigantic hurt box, I mean, I don't blame him here.
Yeah, look, Jesco's been a big up-and-comer in APAC South, actually. On the roller, I would say one of the best, if not the best rollers going around, maybe behind Gugu on Wonton Dumpling at the moment. Really been enjoying seeing Jesco come up. I believe he was playing from the Challenger circuit early on, and then he's made his way into Pro League and now to LAN. You love to see those stories of players maturing and really getting through to the top level of Apex competition.
I want to see what Design's trying to cook up with that portal. Trying to put it around the back end of Thermal. I mean, it's a good escape option because it's TSM who are right in front of them, as we can see right now. They have that slight high ground overlooking this POI, but there's also two beacons here that teams may want to try to fight for, but for how long with other squads like Tamyeon-kun who take their time to rotate and play more so by the edge. We know that Liquid are going to be rotating from Thermal Station shortly, maybe actually coming right behind both TSM and Disguise through that choke if this fight takes way too long, but Timmy having to drop down, give up that height after losing out on his shield.
Oh dear. Shots coming in from all angles here.
And he doesn't have phase, and we saw him use the portal earlier. So Design just trying to use the pillboxes just so that way he could reset here. Where how? This is the information that we were aiming for. He's gonna be able to get that survey beacon, see where everybody's at right now. He's gonna see the entire side of North Lava Fisher countdown area completely congested, and probably the buildings that have already been taken by the squads that have rotated early.
A lot of information they would have got from that man scan. Okay, so 07 have read that correctly. We were wondering, Lava Fisher versus Countdown. Definitely Vicky on the money here, I think, with 07 leaving and going towards the north of Trials there. If we get that dotted circle back on, you'll see, there we go, very much towards Skyhook. But will it pull that far? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm thinking probably under the Raven is a little more likely here.
This time around. I had to tease you yesterday,
yeah,
Matt. Maybe now we finally could try to see it though, but that could also be a very volatile circle, especially if you look at the teams that have to exit out of Skyhook. Very little to no cover other than trying to play out of a line of sight of being on the low ground of the hilltop. Happy to see teams like Liquid who have taken their time to rotate. Once again, they had exited out of their POI over by Thermal, wrapped all the way around from below Mirage, avoiding the fighting that was happening that we saw earlier between TSM and Disguise. But a team that had already escaped, left, I believe off maybe an evac tower, was TSM rotating around towards the other side of Countdown after getting that survey beacon scan. The calm before the storm here for our squads. You can see the teams that haven't had access to these Evil Harvesters still rocking full blues. Something that Tamyeon-kun has no issue with, because on their pathing, they do prioritize those Evo Harvesters. Full purples for this team. They call in the evac tower.
Spotted a subject over there.
They do see a team in the distance right now, though, and on this rotate, maybe trying to cut them off before they can try to get to the choke that would inevitably lead to that tunnel. All right, so they actually wrap around. There's a replicator right there, too, but there's a team right in front of them. Yes, the rat.
Yep, that's just go. That's it. They don't have the info that it's just the single player. Fnatic is still there waiting for Serenity. They might actually be able to finish off their meal from earlier. There we go. He does, in the end, go down to Fnatic. But Tom Young Kung, instead of making the rotation they perhaps might have wanted to, actually go, coincidentally, down a safer route further north.
Ooh, absolutely thriving for them on their rotate, but not really thriving here when it comes to using some more of these meds. I mean, it's fine, though. Reps has 11 shield cells, all the bats in the world. Amazing here. He's even got the double Arc Star as well. Not so great in terms of the energy mag on the Nemesis. He probably has a better mag on the Volt here. Hardeki, though, the Grim Reaper himself bringing back his teams from the dead. And with the lifeline here, too, huge. He's also got the care pack that he could call in from some extra meds if necessary, maybe even an Evo Harvester, the Evo Cash, rather. But he's doing this outside the circle, which could be so tricky.
Yeah, I mean, so he's 33 off his level 3 perk, right? And I guess the question is, does he want to pop the care package right now, give some of those extra, bats? Obviously, these guys are going to have none. Does he, want to get some of the attachments unless they've got their death boxes nearby? Doesn't look like it. He's literally just dropping syringes for them as they head down towards Trials. But yeah, the other question is, does he wait, get the 33 damage, then pick gift wrap and immediately pop the special care package?
For free? No one rotated a counter to go on the. All right, well, we know that Aurora was here before, but nobody ended up taking the high ground from them. I mean,
they even got a loot tick. A cargo bot, I should say.
I guess the Winter Express really did come early in Apex here, at least for Aurora right now, and they're going to be thriving. They got the drone, so no meds necessary here to be wasted. And of course, we already mentioned the Lifeline care package that could be put on the ground. They do have full blues, but we know that the squad has no issue getting those Evo Shields charged up as quickly as possible. Like teams like the Skies who are waiting inside of this truck, design setting them up perfectly with that portal so that way they could get this safe rotate. It looks like they were looking at OMiT perhaps on the other side. We're going to have to see as OMiT and now are going to be rotating through the Vault Tunnel on the northern side of Sky Hill.
Disguise, I think they're kind of hoping that someone charges them from the east here. Someone's trying to rotate in through that tunnel you were mentioning. But it looks like OMiT may go through Red Rams on the other side instead. Okay. Team Liquid here on the bottom. Setting up across the field here from Fnatic. Obviously, they've got the 3 kills from taking out Serenity earlier. Oh!
Gets that little crack with the charge Sentinel, but in the process, they lose out on Leica. Bangle had been called in on the other side. Yanya lying in wait. The Presidente has come to show off what the rest of Liquid could do here, but Yuka from Fnatic now trying to retaliate, finding that knock to Nizo. They want to try to capitalize off of this.
Fnatic is still looking sort of aggressive here. Meanwhile, we got Made in Heaven throwing some shots over at Liquid. I guess that's why they're not pulling in to finish off Fnatic right now. I mean, sure, you've got the smokes out there, but all 3 of Liquid, I think they were just getting a res. Anyway, all right, let's move over to Skyhook where we've got 4 or 5 teams setting up.
Oh, huge nade coming in from Red Rams, finding Lufka in the process. Blast so incredibly low. Already used that Radiant transfer here. Oh, that's a conduit. Gotta have to point at each other as now Blast is gonna drop down. Says, all right, with the circle closing in, this is the pressure he does not want to feel. He does not want to get called out with 17 squads still left. That's gonna be a team fight win in favor of Red Rams. But even better to note, look where he's next to. He's next to the Replicator and he is Conduit. Are you willing to take some of that extra circle pressure just to get your teammates up? Absolutely, to get those banners if you possibly can.
If he gets a chance, yeah, I mean, Red Rams should know roughly, where he's near. I think he's actually gonna give that up. Looks like he's going even further. But as we switch across to TSM, who are at the bottom of Countdown right now, they're trying to keep out Made in Heaven. Looks like Fnatic got through, Liquid got through, somehow everyone has made it through the field north of Landslide there.
Don't know how that's going to work, though, for this next circle, though, Gino, because while TSM hold down this bunker, we know that Made in Heaven and Liquid are going to try to approach from the east side, while Gear Gaming are going to pinch TSM. Yes, they're still in that next circle, but the following circle will be very volatile for them, depending on how both Fnatic and even Legends on the other side of Countdown are going to be able to give them some suppressed fire.
Yeah, knock onto Disguised. I think they're getting looked at by Elevate as well. We're in the opposite building to TSM here. Cloud9 on top of NDY. Red Rams slowly moving their way in. These guys feel like they might be a little bit locked in because they're going to have a really tough time. As soon as you set up in Skyhook and the ring moves away towards Countdown, that choke is just deadly. There's almost no way to get through it alive.
I hear Rez in the distance. Design now having to make the next move here. He does not have that portal. Nice little scan, but right behind him, they're getting pressured out by another team. That's Elevate Gaming, who have not moved away from their own building over in Countdown. Falling a little bit low, looking at Design Shield. He's going to be able to pop that bat. He needs some suppressed fire on the other side. Enemy, though, following up with Timmy. Find Haguanis. Huge here as Liquid now down a member, and with the circle closing in, good luck trying to get the reset here. They even called the evac right in front of them.
Disguised. Where are they going to go, though? They've got Made in Heaven and Team Liquid in front of them. You can see they were being so hesitant because it didn't seem like any avenue was open to them, and it wasn't really. Design has to go into the void, and even that, he takes a bullet immediately upon exiting.
You said you could see, but honestly, Gino, with all those bank smokes, couldn't see at all. There was 3 squads just duking it out in that circle, and it costed Design, the rest of Disguise, and even Liquid's life there. 13 squads now left as Made in Heaven meet them back in the lobby.
Aurora finally had to move off the high ground in Trials. Obviously, these guys aren't going to have the most amount of loot available to them. They get some from those care packages, but a couple of bats available. 07 going in here.
Oh, Nasky's feeling it. The momentum is rolling for 07. We've seen that happen before as Aurora get eliminated in the lobby. C9, they come scoop up the KP that they need.
I mean, Aurora, they're so used to being able to bully everyone with better util, better meds, better armors, but this time, due to the res, they don't have it.
C9 making a wave here, having the loot that they need right at their feet. Meanwhile, the chaos that's happening over on this western building of the Southern Countdown building. It's Gear Gaming and Fnatic that we were expecting.
Having Wonton in these zones is incredibly good. If you can set up down these alleyways, you can see it just takes so long to start getting through them. And TSM, they're starting to work their way through. Let's hear how they want to progress.
Where do we play, though? There's a team right below us if we slide down. Is there like a safe spot? Listen, we got the Costco of this, and we just fucking slide to the bridge. We go to the bridge, okay? We go to the bridge. Smoke them off. Smoke this off. All right. They bangled it. They bangled it. Come now. Come now. Come to me. Diamond's cross. I'm good. They bangled at us. Bad in this corner. Where are we safe? Where are we safe? I'm safe on me. Sit on me. I'm watch our back. I'm watch our back. I'm watch our back. They're my gas. I bangled it behind us. I bangled it behind us. They're all taking my gas. What's one? Cracked one. I cracked one. Where's there a safe spot? Crack two. I don't think so. Knocked him behind. Nice. We have to play for the bridge. We have to fight for the bridge. We have to fight across. Yeah. We have to fight across. I have 20 bullets, 20 energy. We have to fight for the height. We have to fight for the height, guys. I'm smoking up. 50 on blood on the right. 50 on blood on the right. 80 on one. I need help, guys. I need help. Bang, it's one. Bang, one shot. Bang, one shot. We're at the finish. I'm one dead. 2v1. 2v1 right here. Let's go right here. One shot it. Where is he? I need help. He's one shot. Rest. Stick it. Grab the close swap. Grab the close swap. Armor swap. I'm grabbing the swap. They're all fighting. Res now. They might come up. Yeah. Grab the swap. Grab the swap. I'm bed kidding. Yeah, I think it was well. There's a solo in the game. We need energy ammo. I need 18 bullets. I have a lot. I can drop some. Pop out the cell. Only 40. Drop you some. I don't have ulti. I have ulti cell. Who needs it? Give it to me. I don't have ulti. We're at the chill team under us. I have 18 energy bullets. I have 40. I have 40. I dropped these some. I grabbed that. I only have 40. That's it. In the open bank. 60 on the bank. I need to scan it really quick to see what's going on. I don't have bangle. I do not have bangle. Yeah. The trio below us. There's Soul on the right. Wait.
Don't know what to do here. Is the Soul on the right side?
No, there's 2 3-mans. We gotta go far right. We have to go far right and fucking ape them.
Do we smoke right here?
Anyone got a bat? Anyone got a bat?
Yes, I dropped you.
I think we have to go left. We have to go hard left. And force the team to go right. Yeah, yes.
Okay. Do you have
They're going right. Yeah, go left now.
Crossing, there's a last guy underneath. Hero in there, I have the bats, all you guys, kill him.
Make sure we don't get swung on the left. I don't think so.
I don't think he is, bro. Can we swing left?
Yeah. I'm staying here.
We're fine right now. I smoked up on left a little bit.
We want to pinch these teams.
Yeah.
So look left.
Yes, swing left.
Swinging left.
Constantly quick in the left, all my left. One stance, all you guys. 2v2. That, one more.
One shot. Nice.
Play knock.
And they stay alive for now. TSM looking to get second as Fnatic as a 3-man roll in and take game number 5. Let's not forget that Liquid had taken out one of the members of Fnatic earlier on in the game, and they were able to get not only the res, but the location on the rotate to get the dub. But whoo, Gino, on the edge of my seat, I was jumping up and down because that was a crazy and also very expensive utility on the rotate from TSM. They burnt the Nox nade to get through the bridge. Reps was literally repping the set on Gear Gaming on the other side of the crates.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it as a tricky situation. They were eating that Bangle just to get over there. They dealt with the team behind them very well. At that point, they didn't have a lot left in the tank. 07, they were chilling. Somehow they end up in 3rd. That was kind of a rough one for Nasky and co there after having a lot of space in that circle to themselves. But yeah, I mean, well played there from Fnatic. That said, TSM also, big ups to them. I mean, Reps was going big. He was getting vocal. You know, when he's getting vocal, things are going well for TSM. And we know that they're the kind of team, when their back's against the wall, they're still capable of this, Vicky. You know, they're not going to shut down and just give up.
Those comps are stressing me out, although I feel like all of us Apex players, we've been in similar positions like that. When you get the scan, you see where everybody is, having to plan your next moves with even looking at Reps, like limited ammunition at the very start of that previous fight here too, and where to go.
I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? Like, they're coming into game 4 with, I think it was like 2 points or something, right? And now after that, they're sitting up at 29. I'm sure we'll see exactly how it went in this game. 20 just coming from game 5 here. 11 kills, 9 placement points. That's gone a long way to getting them the 33, 35 sort of points that you do require to get through to the winner's bracket.
Nicely played here, the 11 KP. I'm looking at C9 too, by the way. They were able to clear the outskirts of Trial 2, also being able to beam a lot of the teams that had to exit out of Skyhook. We saw a lot, I believe it was like 4 or 5 squads that had to share some of the buildings over there, trying to predict where that circle pool could have been. They were able to secure that 8 KP here. I mean, even looking at Red Rams still finding themselves in the top 10 with 3 KP.
Yeah, Legends Gaming have a little bit of a quiet one. Aurora finally don't just destroy the entire lobby and let someone else play the game for a change. NDY, after winning that early contest, will walk away with 6 points here in game 5. And then some other teams disguised. They've really not made that much of a mark so far.
Even Liquid, man. Another lackluster game here from that team here as we get to see the stats from our top 3 squads. Look at this, TSM with 4.4k damage. How going absolutely crazy with the 2k. Looking at Fnatic, very even across the board here, so 2k carrying just a little bit. That Nox grenade gas damage could absolutely help out your team here. Love the assist that we're seeing. I mean, even 07, the team that we were looking at the very beginning of the game, rotating from their POI and Lava Fisher, trying to get ahead of the curve, finding themselves getting 3rd place here too.
I mean, Nasky leading from the front there with 16k damage and the most kills on his team as the IGL. That is why he is one of the most valuable players in the world at this point.
All right, still a little sweaty out here with this top 10, but now you can see TSM have moved up in that 8th place spot. Aurora still leading the charge, but the gap isn't as large as we saw in that previous game. FURIA chasing right behind them with a 4-point difference.
Definitely a few teams who are able to take this so far. NDY kind of doing the opposite of what they did yesterday. I don't know, was it beginner's luck? It's kind of hard to say at this point, Vicky, but the contest I think they've been dealing with, especially on World's Edge here with Reject. I mean, look, they've won one of them, didn't get the other, and then past that, not much to be said for them.
All right, but they got one more game to go here on World's Edge, guys. Don't go anywhere. Game number 6 on the other side of this break.
Looking to get second as Fnatic as a 3-man rolling.
This world is so fragile. Wants to start throwing stones.
Welcome back, everyone, as a CEO chants ring out in the crowd. The audience is here, and we are back with some more ALGS Split 1 playoffs action. Beautiful game win there for Fnatic. Taking game number 5 now as we move on to game 6, but some teams are ramping up, Gino. You know, better late than never out here for our groups A, B, and C.
It's been incredible to see the level of play at this LAN. Honestly, it's been phenomenal. I don't feel like we've got anyone just, you know, hard throwing, anyone who's just throwing themselves at other teams. It seems like, yeah, really people have picked up their macro, even on the bottom end of our 20 teams in a series or the 40 teams overall. I don't feel like there's any particular stragglers that stick out to me.
Honestly, what's been the most volatile, I guess, if you want to talk about stragglers are just struggling in general, is these circle pools and the decision on rotating in certain directions of these circles. Like, we saw what happened with Disguise and Liquid. You were literally stuck in a hard place there between splitting the high to low ground and Climatizer. That's why TSM making that quick rotate and being in the bunker with the cost of composition, that's why it's so important to be able to hold that space down and make sure you pressure out any squads, whether it be coming from the south side of that Climatizer southern building or even through the bunker doors that lead out to the east side where we saw most of that fight take on.
Where's going next? We'll find out very soon. We've got team picks happening right now. You can see them on your screen there. Karompe from Reject picking up the horizon right next to Red Rams, who will also be contesting, not each other, but both utilizing the gravity lift there. So important in these early fights. It's a north to south dropship, which means that Red Rams versus OMiT contest will be happening quick, smart.
Let's get started, everybody. Our final game here for groups B and C. We know the 50-50's coming over by Climatizer. We know the fight, though, that goes on over by Frag. Or maybe not. Or maybe not.
I haven't seen OMiT come out of the dropship yet. Actually, yeah, there it is, right at the end of the path. So we're still going to have it down here during Fragment. But OMiT, I think they're actually going for Dome, which we did mention was open right at the start.
Gotta keep me on my toes out here while Reject WMNDY showing off what we've already seen before.
No gun!
Not Krumpe getting the first one taken out. Balin coming through with the Mozam. And that's all you need, especially in these early games. You know, the Mozam Cheeks could be the best weapon that you need to cover your back here in streamer building.
I mean, a gun's better than no gun, right? I mean,
listen,
you take the P2020 or the Mozam over just having to use your fists. And I don't think they got the finish, did they? There we go, now they do.
Sometimes I got to bring out the fisticuffs if you are on the sticks out here, but NDY working with what they got. They saw this duo.
Taking this very slowly. It looks like they're waiting for the scan to work out those positions. I mean, like at this point, 3v2 through the smoke. Are you really spamming a Mastiff with 9 shots in the chamber at max range? Surely you can just zerg these guys and try and win that 3v2.
Especially with how long this fight has taken.
Are they worried about NORTHEPTION coming in? I mean, they've done that in previous times, right? They've tried to get into the fight. Maybe NDY are a little too worried about, you know, having to deal with that third party, but we can tell you NORTHEPTION are very much going towards the ring early on this time.
Aside from finishing this fight already, they also would be able to claim that survey beacon that's right there, or rather the ring console that is right there next to them too, so it's also information. Ooh, trying to take a little cheeky angle here, but he's by himself. He gets the B, but come on, you got the massive.
That was pretty
good. He two-pumped him right there. Destroyed him. I mean, he didn't have full health as well, but still the massive making your eyes bleed as the last straggler of Reject WMNDY is trying to get out of the fray.
I mean, the 110 spray for the R301 was pretty impressive by itself. But you know, if we're thinking about the overall series standings here, Reject's going to be slipping down after, losing some of those contests.
Oh, look who's coming in. It's Serenity with the Evo Harvester that they were able to claim. So they have blue Evo shields. Sangjun is trying to run for his life to keep Reject WMNDY alive, at least in this game for now. Don't think that's going to really work out for them as we now tune in to Made in Heaven.
Well, I mean, the crazy part is that even if they go out right now and they've lost the last 2 games with 0 points, Reject is still sitting in 4th spot with 46 points because it was such a great start to the series from them. Stormpoint absolutely where they shined, and unfortunately now that they're getting contested, it's been a lot harder.
07 team that came in 3rd. Trying to take this fight smartly around these bins. Holding also both doors too here at the same time. They are pinging another team, it looks like. Rather, someone that could be taking off angle here as Nasky moves in. They lose out on Nax. Huge prowler shot. He has to reload. It's fine though. He beats them both. He's just better. He pops up in your feed. They get the reset and the Raz as Legends Gaming are sent back to the lobby.
One of the most animated players on our stage today. You see him getting into it. He's had it's a fantastic performance in this series from Nasky, and I think he deserves the cheers he was getting from the crowd after winning that clutch.
Amazing personality. And they also have the ring console, replicator for some extra bats if they need. Could do that quickly too, because you can see around them, Gear Gaming gonna rotate away from Mirage Etoile, right through Lava Fisher, where there's an Evil Harvester and a Survey Beacon, but specifically, the most important thing to know here, Gino, that circle pulling towards Skyhook. So we could expect a lot of these teams to coexist in the final circle. We're gonna have a lot of squads staying alive.
Yeah, definitely looks like a Skyhook zone. As you said, gonna be a lot of teams just taking up positions in the buildings. So actually getting early KP, quite important, because later on, it's gonna be a lot more tricky. When you're stuck in those buildings, you don't necessarily have a clear rotate path to the next spot. Everyone can just sort of peer out their windows, and if you're unlucky enough that the circle moves away from you and you've got to get from one building to another, it can be really tough. I'm gonna go have a quick look for whoever's playing Wraith. I think it might just be Disguised in this lobby, but Wraith in particular in Skyhook zones is fantastic because you can get from one building to another in a much safer fashion than you can with, say, Pathfinder, Catalyst, not that we're really seeing them here. I mean, Bangalore gives you a little bit of cover, but with the amount of Bloodhounds in the lobby as well, not as safe as you might like.
I also think it's pretty interesting here is that the solo from Reject WINNITY has managed to get away. So they are still in the lobby, avoiding not just one squad, but two squads that were chasing them originally around Fragment over through Monument, now hanging out by Epi.
No support character, though.
Oh, yeah, so you won't be able to get that res. But at least staying alive here with 19 squads left in this lobby for this final game as Red Rams, the pings go out. Looking at a team that's right in front of them, but this is what happens with the Evil Harvesters. Is there a team lying in wait? I mean, they have the Bloodhound. They could go for the scan, but that will reveal their location.
Okay, so the other one is NORTHEPTION on the Wraith as well. So we've got two teams with that option. NORTHEPTION set up in the north side of Skyhook right now, whereas Disguise are still actually making their way in. So, well, they've got to get in the building first before they can start making use of that Dimensional Rift. 07, of course, with the 3KP early on in 10th place. Is that?
Heavy ammo here.
Huh. I mean, it really comes to show you how the last few games have been for our squads, just dropping double-digit KP. TSM now coexisting in that middle sniper building that overlooks the rest of Skyhook here, playing off the low ground too.
Yeah, look, I hope 07 aren't, taking their foot off the pedal, Vicky. Obviously, they had a killer session coming first in their series yesterday. But yeah, so far today, it's I guess that last game was the only decent one they've had, only a handful of points up until then.
And we saw something similar there too from 07, where they had a very rough start and then they ramped up on World's Edge, but maybe too little too late. Considering that this is the last game here, they really have to go all out. We know the potential once again, especially after coming in on top from that early fight that we saw. More squads coming in from the skies here. Well, squads like Liquid, talk about Evo Harvesters. We're able to contain themselves with a red Evo, double purple here. Hal gets a knock on FURIA, who are right below them. Madness being the victim of that, but having to be careful with the other teams in the distance that, again, are going to be sharing the same space on Skyhook.
Yeah, TSM are in the thick of it here.
Oof. FURIA not having a good time either, not losing out on Keon too. Fighting for their actual lives right now with so many other squads taking shots at them in the distance. I mean, to put into perspective, basically, the whole lobby minus like 4 squads are already inside of the northern Skyhook zone. Shubi gonna also be able to harass OMiT as they lose out on 2 members, thanks to Nasky trying to follow up too.
Oh, Madness going down too. This is a real shame for FURIA here, who are actually challenging for first place in this lobby. They were 4 points off it behind Aurora at the start of this game, and it looks like their chances are rapidly dwindling. I mean, if you can pull off a respawn in the middle of this many teams, well, I don't know, maybe you should be winning the championship. Or the LAN, I should say.
It'll just actually be robbery. Gonna see Liquid now, knowing that there's a team right in front of them. They do get a nice scan here. The Bangalore ult is gonna be called in. Gonna shimmy shade his way. Get that wall hop before backing away too. Have the notch gas ready to go. Still, the kill feed is lighting up, but Liquid do want to try to close in the gap to maybe take this pull in, get a knock inside of the tunnel here. No third-party potential for these two teams, so this could be a very clean fight.
Yeah, Red Rams here. There is no way he clutches that out!
With the Nemesis, I mean, I'm sorry, NDY, that last member just looking in the opposite direction of where he just completely broke his ankles.
Oh man, Mr. K is going to be kicking himself. And that's what the K stands for this time, because that is... Oh, dude, I mean, what was that, like 110 health or something to like 10? Ouch, man.
And it sounded like the Nemesis had already been ramped up earlier in the fight too, so the rate of fire was already kicking up, so... Oof.
I mean, yeah, that... It's not something that actually comes into play that much with the Nemesis. But yeah, when it's fully ramped up, it's a beast of a weapon. It has some of the highest DPS in the game.
All right. Coming off of the evac tower, Tom Young Kung gonna make that rotate 2, double purple, 1 blue. Gonna play on the outskirts, more so on the edge of the circle. Closer to Servant Camp, but we saw what happened already in Tunnel. We saw what happened with Red Rams. They've already had enough time to reset here but that's going to be the squad that's going to be met up with TYK.
Sure, Red Rams have gotten it together by now, but they are actually kind of split. They've got one player looking down this end of the tunnel, trying to spot it out, and I'm sure he'll get some vision of TYK soon. As you can see, the pings come out immediately as we actually get a shift towards the northwest of the circle, Vicky. This is interesting. Ooh. Teams have not kind of picked this one out. They're actually occupying the other 3 quadrants of Skyhook, but not that one. Look at this, look at this. It's going towards Market, and everyone's just kind of dancing around the edges here.
OMiT minding their own business. Right there in the center of the circle. That Moby looks mighty tempting here, but Elevate know that they're right there too.
Huge rotation from Red Rams, actually. They actually went into the circle to take the big balloon out of Northern Tunnels. They're going to get a killer spot in the zone because of this. Red Rams, who are in 6th on 40th place, are actually now in a great spot to bring this home.
But now looking at this fight right here, Aurora versus... looks to be the squad from inside of this building, holding on to this. The Valkyrie trying to get away in time, but you're so slow in the air. Where can you go? You're trying to move away, get it to Henny cover, but Made in heaven. Now Made back in the lobby. Aurora coming out from this, and looking like they also have great loot to work with.
Yeah, they're a little mad though. I mean, Boogie Board is stealing that last kill away from them. Of course, they've got their position in the Skyhook itself in the middle of the city. Gives them some great sight lines. That's kind of what we were talking about at the start. You've just got so many angles you have to worry about in Skyhook as soon as you make a move.
What's so crazy is that rotate that we saw from Red Rams from the evac tower in the circle, guess who followed in suit? It was Tom Young-kun who came through right behind them, took that same balloon, and now is playing on the high ground here.
Yeah, which is okay, but you can see how important it is to get there first, right? I mean, this position compared to the one Red Ram has, which is in the next circle in a much safer position. Yeah, it just shows you how important, 10, 30 seconds, a minute is on those rotations. It's why you really need to optimize things right from the start of your game, Vicky.
Oh, that sniper shot from the distance, definitely hurting a little bit. You got that blue helmet, but he's going to be able to pop this Phoenix kit. Love the G7 shots that we're seeing from Dexter. But I like what you pointed out, especially when you're playing off the high ground there. At this point in the game, you're going to have to jump off eventually. The circle's pulling away from you, and EA is right below you. Liquid, though, you see the Nox grenade getting sent out as they're sharing the marketplace, calling out where the circle is going to be pulling, but a great place to hold early with the caustic.
I mean, Disguised, who are sitting at 15th coming into this, are the ones trying to pressure them out of market, but it doesn't work, and that's they've committed the Caustic Ultimate, one of the most important pieces of utility you have.
Even more important for Liquid, who are sitting in 19th. Seconds elapsed is insane for this squad. FURIA have come back.
They got the respawn off.
Actually crazy. They were under so much pressure under here. I mean, there was like 4 of the teams shooting at them when we first looked at TSM that were above them, and they got the reset.
I guess sometimes there's just so much tension with all the teams holding each other off that none of them want to actually push and deal with it when they see that green light lighting up. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think FURIA went elsewhere to get the res, right? They couldn't have.
Had to have gotten it right there.
Oh.
Oof, that looks mighty tempting.
Oh, someone yoink it. No Loba's in the lobby. We haven't seen Loba for quite a while, actually.
Yeah.
Exet. Not here anymore. One of the last teams I think we saw making good use of that legend.
Looking like a little snake just sliding around before getting right back into the building. Not going to take that bait with the Kraber here. Reject WINNITY, finally get eliminated in the feed, but survive for as long as possible as a solo after the action that we saw at the very beginning of this game. Going out in 14th with 13 squads still left.
Yeah, we've whittled it down a little bit now. 13 squads at this point is actually, I would say, relatively low with Round 4 closing. Oh, Yuka sniped out of the sky by Enya.
Oh, that was beautiful.
This is a killer spot, though. This is exactly what you want.
Get down, Mr. President. I love Newcastle coming through with that ult, but it's extra cover to get on top of the roof, but playing this out as a duo now, as the circle closes in. E8, who have taken their time inside of that building, are rotating out of this with full blue Evos. Here comes the feed, though, lining up double Sentinel, one for Design, another for Raki. C9 on their last legs, with Saucer being the only one alive, and they're gonna fully send it. C9 get eliminated. FURIA get to retaliate finally.
Yeah, they're gonna have a tough time though. They're on the bottom. We've got TSM and Boogie Borders also in the Skyhook. Fnatic actually around the side as well. E8, they might just be able to run it a bit further as the chaos of those teams around the middle. I mean, every time this happens, right? When you have teams coming out of Skyhook, they all just descend in a mob together. They've got to try and run towards the circle, and I mean, it's going to be so tough. All NORTHEPTION on the top of that building actually get taken out.
This is our Newcastle wall, Red Ramsey, and and looking like pretty healthy too after that fight.
Oh, is that where?
Yep,
right, maybe that's how FURIA got back into it. They got delivered. That's an incredibly lucky replicator for FURIA if that's the case.
And Fnatic is going to be able to profit off of that too. Replicator stocks going strong, as well as the Sentinel once again in Raki's hands. This time onto Hardeki himself. Boogie Borders are going to just stay here for right now, but not for long, with the circle closing in shortly right behind them here.
I mean, you can see they're down on meds and ammo right now. Look at that. 1 med kit, 2 cells left for Panna. They're dishing out the damage, but they can't take it that much. So there we go. They're going to try and push these other teams out as early as they can, because they know if they get into a scuffle down the bottom, they can't come back from it.
But using that Nox nade like that, I mean, you know that squad had all the space to just rotate out of that.
Right, but look, that's the only time they've got to go with it, Vicky. They had to do something, and they had to do it right now.
Dropping down the smoke to give them a little bit of cover. They see the spot to the right, but you're slowed down. There's nowhere to go. Design still lighting up the feed with the Sentinel. TSM with reps still alive. We heard the Jordan chants in the crowd earlier. Look at this madness right now. E8 trying to stay alive. Boogie Borders with Fussy on the other side. They're taking circle damage. TSM get eliminated. Boogie Borders meet them back in the lobby. Serenity somehow still alive, while Red Rats are just looking at this fight, not getting involved before they find themselves disguised.
That's it, Red Rams, they've gone in on Disguise. They want control of this market. Whoever sits in there is going to have access to pretty much all the supplies they need. How's the fight going?
Oh, they find a one knock. They can't let him get through that portal. No taxing along here.
They're gone. That's it. Disguised all of a sudden have the best spot in the game.
With Red Rams eliminated, our last 3 squads in this final game in this Group B and C lobby. You have Liquid still alive with such an important last game here for them to turn things around. Serenity and Disguise. But how much is enough here? Look at the way that each team is positioned, you know.
We're going to get a moment of quiet here. 3 teams have relatively safe positions for now, but Serenity, I believe, are going to get pushed out first. Liquid will probably be followed. Disguised, however, are going to be safe for quite some time. They do have the caustic as well. They're going to be able to set up lots of barrels, lots of traps if anyone tries to get into the market and take that space away from them. It looks like Serenity are actually making an early move here because they know that if they wait, the teams will be focused on them.
Love the priority on the prolonged scan. Takes the Bloodhound perks. They get a knock. They follow up. Kawada is following to get Serenity. Liquid looking like they've racked up a Yunya so low. Timmy's pushing in by himself, having to back away. He needs some help. The rest of the Skies now are going to be able to get the loot that they need. They see the evac tower. Where are they going to jump to from here?
Barely even a time to get a cell off. Enemy is keeping his eyes trained on the enemy. As they come around, they swing. So much damage getting done. Disguise, I think, are going to take this one.
I love these signs. I love the energy. Get comfortable being uncomfortable.
I am your mental. Everyone knows. They've listened to this man.
The design comms paid off, Genome. Disguised. Oh yeah, wave the banner around. Great patience. Love the pullback from Timmy at the very end there. Liquid really try to play to fully wrap around that wall, but Disguise sticking together. Taking game number 6. Design popped off. At the end, Design got like 8 kills, but in total, this squad finished off with the dub and 10 KP.
I mean, I think that's one of the things about DSG that's so strong, right? At any moment, any one of these guys can take over the game. You've seen the ridiculous clutches that Timmy comes out with. You've seen the hilarious calls that Design comes out with, but that doesn't mean he can't put the team on his back when he needs to, like this game. And Enemy, I think he's the unsung hero of DSG, honestly.
I love the vibes from this team. It's been a great time to look at groups B and C. I'm going to send it to you, Glitter. Break down the action after our last game here. It's been a fantastic time to see these teams really rally up before that elimination bracket is among us.
Thanks so much, Vicky and Genome. Great job closing out that series. Even more action was in store for us in the second half of that TIFF. I mean, we saw loads of consistency out of Aurora, but in that last match, DSG, we knew they were capable of doing it. They closed it out.
They are very capable of taking map wins at any point in time. You think about their journey just to even get to champs. When it came to clutching up that match point finals, in every piece of content throughout their entire competitive story that came out after that, it was just, you know what? I'm on this Disguise journey with them. I've already ironed out my mental. I'm ready to lock it in and get comfortable being uncomfortable, you know?
There's a reference in there if people aren't getting it. Okay, but didn't you pick them, Jayhawk?
I did, because they are comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Going into that
go.
game, they weren't doing that great, but they kind of pulled it back. They get 43 points, and now they're sitting pretty going into the next set.
I mean, they looked fantastic, but it wasn't just DSG. Obviously, they closed out in strong fashion. We had 3 teams at the top kind of battling back and forth, for that top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of big names or new names are coming up. We're getting a lot of stuff. It was really nice to see as well in that last game, Liquid as well.
Sure,
they were very quiet. They were very quiet. And like I said, they take a little bit. They're usually at these tournaments. I've watched them a lot. They tend to sleep a little bit during groups, but when they wake up, man, they come out fully swinging. So it was good to see them as well up there with DSG.
We hear the crowd cheering as well for some of these squads that we're talking about. But I think this was a really important way for some of these teams to start off the tournament. I mean, we even talked about TSM at the but both in the beginning and at the halftime portion of the competition, things started to look a little bit better for them once we switched maps.
At one point, it was a 0-point game, a 0-point game, a 2-point game. And then I looked about 9 and I was like, all right, we're gonna have to do something about this. We can't let this go on forever. And there were some people in the back on their computers, and I'm not sure if that's where the TSM script is actually being written. So just keep your eyes out. But at the end of the day, they know, and they have such a good team dynamic throughout Raven. They trust in each other. They've been through this scenario before. And to come to terms with it, you think back to champs, no one would have pegged them to win that. And then they go on to take back-to-back-to-back wins. So, you know, we're still in groups at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and that's why nothing is written in stone just yet. We'll take a look first at our match results from our final match 6. DSG at the top with 10 kills, but things get pretty evenly spread out from there. We talked about Liquid starting to pop off. I mean, Serenity up here. Red Ram still trying to get the slaying on the board, even getting an opportunity to see a little bit out of Boogie Borders, Jayhawk.
Yeah, and some of those teams like Disguise, like Serenity, like Boogie Borders, this was a crucial game because they didn't have a lot of points coming into this one, and because of the group stages, points is what matters. It doesn't really matter where you finish on the leaderboard, you just need to be getting those points. So having that final game where you can get some of those to close out the series and maybe build some confidence is really big.
And then we see, of course, FURIA, Fnatic, and Aurora down there at the bottom as we move on to the second page, but those were our teams at the top that everyone was trying to catch hot stick. They didn't do fantastic in the last match, but they did so well in the series that they're so comfy.
Aurora got a curse that my team was all too familiar with SkyWest and Trials. I talked earlier in the pregame about how Lifeline scales really well with SkyWest and Trials, and by what I mean by that is that you go around the map, you do a lot of Evo, you get the purple, then you get the free Evo cash, but you have to be able to leave the POI to do that. When you go SkyWest Trials, you don't generally want the zone to come on you, you want it to be near you. So they kind of got a little screwed in that regard, but they still, I mean, hey, they still are pulling away with points that I'm sure they're happy with.
I mean, we're talking about points that they're happy with. Look at Made in Heaven there, no placement points, but able to get 7 before they go down. That's huge for Made in Heaven.
That's exactly what they need to do. And I think Made in Heaven is one of those teams that's been flying under the radar. And that's been just the theme of the Year 4 Split 1 playoffs. It's these teams that you may have not thought were going to be able to take down some of the Titans that we're used to seeing dominate everything. And it's like, no, we can fight. We've made a name for ourselves. And now the world, well, you're going to see us.
Really, really strong performance overall in the series from our team as we take a look at those series results. Aurora by just 1 point, edging out FURIA to take home that first spot. And this was a tough battle at the top. Even Red Rams just barely going above Fnatic now by 1 point. This was not an easy lobby, even as we continue to move down the list, Jayhawk.
It absolutely wasn't. We had some Titans in this one, like a Liquid, Legends, TSM, some of these teams that previously have been so dominant. They didn't have great performances, but that opens up the door for FURIA, Red Rams, Reject, Made in Heaven to have that series. And I do want to say, coming into the series, FURIA, you know, some of these teams, we were looking at them to potentially show up and have a better set than they did yesterday. FURIA did, but then Aurora, Red Rams, Fnatic, they're continuing that success that they had yesterday and building that momentum.
Yeah, and then Hotstick, talk to me about some of these squads on the other half of our results as well.
Yeah, to piggyback actually perfectly off of Jayhawk's comment there, the big one that's sticking out to me is 07. They had a monumental day yesterday, but because they haven't really continued that in this series, that is going to leave some room for the top end a little bit there. So again, like I said, to me, they've always kind of been a feast or famine team. So I'm hoping that they can kind of like get it together, bring back that energy that we saw yesterday, because it's infectious. We love to watch it.
Yeah. I also saw you shaking your head there, Tiff. Any quick points you want to make?
I'm just happy at this point in time for the teams that were like, they were just very not happy with their performance when they took the stage of the first place. Red Rams in particular, they were like not happy with 8th place in A and B. And they were like, you know what, we're going to go back to the drawing board. We're going to improve on it. And they did just that. They placed into the top 3. They're surrounded by Aurora, you know, FURIA, Fnatic, Reject. Those are some heavy hitting squads. And if you're looking to put yourself in that same realm as them and say, yes, I am of that caliber, that has to be the momentum that you need to keep carrying forward, especially into the bracket stages, because that's where it's all going to matter.
Yeah, they've definitely been putting in the work today so far, this entire event as well. But if I'm not mistaken, I think we now have an opportunity to talk to some of our players. Peeps is standing by with Keon and Vaxlon.
What up? Glitter, thank you so much. I am here with 2 of the best in the world. We got Vaxlon, we got Keon. Fellas, you guys are one of the clear-cut, best-looking teams in the game, and I'm not just talking looks, all right? What is the secret to your success? Why you guys work so well together?
I mean, we're all here for the same like goal, same work ethic. Vax and Madness had a huge like run back in the day, if anybody knows, if they've been around in the scene for that long. So they've got that chemistry, and I'm just filling my role, doing my thing. And me and Vax just really balance Madness out really well. He used to be a really passive IGL, and now we're getting to show him and his mechanics off in front of everybody, because I feel like he's been slept on way too long.
Yeah, make some noise, Madness! So Vax, what do you think of that? Why are you guys working so well together?
I mean, yeah, Keon's right. Madness and I have gone way back, so our chemistry is really good. Our biggest thing is cohesion. I think our cohesion, our communication, our energy is just like, it just works. It's like 3 people calming, and we just all trust each other.
You guys vibe so well. So I got a question for you. A lot of the NA teams haven't looked like the powerhouse that they usually are, you know, the region NA. Why do you think that is?
I think it's complacency. I think a lot of NA teams are like, they got really complacent. And I still think we're the strongest region, don't get me wrong, but I'm kind of glad everyone's getting humbled. I'm really glad we're all getting humbled.
Look at that, maybe another region winning this LAN. So Keon, to all the teams that gave everything they have in Pro League but didn't make it to LAN, what are some words of encouragement you have for them?
Just don't stay complacent and make sure that like you can control the things you can control. Like even us, we're not perfect. We came like, oh man, we came 20th, 19th, and 10th and still made it here. You can do it too, bro. Like you just don't get frustrated. Control the things you can control, and you know you'll be here next time. Like there's a buttload of teams that can make it to LAN here, and like especially from NA. Like we're missing Optic, Xset, like a bunch of teams that are like powerhouses that were like set to do really well, and they just kind of like, I think they got complacent, and I think that's like the biggest issue right now.
It happens. So crowd, make some noise for two of the best in the world. Glitter, take it away.
Thanks so much, Peeps. Fantastic job interviewing our players as always. But I love that we get to hear that. Vaxon saying, I'm kind of glad that people are getting humbled right now. A little bit of an opportunity to learn, right?
Yeah, I think you could approach it that way. When I was talking to a lot of the coaches and analysts from North America specifically prior to playoffs, a lot of them were talking about, well, you know, it's interesting when we approach playoffs because, in my opinion, North American Pro League is a little more difficult than playing against the other regions just based upon how it plays out. Well, then you hear from Keon and Vaxon, and well, they're just saying you can't get complacent. You have to work towards what the other regions bring, and I think all of them are skilled in different things.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things, and I might make some enemies saying this, but I mean, we have seen, with Season 20, we saw the biggest meta shift we've ever seen in Apex. I mean, we have entirely new systems working, macro has completely changed, and I do think there's a lot of NA teams have gotten a lot complacent. And again, I'm going to catch flack for saying this because obviously my team didn't make it, but I do think, from what I study from other teams, there are a lot of NA teams, surprisingly, that don't understand the macro that well still. Like, they're great teams, they're obviously great scrappers, but like there's so many macro mistakes that they can learn from. And I'm hoping that at least the group stage is a wake-up call enough that that NA doesn't just fade away the rest of the tournament. I want to see them come back as well.
Yeah.
And I do want to say on that complacency, I feel like when you're at the top, it's a little harder to maybe come into this LAN and have that same fire because the other teams are trying to catch you. And
Sure.
NA might feel that way, but we're seeing so far a lot of these other regions, they're showing up to play. And some of these regions too, like APAC North, they're sort of renowned for being difficult to adapt to because of the different comps they run, the different play styles they have. And so, I mean, if NA doesn't put the foot on the gas pedal, then who knows what we could see.
And I feel like we've talked about that a lot at previous LANs as well, but no LAN has been as, it's been as evident just how much of a wrench APAC can throw into the play style and the rhythm of NA and EMEA, especially when you consider that, we talk about this all the time, every single year, the level of competition gets better. All of the individual players are getting better, and they all kind of have to converge on this global stage with lots of unknown factors that you are currently hashing out in group stage. This is like your opportunity to really try and nail down the last few things that you can then bring into the bracket portion of the competition.
No, and I completely agree. And when I was listening to Hotzik talk about it, we get really surface level on the macro mistakes that we're looking at. Do we have any in particular scenarios that you wanted to highlight that you'd witnessed throughout?
Not without probably making a couple enemies.
Okay, we could make some enemies. It's fine.
Maybe further down the broadcast we'll get a little more unhinged.
Send it then.
Jayhawk looks ready to say something.
Nope.
Everybody's playing it safe. Everybody is playing it safe right now. Either way, this now leaves us with only 2 more series in the group stage before we figure out exactly kind of where everyone will be seated. Looking towards the future, Jayhawk, any expectations?
I mean, we're speaking about NA and can they bounce back, and I'm looking at some of these next sets because, you know, some of these teams, they didn't have those performances, but we talked about LG yesterday. Can they bounce back? Maybe Oxygen, they had an okay series and they were feeling confident, but I talked to Vayne and he didn't feel like the first few games quite went their way, and it took a little bit to get into that rhythm, so maybe in these next 2 sets they can really figure it out.
Hotzik, what about you?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same vein. I mean, I think you're starting to see the NA teams pick up a little steam. Like, as much as it, I think, would make an interesting storyline to see TSM not do well. I mean, they are a very momentum-based team, and they are kind of like a second-half kind of team. Like, they, no matter how bad they do, I don't think I'll ever count them out because history has proven they are literally never out.
Oh, yeah.
So that's one of those teams that's you always have to keep your eye on. You give them an inch in the game. They haven't found many inches yet, but you give them an inch in the game, and they will go miles with it. So definitely looking forward to a lot of hopefully the NA bounce back. I want this to be interesting.
And then Tiff, your thoughts on the potential next series as well?
Oh man, so we got B&D coming up next?
Yeah.
Well, for the players that are in Group B, good luck on playing all the series in a row. That war of attrition, the momentum-based, if you had a good performance, you'll be able to carry that throughout the next one. But despite if you didn't have that, well, maybe now's the time to turn up that fire.
And we'll have to see, because you and I also picked Reject for the next one.
Don't
so
tell
we'll
anyone,
see.
don't
Okay,
tell
sorry,
anyone.
we're not going to talk about that. We're going to take a look at the
I know.
overall standings and see where everybody is right now for the group stage. Dark Zero still at the top, 127. No one been able to catch up to them yet, but Aurora chipping away at it slowly. Meanwhile, you can see all of these shifts that are happening based off of, obviously, the arrows there on the right side of your screen. Any big surprises for you when we're looking at these, Jayhawk?
Well, I mean, looking at this top 5, I feel like we're starting to see some of these teams that feel pretty locked in. So DZ, Aurora, VP, Alliance, Fnatic, and out of those teams, no surprises except for VP. They're kind of standing out because although they have Sharky, although they have Pricey, and Way, as I've talked about, one of those up-and-coming controller players, I don't think people are expecting them to be third through 2 sets. And with that kind of momentum, a 70-point series yesterday, what could they do in this next series today?
Absolutely, and we're looking at the second page here. TSM having shifted up 14 spots and then looking down here towards the bottom. Some of these teams, you can see they've already played 2 series, one last opportunity. It's now a do or die, right? They need to get everything in the next series that they can. Otherwise, they're going to be moving into that elimination bracket. It doesn't mean they're out. They still have an opportunity, Hotic, but they're definitely going to be keeping that in the back of their mind.
Absolutely. I mean, even though group stages ultimately don't really influence the end result, you can make a losers bracket run and
Yeah,
win
absolutely.
and whatnot. It never feels good. Like, it feels bad because to do bad in group stage, because it just feels like, in the team environment, it feels like you aren't figuring out how to play this current lane. Every lane is different from scrims. It's different from every lane prior. So, obviously, the big one right now, that I'm sure a lot of people are looking at, is LG and 38.
Yeah, we'll have to.
That is, wouldn't want to be Slayer in that booth.
Listen, we'll be keeping our eyes on LG as we still have 2 more series on the day. Like we mentioned earlier, starting at 2:30 p.m. it will be groups B and D, and then to close out the day, we'll get A and C going up against each other. But before we get into our next series, it's time for a short break. It'll give everybody an opportunity to rest, get a little bit of a reset going, claim your Twitch drops as well, and be back here at 2:30 PT to see more Apex Legends action.
Swing back up, it's a wild goose chase, the FURIA win, taking game 3 in style. Let's go. And now swapping around with the melee. OMiT, even with the evil shield disadvantage, deep down Aurora for game number 4. TSM looking to get second as Fnatic as a 3-man roll-in. Touchdown is getting down to score.
This world is so fragile. Once you start throwing stones. Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend? Again, ready for the big finale. This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
When Apex Legends first burst onto the scene, the game came with a cast of 8 playable characters, headlined by Wraith and Pathfinder, whose abilities pushed the already exciting movement the game had to offer to the next level. Naturally, as a competitive scene formed, these 2 characters were also the foundational pieces of the early meta. But over the next couple of years, Gibraltar and Caustic began to chip away at the thrones held by this duo, and that takeover became cemented in the early part of May when Valkyrie was released. She, combined with Gibraltar and Caustic, brought about a legend composition so strong that nearly every single competitive team in the world was using it. Gibraltar, Caustic, and Valkyrie had become the dominant meta. While this trio of legends sat atop the mountain, a newcomer had arrived that immediately threatened to change everything. Seer was released and took Apex by storm. With his abilities to passively see enemy teams anywhere within range, a tactical that would lead to certain death, and an ultimate that was essentially temporary wall hacks, everything about him was broken, leading to immense outcry from the player base that something had to change. And Respawn heard the feedback, nerfing Seer within a few weeks of his release. The competitive scene had thought the reign of Gibby and Caustic was coming to an end, but this nerf quelled the rebellion, and they dropped him entirely. The kings of the meta remained comfortably on the throne, until his Wonton showed up.
I'm on me. 110 on Gibby on the battle. Got him. Give 90. Give close down. On me. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Good shit. He's gonna swing that left side. Dude, yeah. I'm in this. I'm in that. He didn't heal. Give me. Caustic. Shit on him. Hit one shot out. On me. Give me crack. Give me dead.
He did.
Yeah, he got it off.
He actually prevented it from healing.
It's big, and that's gonna give him the res now because he's gonna have to heal back up. That buys them the time. Seer is legit. Seer is here to stay. And Zera gonna connect. Oh my god, this fuse and Seer combo.
And he's got 3 thermites, making another. Can we see a third? It doesn't even matter because it's Wonton cleans up Spacestation Gaming.
Give me slow, give me slow, give me slow, give me slow. Behind you. You got that. You got it, bro. You got it. It's just you. You got it. You win it.
Oh my god! Are you kidding me? His Wonton is an animal!
The game is not merciful to those who lack imagination.
Before his Wonton could ever break Apex Legends, we have to go all the way back to May of 2020. ALGS Online number 6 is taking place, and we have a team who is completely unknown competing. Now, they don't make it to the finals lobby, so it wasn't the most noteworthy of runs, but it was our first time seeing his Wonton dip his toes into competitive Apex. But we fast forward to season 10, and Watson's Apex career almost ended before it even truly started. You see, he lived in a small town in Arkansas, and the internet there was inconsistent to say the least. And with constant crashes, Wonton had reached a breaking point where he thought he might have to give up gaming. But in steps his good friend Keon to save the day.
Then the internet stopped working. It just didn't work.
And he like just messaged and he's like, hey guys, like I can't do this like anymore, into like our group chat or pretty much. And he was like, I just can't play, my internet is like not working.
I'm living with my parents. I don't want to be a burden to my parents at some point. I got to move out. The internet sucks. I'm just gonna have to go get a job or something. I don't know. Gotta do something. I don't want to live with my parents.
I just asked my mom. I ended up asking my mom, and I was like, hey, can like Wonton come in and like just stay with us? And my mom was like, sure, but like he's gonna have to pay rent. I paid my mom for like 4 months of rent. And I told Wonton, I was like, you can come stay if you want. Like the offer's on the table.
And then he called me and he was like, dude, Wonton, I let you live with me. Will you grind for number 1 and 2 and just stream and grow our careers? And I was like, I guess. I was like, but I'm not getting on a plane because I was scared of planes. So I was like, if you're gonna come over there, you have to come pick me up. Like you need to drive from Arkansas, 20 hours, come pick me up and drive me back. And if you do that, yes, I will play with you and grind Apex.
And I was like, all right, like I'll be there. So like me and one of my best friends, we drive 24 hours from northern Utah to somewhere in Arkansas. I don't remember where it was at.
Packed me up in my PC and we drove back in the back of his car.
So it was 44 hours of 48 hours was just driving. And then Wonton lived with me for 4 months, ended up getting number 1 again.
Pretty much it. And after 4 months, I had enough money and like my streaming was working. So I went and moved into my trailer in Arkansas because it had good internet. That's the only place I could find with good internet. So I moved into a trailer.
And while this was happening, of course, Season 10 was the season in which Seer was released. Upon release, Seer was incredibly strong, so much so that within 3 weeks, he was hit with a nerf. His passive had its range greatly reduced, his tactical could no longer flash or damage you, and his ultimate had an increased cooldown. During those 3 weeks, Seer's presence was running rampant across the professional scene scrims.
Wait, where's the team up top's about to do it now?
We have nades. Like if you break their door, I could farm them too.
They're getting quadruple. Fuck you.
But after this nerf, the belief was that Seer was no longer competitively viable.
Seer's ass. We need to go to Bloodhound.
I agree. This is what I said. As soon as they nerf Seer, he's gonna be.
Seer's 100% ass. The reason why Seer was so good is because his ulti was like such a low cooldown. Just you need to go back to Bloodhound. Seer is not good.
The best teams in the world moved back to the more familiar and straightforward Bloodhound, and eventually everyone else fell in line. But in Season 12, something changed. Wonton and his friend Keon were pred grinding throughout the entire season, with Keon eventually finishing number 1 and Wonton at number 3 in the first split. The entire time, Wonton was heavily using Seer.
The origin of the Seer pick was, I was playing with Messiah, who was number 2 at the time. He was going for number 1. And I was just like playing with him, and like I was kind of just trolling and playing ranked, just being bored. I was like, I'm gonna play Seer. I had 70 kills on Seer, 77. I was like, I'm gonna play Seer. And he was like, dude, do not play Seer. If you lock in Seer, I'm getting off. But that one game, I was like, dude, Messiah, like, I played Seer, like, that was like good. Like, I think we should keep playing this. He was like, no, I didn't play it. And the next day I played with Kine and Enoch. We played Seer, Caustic, Gibby on Olympus and just ran at people all day. And like, it was working. Like, that comp's really bad, but like, it was so much fun. I was like, dude, Messiah, like, Seer is OP'd. Like, trust me, dude. Like, if you want to go for rank 1, let's do it. But I'm playing Seer and I'm going to IGL. Like, this character is insane. And then the next couple splits, I did more number 1 grinds and got rank 1. Just pretty much being the only person playing Seer. And yeah, and then I went to ALGS and I was like, well, guys, like, Seer's OP. I'm going to play it.
Everyone still believed that Seer was terrible, putting him at the bottom of their tier list, but Wonton was preaching that Seer was busted. Nobody would listen to him, so in Season 13, he decided to prove it in a big way. With the release of Season 13 came a massive overhaul in the Apex ranked system. The matchmaking was far more strict, the punishments were increased for poor performances, and most importantly, it was far more difficult to climb the ranks. This was shaping up to be the most competitive ranked season Apex had ever seen, which caught the attention of many of the big name pros. Most notably the CEO himself, TSM Imperial Hal. Hal had never really committed to grinding in ranked for number 1, but for Season 13, he declared this would be his season. The only issue was that his Wonton was determined to become number 1 pred, and with Keon once again grinding right alongside him, Wonton was able to take the crown with Imperial Hal and Verhulst right behind him, eventually throwing in the towel, realizing Wonton was not going to be surpassed. These seasons of ranked grinding to the top with Keon did not go unnoticed, as FURIA, a struggling North American team who was rather mediocre at best, decided to drop their IGL and pick up his Wonton. But they decided to do this 3 days before the last chance qualifier, a tournament where 40 teams would compete for 2 spots to go to the ALGS Championship. The FURIA roster was comprised of Panders, Zera Tricky, and their analyst Sea Lion. Because they hadn't been able to qualify for LAN through their Pro League placements, they needed to compete in the LCQ to have a shot at champs. With their IGL tech being dropped, they were looking for someone to fill the IGL spot. So although Wonton didn't want to IGL, Sea Lion convinced him that with his input on macro and Watson's fighting calls, it can work.
Well, the reason I was a free agent for so long was because I didn't want to IGL. I would turn down like a bunch of people. But then FURIA came along and they're like, okay, listen, Sea Lion, you can IGL the fights, you can run at people. Sea Lion will tell you like where to go. You know, like Sea Lion will figure all that stuff that you don't want to do. Sea Lion will just put it in your brain. And then you just like do what you're good at. And I was like, okay.
And Wonton was about to bring his Seer meta to the competitive scene for the first time.
We need to climb this. We need to climb this now. Climb it now. It's the last 2 spots.
Nice shot. Okay, shit. Nice drop. Nice. We actually won that game.
Go, boys.
Holy fuck.
Good. Damn, he's making me eat my words right now.
And it worked. FURIA won the LCQ, qualifying to the championship. But they had not yet cracked the code to breaking the meta. As Wonton would put it, they were still trying to play the game that everyone else did. But during the build up to champs, that all changed once they realized their own fatal flaw.
We were fighting with Gibby. Zera was on Gibby. And I was like, dude, like, this is not good. Like, you are a liability. I was like, you're supposed to save us. We're having to save you. Like, your character doesn't do anything. Like, half your bubbles you have to use on yourself because the whole team shot at you. Like, that character sucks, dude. And so I was like, we need to just play whatever character gives us the best chance of killing someone. But yeah, I was like, dude, whatever character we can kill someone on, like Zera, just play like Horizon or something. I said it like that. I was like, dude, just play like Horizon or something. I don't know.
So going into champs, they committed. Everyone else is playing the Gibby Caustic Valk meta at an overwhelming rate. Now, I do want to take this time to shout out TSM's coach Raven. At the time, he was working with GMT and had actually released a video theory crafting around Seer right after the Sweden LAN. So FURIA was not the only team experimenting with Seer, but as we'll come to see, they were the ones who created the Seer meta. So Zera drops the Gibby and they decide to play Horizon instead. But how did they break the Gibby Caustic meta? Well, the pick rates at champs for Gibby and Caustic were massive. You can see that around 2/3 of the lobby at all time was going to be running this duo, and they excelled at stalling out in order to allow your team to reset inside a building or a bubble, as well as taking quick short bursts of fighting with their ultimates or Gibby's bubble to claim space. But FURIA's comp of Seer and Horizon could destroy this duo. For Caustic specifically, his gas would often make it difficult to see, but with a Seer ult, this was no issue. Caustic could also retreat retreat behind his barrels and hide within his gas, but a Seer Q could cancel his healing or res, plus a Fuse Q or Horizon ult would fish him out. But Gibby was the main target of this comp. Gibby at this point in time was viewed as the strongest character in the game. He essentially gave every single team a get out of jail free card with his bubble, which was impenetrable and could block all incoming projectiles, ults, bullets, everything. Gibby was so oppressive that every team felt as though they themselves needed to be running a Gibby in order to deal with him. When Furia though would get a knock, the opposing team, per usual, would Gibby bubble and try to just res out in the open, but a Seer Q could cancel the res or heals happening inside the bubble. The Seer ult would then give Furia complete information on the opposing team, giving them the advantage. Horizon ult and nades could be stacked inside the bubble to devastating effect. Furia was also able to control angles other teams weren't. While every squad was running Valk, including Furia was the only one using the Horizon, which allowed for them to easily move vertically within fights. And that verticality also allowed them to dodge Gibby's ultimate. All this combined to give Furia the information advantage, the vertical advantage, the speed advantage, and most importantly, they directly countered the opposing meta comp's greatest strength, stalling and resetting. All of this results in Furia absolutely mopping the floor with every single team in the group stage, placing first overall. An LCQ team who added a ranks grinder were making the biggest tournament of the year look far too easy. But once the bracket stage rolled around, Furia was not dominating like they had in groups. The criticism of simply being a group stage team was looming. With the tougher lobbies, had they regressed back to the mean? They began with back-to-back bottom 5 finishes, but in game number 3, they woke up, putting up 14 KP along with a 4th place finish.
That's a good game. That's a good game. That's how we do it. We just stabilize.
Everyone fucking sucks.
Everyone sucks, and we're just the best team in the world.
All right, that's a classic Furia. Double shit game into the pop-off.
I know, bro. It's so bad.
They followed that up with 9 KP in the next game to grab another 11 points. But with the shift to World's Edge, they slowed down again, getting only 6 points across 3 games. In the final game, they were sitting at an uncomfortable 8th place. Another dud performance could see them drop to the loser's bracket, stifling all the momentum they had built from the group stage. But instead, Furia responded.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh. Cluster. It's very tricky. Oh my! Are you kidding me? Sarah Tricky is insane! He's not missing. He gets the kill point. As Sarah gonna connect. Oh my god! This fuse and Seer combo.
He's got 3 thermites. Make it another. Can we see a third? It doesn't even matter because it's Wonton cleans up Spacestation Gaming.
TSA, this is not legal. Way too many teams. Look at everyone dropping. Are you kidding me?
It's as if the game just started. You're seeing everyone go in, and it's Sarah Tricky on the fuse.
And it's
a little bit for Fusey here.
Burles gets knocked from Panders of all teams to drop next to. You don't want to drop next to the Fuse and the Seer. Furia takes out SSG. They take out TSM. They're on the brink of taking out Zeta Division. They are running through this lobby, and his Wonton is saying, I am the king.
Team Liquid versus Furia. The last 2 remaining squads of this last game of the winners bracket right now.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Team Liquid needs a win. Team Liquid needs the kill. They're in 11th place with 41. If they lose this, they do not qualify. It all comes down to this. Team Liquid needs to win this 3v3 game of arenas. A pure 3v3 with no dome shield. Here comes the push. Sarah Trick is getting attacked up. Kilderson's almost knocked, but Gildy, Front knock 1. Fury gets another. They need the kill points. They need the kill points. Nocturnal. 1v1 versus Wonton. He gets shut down. Wonton says, sit the hell down.
It's his Wonton.
It's fun.
It's
and
his
a 1v for the brand. Oh my god. Are you kidding me?
28-point game, 16 kills, and a win to finish off the bracket stage, taking them to 2nd place overall heading into Championship Sunday. But showing up in the bracket stage is one thing. Showing up on Championship Sunday is another.
The man, the lava monster, as we called him yesterday, the Prince of Apex, as we've been saying all weekend long, looking to step into his throne.
Game 1 is a slow start with only 3 points, but Game 2, Furia shows nothing about their run so far has been a fluke. On Storm Point, Furia land at Lightning Rod, a POI in the northeastern corner of the map. The zone is pulling towards Mill, so Furia begin their rotation towards the west side and catch an unsuspecting Fnatic out in the open with, you guessed it, Gibby.
Right here. In the open, shoot these guys.
Coming. No one else yet. Not there yet.
Give me.
Cracks. He's really low. I'm getting an angle.
Yeah, that's fine. You can give me all that. You can rise off that.
Yeah, I did it.
They get big initial damage, forcing the Gibby bubble, but with no nearby cover and a cancel on the initial bat, Melstera gets separated from his team and gets taken down, although he does take down Zera with some well-placed nades. It's now a clean 2v2. Fnatic does manage to take up space and cover, but before they can capitalize on it, the Seer ult comes out, giving FURIA info and a clean wipe.
Hold that side for him.
Yeah, watch
Zera, Zera, I have you.
He's climbing up on me. Good shit, guys.
He's one.
I'm blocking you right. I'm blocking you. Going right. Going you. Almost. Nice. Good shit.
Now, immediately after, they do get thirded, and NRG actually managed to take out Wonton. But the benefits of playing as an edge team rotating this late means they were able to loot longer and craft earlier, so Zera and Pan tank storm damage, respawn Wonton, and we're back on the move, eventually being able to get the revenge on NRG.
He's one.
On me.
50 on Caustic. Caustic low.
Go in there. Gibby's dead. Nice. Nice.
Dropping.
I'm inside.
They later Valk ult to the backside of Mill on the roof, and the Seer bullying commences onto Team Burger. First, they spot them in a bad spot and utilize the Seer ult to grab easy angles. But once they get a knock, Wonton cues them right as they're about to start the res. It's a little late, so it doesn't cancel it, but it still does give them wall hacks. So Team Burger knows that FURIA knows they're trying to revive, which makes it far too risky, and Team Burger calls it off. This keeps the fight as a 3v2, and eventually off of another Q to spot a second res attempt, it's GG.
Don't die here. Yeah. Good shit, guys. Good shit.
Next, they take down Optic, and then we reach the end game where we see the Seer Horizon synergy. Seer ult gives them info on both remaining teams in the end game, allowing them to time the fight perfectly, and being the only team alive in the lobby with Horizon, they're able to challenge the teams on the height with ease, leading to the win.
We're gonna queue up in a sec. He jumps on the right side, kills Wonton.
I'm queuing up. Cracker.
On me.
Both the roof.
Knocked one.
He's dead. I'm looking.
I'm on the roof.
On me.
110 on Gibby, got a bat off.
Got him.
Give 90. Give slow stage again.
On me.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Good shit. Good shit,
guys. It's too easy.
It's good shit.
It's too easy. You found the tempo.
15 kills, 27 points, and FURIA are only 11 points away from hitting match point. And just look at that pick rate for the comp they're running. Games 3 and 4 on World's Edge are both pretty bad, but Game 5 we head back to Storm Point where FURIA thrives. Once again, we start at Lightning Rod, and then we get a Western pull to North Pad. But immediately, Cloud9 tries rotating behind them.
Car coming behind us.
They going to craft?
Don't know.
I'm running at them.
On me. Almost.
Kill these guys. Careful, I'm not peeking anymore. They give you ult to me. I'm swinging right side. I'm swinging right side.
Your solo's there.
I need help.
We're stunned by the ult. We're stunned by the ult.
I'm dead to this ult.
You see me?
Just kidding, baby. I'm good. Yeah, I see you.
Give me right here. Give me. I'm gonna throw a push. Nice fucking shit, baby. I'm gonna win this 1v1. I'm gonna win the 1v1. It's fine. Trust me. I lost it. He's one bullet.
I got him.
Nice.
I'm here.
Stay up. Play the knock.
You should have.
Nice.
I'm not kidding, baby. Get the fuck out of this, Cloud9. You guys suck.
Yeah, I did so much there to kill those guys.
I farmed, dude.
I shit on them.
Zone. Good fucking crack. Good fucking crack on the game.
Oh my god, I farmed.
Yeah, I did so much there.
Now, we mentioned this earlier, but when opposing teams would throw a Gibby ult, it largely would stall out the other team's momentum completely. But because Zera is Horizon, not only is he able to evade the damage that he takes from this ult, but he's also able to reposition and get in a better spot to take this fight. If he plays the usual meta like everyone else, then he's a Gibby, but that wouldn't have activated him to do all that entry damage that forced C9 to stall despite having the power position. And if he wasn't playing Horizon and was basically playing anybody else besides Gibby, then he's probably dead. Horizon just showing another reason why Gibby is largely ineffective against this comp. They once again move over to the west side of the zone and catch another Gibby team out in the open. A knock followed by the bubble. Wonton cancels the res. This stalls the team out in the bubble so that they're still stuck inside when it drops. Even though they pull off the res, the inability to move to a better spot ruins them immediately.
Give me. 50 on Caustic. Get him. Woo! Valk's over here somewhere.
Kill that guy. Don't let him get away. Don't let him get away.
He's Valk ulting. A new team, back the fuck up. I'm backing up. Get these stairs.
Yeah. Seeing clips like this, it's no wonder FURIA dominated on Storm Point. With so much open space, they were able to catch teams out like this and stall them just long enough to send them to their doom. FURIA later makes their way into zone, rips a Valk ult, finds no playable spots, but with their all-out aggression style of play, they'll just make one.
He queued up. I took it. You can't play it anymore. It's not a spot anymore.
Oh shit.
I'm going here.
Right here. Kill guys.
Yeah, with you. 50 on MOBA. You can play against the wall on me.
Loba's one.
You can play against the wall on me.
Dealing Loba. Got Loba.
Kill
this team right now. We can kill this team.
What's coming behind us? Wait,
Team's on me. Help.
They're coming behind us though.
He's dead. I need a swap.
And with that fight cleaned up, in large part due to the Horizontal and Cyril, FURIA is on match point. And you can tell Wonton is feeling himself. Now, FURIA doesn't win this game, but it doesn't really matter. The 50-point threshold has been achieved. One important thing that came out of it, though, was the double down on Horizon.
When you guys just sit there and say we're gonna kill fucking everything on Edge, that's what happens.
That's what we're playing Horizon on World's
Edge.
Edge.
Fucking zone.
We're playing Horizon on World's Edge. We're killing everyone.
With how easy Horizon makes opening up fights, they dropped the fuse on World's Edge to focus on Horizon fully. With match point unlocked, they have a crack at the win, but over the next 4 games, they don't really ever get close. They place 9th, 11th, 15th, and 16th in the remaining 4 games. That said, they do pick up 17 more kills to push their point total so high that they were guaranteed 2nd place overall. Dark Zero goes on to win, and many had questions about FURIA's decision to stick to their unique and easily recognizable comp and their risky aggressive style. Simply put, FURIA didn't want to try and play something they knew they weren't good at in hopes of getting first, with the possibility of it going terribly wrong, getting no points, and eventually being surpassed by many teams. They'd rather guarantee 2nd with still a chance at the win than swap to something uncomfortable to, in theory, ever so slightly increase their odds at winning. And because of this, they won't be recognized as ALGS champions, but it's a commonly held opinion that FURIA was the best team at that entire tournament. Despite losing to the match point format, they still did pick up the most points of all the teams. And although it would later be to their detriment, FURIA had just shown the world and all their competitors that their comp would steamroll anyone running Gibby Caustic. Gibby went from being the best character in the game to almost irrelevant in the competitive scene after this. Meanwhile, Seer as well as Horizon saw their pick rates skyrocket, becoming the new de facto meta composition. A struggling team took a risk on his Wonton, who convinced them to take a risk on pioneering something new. It's unlikely there will ever be another FURIA who counters the meta so inexplicably that they can't be denied. There were no buffs to Seer, there were no patch notes that led to this massive meta shift. It was simply his Wonton having an open mind about a character that everybody else called dead. And when he realized the strength and power that Seer had, he introduced him to the world on the biggest stage. After this, Seer was everywhere, in your ranked games, in your pub games, and of course, all over the ALGS, going on to win multiple lands. Down the road, he gets nerfed repeatedly because of how strong he was, which is hilarious to look back on, considering that in that incredibly strong and overpowered state, people thought he was weak. So all it took was an open mind and a little bit of creativity, and that is how his Wonton broke Apex Legends.
As we might see Snipe Down brought back into the action to have a little bit of a say in how this game finishes.
Respawn beacons can be absolutely massive in the end game, and of course you drop with shields now, you can pick up your loot, and every team is going to be trying to drill you, but if he can get to his box, if he can armor swap, get those weapons, that could be absolutely massive, as now teams are starting to move towards the circle because this building is not going to be it.
Reps just waiting for the drop. How doing likewise. Shots coming down from above, but going to be exchanged. They're going to be caught in a caustic gas mess at the moment, but TSM kind of just watching everything go down. How managed to get a stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now Letter E are going to make their move. The bubble goes down. The ultimate goes down from the caustic. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipe Down is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipe Down's still trying to do what he can do.
He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down, and the rest of TSM is all down to Reps, and Reps goes off! And what have I just seen?
What did Reps just do? Placita France Joke's going to be taken down to barely any HP. He's going to have to pop a battery as well. Hardeki is still alive here for Gambit. And this is looking like all of a sudden it might be a slightly more winnable situation than previously. The bubble goes up. It looks like Lecita France aren't aware of Hardeki's positioning here, and that means the fight's going to break out between these two teams.
There's a lot of damage that can be done by Hardeki here. All he's playing for realistically is top 2, but certainly will have his sights on the first place.
Well, here comes the Ape, and there comes the Nox. Lecita France get the first one. Joke is trying to connect with the second as well. Lecita France will pick up the kills they need necessary to at least secure that second place. But here comes Hardeki, the one-man army. Is he going to be able to pull off one of the craziest plays we've ever seen in the ALGS? Of course he is. Hardeki is built different.
I point you light, drop me light, drop me light, drop me light.
I don't have any, I have 60.
Give me crack, I think we crack, drop, I think we dropping them. I beamed them. I'm dropping, nice.
14, 32, 14, 32. You win.
80. Nice one.
You're trapping.
Put your arm down.
You have armor swap if you need.
We want this.
Oh, they're putting on each other. Nice.
Yeah.
Left team went on them. So we gotta focus right. Focus right.
Yeah.
They're putting
Right
on us.
coming.
They give you to us.
I have gen on me.
Yeah.
I'm holding here. I'm gonna beam them when they come in.
They're up here. They're coming. I got hit. They might push. Watch them. They're gonna come now.
You right now? Yeah, just focus them when they come.
Yeah, focus only them. Focus only them.
Yeah. Wait, they're in.
Are they?
Bubble?
They're in.
They got a bubble pilot.
Watch banners. Cross stick. Get the skills.
27 flash.
I'm cracked.
Another one. All dead. They're fighting. Beam the cross stick. Beam down.
Don't go forward. Nice. Yeah.
Last thing.
Here.
Get angles. I'm cracking. One down.
On left side. Go. Fuck. All you. 2v2.
All day, but ow!
Oh my god.
Contact with hostile.
Safe there.
천천히. 붙어sal게. 야 완전 필. 발키리. 지붕이가 필.
가.
야 지금 어디 있어?
내 다리 보험 쏠게. 50명 1층만 봐.
오케이.
왼쪽.
나 빼. 옥상 확인했어. 옆에서 옥상. 하나, 둘, 셋, 고. 옥상 봤어.
빠지고 있어. 쏴.
얘네도 밀센가?
눈눈에.
야, 돔 없어, 얘네. 밀어야 돼. 야, 얘 갇혀 있어. 쏴. 벌써 겠지? 가자. 푸시.
간다.
22초.
도망칠게.
나이스 돔. 내가 해줄게.
개피. 지붕이. 라스 발길에.
그래.
Inside. She armor swap to purple.
He's coming.
Back again.
You don't lose this. You're way better, bro. You're way better than this guy.
Just hold for me, Shiny.
He armor swapped again.
On top.
Yo! Get the f out of me!
Reptar.
having a fight here inside a survey camp, and there's going to be some great shots coming in from post-kill. However, Tyler has gone down, and that's the Wraith. So they're going to have to play this one very, very smartly. Post-kill now left on his own. This is not looking good for New Esports, who have looked so dominant so far today. The Nox gas will go down from Caustic. He manages to hit a big headshot. Will he get the knock? There's one coming in from post-kill. That's two down now. If he can get the armor swap, he might be able to win this 3v1.
Just desperately trying to get the kill so he can get the armor swap, and he's doing the damage as well. No way! What have we just seen from post-kill? Massive.
Almost cracked the cat underneath. It's a full team and then the solo. Yep. Did you goo the door? I have gooed it. I've gooed it. I cracked the solo. Oh, you passed it. Nice. Get goo down. We're in the zero. Like, get your spikes down. I'm on cooldown. Get ready for them to set. Set it. Dead. Oh my god. Let's fucking go, boys.
Trying to jump on these three players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions. Pierre gonna pump the battery. He's got the Mastiff in hand as well. He's got an Octane in front of him. This is all coming down to these final shots as Flavor of the Month move in. One more player alive for them to deal with. Can Flavor of the Month get it done? There's a player coming out of nowhere and not in a 1v1 to win playoffs here for Flavor of the Month. Oh, done!
파밍하느라 모를 거야. 신경 쓰지 마. 됐어요? 정신없어 몰라.
손가락 쏜다.
몰라 애들. 내가 어차피 지나가니까 링한테 맞아도 돼.
링한테 맞아. 저 엉덩이도 이상한 새끼 있다.
야. 나이스. 도망가니.
풀소보이 뭐야?
도망가니. 링한테 맞아.
가만있어. 한테 맞아가지고.
됐어. 녹색 없어.
나이스. 나이스.
Бангократ. Я пушу.
Заволгай!
Когда одно.
Я к вам падаю. Пока тут.
Они камни сейчас.
Я троих сигнул.
Только сверху забивать соло. Главное не умри. Но ты стоишь там для того, чтобы на тебя не прилетели. Вернее, чтобы прилетели, и ты сразу же вскинул кнопки. Нет, тут нет, ребят. В опене. Киллы.
Я отсюда не вижу.
Это прям киллы, Святик. Иду. Вот сюда, спам в эту хуйню. Ну нет. Походу попрятали.
Это топ, это помнишь, Кирилл, который ты...
Да, у нас тут хорошая, мы скатываемся и камнями играем.
Вот этот камень в зоне до сих пор, по-моему.
Это тоже? О, заебись, подожди, давай на чувака. Рано, подожди.
Нет, они выходят.
Да рано.
Last squad.
Может даже не надо будет.
Да ну ты.
Там любой вот ласт убегает, я попасть не могу, блядь.
Бля. Эти резнули. Можете левее кто-то играть, слышите? Я отсмочил дом.
Их двое справа там.
Жабу забрали.
Левый спот можете играть еще.
Я иду левый спот играть.
Спускаюсь.
Я поиграю.
Не, они в опене, можно киллы собрать. Да, еще.
Я нокнул.
Канда.
Пока не могу добить.
Окей.
Он мне хуярит, жабу что ли?
Посмотрите дом.
Я смотрю жабу. А
я убью.
Они просто за этой хуйней чилят,
Я ломаю шилд.
Я потом добью, давай.
Жаба пушить будет.
Ката. Ой, канда. Убили ее.
Его украли.
Окей. На кнопку убьем, если что. Он на камень залез.
На камень,
Давай убьем.
Можно.
Подожди, я ультанул.
У них нечем доджить.
Я ультанул и найду за 50 дал на дождь. Да.
Найду. Пустую. Они тоже...
Я не проставил. Проставил сильно, троих. Я троих проставил. Давай пиздец.
Со мной сыграйте.
Я мониторю, ебу, такие будут с другой стороны.
Нокнул, не торопитесь.
Медленно.
Ресетнитесь.
Да. Медленно.
Да, не торопитесь.
И поехали в сторон.
Пошли, убьем.
Я живу, бушуем. Походу, забежаю.
Я сейф. Соник побежал. Стоп, можно забирать назад спейс, мне пули нужны. Соник наш спейс забрал.
У меня ДТшка появилась. Я буду лозить, слышишь? Я не буду
подними их нахуй, нет?
Ты можешь реально внутри их запереть.
А где вот?
У меня.
Поднимай, поднимай.
Я поднял, я уже их поднял.
Они друг на друге.
Падай на нас. Не Кирюха.
Нокнул. Кто-то там был.
Убил. Найс.
Легких нахуй,
Вообще реально, кстати,
вообще какая-то...
Иду.
Резнули тройка.
Уже успели? Я думаю, у них кнопок нет все равно. Закрываем их. Они знают, что я иду. Видят. Вот тут пикает.
Скандал. Видно его?
Подожди, он один. Давай отпиздим его.
Я нейшу. Он не один.
Го подойдем.
Хедшот. Он одно. Вот тут.
На сабе до сих пор стоит. А вот тут такой.
Я дал.
Даю.
Заметил, как у него. Не улетает. Сейчас.
Один улетел, ребят. Там еще один док, это лав. Тут ласт, по-моему.
Ласт улетел.
Один не улетел, по-моему.
Улетел.
Окей.
Смотри, все, аккуратно лево.
Надо смотреть, что будем так с ними? Нет, не будем.
Крабер у них тоже.
Банга крак, я пушу. Ребят, банга крак, надо пушить.
У тебя близко слева, вот эти.
Да, я хочу левых отпиздить.
У них есть что-то.
Банга крак.
Забрал двоих.
Карда одно, сбил.
Я к вам падаю. Пока.
Я килл. Надо инфорез.
Рез.
Успеваешь.
Я убил его
Мы его
60.
по чуть-чуть хилимся и идем под зипку, ребят.
Вот ебаные. Я на Фениксе. Феникс, еще один крабер.
Блять,
с тобой.
Я хилюсь еще. Нам под зипку.
Мы успеем тегнуть зипку? Как думаешь,
Да, я думаю, да. Иди под нее.
Надо смочить. Отсюда смотрят.
Ща, я засмочу.
Отсюда тоже смотрят. Надо будет под них стики накидать.
Да.
Дал нейт.
КП.
Я кидал. Да, я тейку.
За забор.
Да, просто за забором играйте. Просто играйте за забором. Играйте вдвоем. Справа еще за забором. Сейчас будут пикать, да.
Пикай, долбоёб!
Идет у тебя. Банга, крак. Одно банга.
Говни.
Еще одно.
Подожди.
Закиньте. Костика все
Давай ресет.
Банга на одном.
ДТ заберу, подожди.
Забери меня, вообще пикапни меня. Можете слышать, стать справа и резать меня.
Подождите, пацаны, не торопитесь, Кость, давай добьем их сейчас. Я золотаю, окей? Я бикон колю.
Давай.
Каври, приди ко мне и закаври, окей? Приди сюда, не стой там.
Дай дашку мне.
На.
Уйди, я сверху резаю.
Окей. А насколько уйти-то?
И потом просто идем под справа на пушке.
А зачем их? Внутри занято.
Вы смотрите меня?
Дал пушку, он не бегнет.
У меня нету ресов, дайте мне банок.
Там дверь закрыта, мы не можем там пойти.
Давай наверх
Давай просто дадим пушку.
Нет, я ее отдавал,
Подождите еще время, чтобы она появилась.
Вот типа идут, двойка тут. Давай
ребята,
просто
под домом охуенный спейс. Да.
Не везет,
Карта одно.
Помогайте, да что это? Помогите. Я уйду.
Я бегаю по ним.
Надо кушать. По потом.
Да. Я сами. Я феникс всем. Каврчик.
Меня плохо.
Не кричи пикать, нет, не подходите под
нас никто не пикает,
Да,
Готовься пушки давать.
Хорошо.
Давай на пушку перелетаем.
Да.
Вот банга. Вот сюда.
Я перелетел.
Готов. Все охуенно.
На мне.
Я прям.
Подходите.
Тут сейф.
Все, просто вместе. Играем вместе, нельзя стоять, давай.
Нет, у меня чил, тут, у меня.
У него, да,
У меня охуенно, Кирюх.
Подождите, мне какой, дайте я поиграю.
Ну, что должен?
Играйте. И потом забины, Кость, окей?
Я тут сам.
Забины, в смысле, за эту сторону?
Сейчас
да,
меня
я
будут идти.
Кирюх, мы за это поняли.
Я здесь играю.
Я охуенно тут сделаю.
Поднимись, у нас охуенно. Дай банк.
Меня пойдет, я пойду.
Я банок не забрал.
Смотрите меня.
Банок большой.
Вы вдвоем играете, вы вдвоем. Тройка нажали. Тройка сейчас будет уходить из стану. Они между собой сейчас будут увидеть через секунд 5.
Да.
Ебать, я не мог.
Так мы сейчас сказали.
Я думаю,
Они к нам летят,
Котик верхних. Котик верхних убивает соло. Котик, главное не умри.
Спрошу ем.
Ага. Верхние сейчас упадут на танул. Вы это закрываете. Вот все охуенно. Не пикайте, они сейчас переубивают. Вам надо быть рейди на подсос. Вам надо быть рейди на подсос.
Убил.
Папа, это сольник.
Убил.
ВХ под нами фул, слышь, Кость, давай пойдем убьем.
Нет,
смотри.
Я с вами тогда.
А как нет? Почему нет? Смотри, за зону у него чела убил. Стой, вот этого чела, лоу. ВХ лоу, давай падай.
Падаю.
Я бегу с вами.
На мне. Убей. Все, назад.
Что мне делать?
Ты стой там, просто. Не, стой там. Вот, Кирюх, вот они, нахуй намотаны. Одно!
Найс.
Формите, пацаны.
Вот тут. Все, только их.
Не умереть, все добре.
It's Friday, and it is time in the Galen Center to kick off our second series of the day. We are so close to finding out who will make it in Los Angeles to our winner's bracket and who will face elimination starting on the weekend. But if you have braved the traffic and found a seat in the stands right now, I'm a little biased, but I think you got the best seat in the city. ALGS continues, and we are so excited to have you, whether watching at home on Twitch or here in our audience. Split One is alive and well, and it's been a fantastic playoff so far. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Rain Day. I am joined by three fantastic gentlemen to my left who will help break down this series and get us ready to go for what is certainly going to be an epic Friday. Now, of course, Zephyr joining me. Graceful, we've seen him before, but I missed the man in the middle. It's been a minute since we have seen him. Jet Set Jamerson joining us on the desk. Yes, see some crowd lighting up for that. It's been a while. Jamerson, you know, take a second. Let us know. It's been a while since I've worked with you, but you have been a long time ALGS and Apex caster and talent.
Yeah, I think the last time we worked together was Online Tournament 3. And the fact that I had to say online tournament really says something about how far back we go here. But it's been an amazing journey so far. I've been watching you guys, of course, across the years, and it's been amazing just to see where Apex has come now, and I'm so glad that I have this opportunity to be here on the desk.
Well, it's been great. You know, we've had so much of an opportunity, like you just mentioned, to have a lot of different guests at LAN show up, but it's really great to see you again. Of course, even back in Poland, the very first invitational that we did, a lot of these players were at, Jamerson and I were on the desk together. But that being said, we are glad to have you here. Let's start kicking it into it because, you know, for me, when I look at what just happened today, Zeph, it was a great start to the day, but Aurora continued to show that they are a pretty dominant squad.
it is still some dominance that we see out of Aurora, but it's not the complete fixture that we got yesterday. It's not a team that leads so heavily above the rest. We still see those dominant factors from North America and more, and even now, Red Rams and their presence against TSM really showing that they can keep this one competitive and now put themselves in a place where they're one, not even a great series, just a decent series away from working into the Warriors bracket.
And Jamerson, I know you were having your eyes on Aurora as well.
Yeah, I know that the desk has spoken at length about Aurora, but
it's true.
Honestly, they have been impressive across the last 2 days. And I mean, the simple fact that they have reached second placement 5 games out of the 12 that they've already played goes to speak amazingly about, you know, how consistent they are.
Yeah.
If you had a few games swing in their favor where they take the first place, that's a 6-point swing in both of those games, they could easily be at the top of the overall standings and the leaderboards at this point. But that also brings into question, can they finish out games? I think that they are starting to fire up, and today is when we're going to finally have an Aurora win.
Yeah, I think Aurora has been popping off personally because I've been seeing, you know, I've seen them since several Pro Leagues back. Every iteration, I've been competing against them for the longest time. I remember back when people said they were trolling with how they played. And now that they've said, oh, they did well in Pro League, can they do well on LAN? They have showed up on LAN. Oh, they did well in group stages, can they do well further stages? We'll have to see, but honestly, I'm ready. I'm sure they can do it.
Well, the reason we're talking about them is because they've been leading not just in the games, but in the standings as well. As we take a look at an overview of how things have transpired thus far, we've got 3 teams clearly at the top. Let's make it 4 because they're over the 3-digit mark. 101 for Alliance. Virtus Pro, an incredible return from Sharky, who is a LAN winner. You have to give him the credit for doing that with Dark Zero in their first iteration in Sweden in the Split 2 playoffs. But then we have also Aurora and Dark Zero, who have made their claim to what certainly it seems like, Zeph, will be the cutoff for making the winners bracket.
That's right, Rain. When we talk about where these teams need to start ending up as we get into the bracket series here is the fact that typically when we look at previous playoffs, we sit somewhere close to that 3-digit mark. Now, something I do want to acknowledge, though, especially about what we've seen in these last 4 series, is the fact that it's a lot more average, right? And as a result, when we get even down there to Kinotrope, we're at 66. That might potentially allude to the fact that we could be looking at a slightly lower, potentially around 92, which is our mega minimum that we've seen in the past, or somewhere closer.
When we're speaking on averages, this one applies to all the online tournaments as well. We always, as players, have always been saying we just need 6 points per game. And if you get that average and you hit on 30 points, that's pretty much what it is. If you look at it, 66, 33 points per series. And now that we're moving up to it, it could fluctuate between 110 at the absolute highest if it's top heavy, a little bit below 90 if it's, you know, not as heavy, but I would say around 100 is definitely a proper estimate.
All these teams have played 2 series so far. We are going to be looking, obviously, at that being even across the board right now. So what can you do in your final series of the day? When we go into B versus D, we will see these teams compete one last time to see if they can make it. Elimination, not where you want to be in bracket 1 starting off your Saturday. However, there are some teams down here that, you know, you wouldn't have expected. We've already talked about TSM and maybe not performing the way that we would have wanted. Riddle Order has been a team that's been phenomenal at LAN. They've not brought that same level. And again, you know, LG, a team that has a huge name in Sweet, Jamerson, not performing quite yet, but there's still plenty of time, but they've got to start now.
Yeah, unfortunately for LG and Cloud9, you need to have a standout day in that series. The simple fact that you're more than 60 points out of that 90, 100-point threshold that you were talking about makes it almost impossible. But we have seen teams be able to pop off on the final games or of the weekend, right? Where in game number 6, sometimes they're game 6 demons where they drop a 15-kill game with the plus 12, and they end up with a 27-point game. And at that point, it is well within reach. So who knows?
One pop-off. I mean, it could make the difference. I want to lead into the teams happening today. Quickly, though, graceful, as we look at this squad, some teams are in that same position. Riddle Order, we mentioned it. Do you plan on trying to just go nuclear here, hit a huge win, make up a 60-point difference, or do you start planning for tomorrow, which most likely will be an elimination, and try to work on things so that you can survive on Saturday?
So there's a specific, I would say a specific threshold to where, like, what's actually possible? Like, what's a possibility to make it through still? Like, nobody's gonna drop 4 nukes, right? When you're at around 30 hit marker. You need to start planning ahead for tomorrow is what I would say. You just need to get as much practice as you can and start prepping. I would say most of the teams right now have already figured out how to play, and leading into tomorrow, you should just prepare for, you know, making sure you have a proper POI, if you have to flex drop or not. And at most, for a lot of the teams, you have to work on your contest strategy as well.
Zep, quick eye in the sky. Who are you looking at here to maybe have a standout performance today in Group B?
I'm going to follow up with Red Rams. They're a team that showed their dominance early on something like TSM, and now, given the fact they have an explosive series, they don't have to play as hard to lock themselves, of course, into the winner's bracket.
One of the things about a tournament like this is we set up so many storylines. We look at what could happen, and that's really all it is. It's just a guess, and then we find out what it is. You could say it's rather complex. Well, a few guys that aren't complex, and whether you like them and enjoy spending time with them, go by the name of Complexity. I had the privilege of doing an interview, I would say LA style, with the boys a few days before LAN began. So why don't we roll the tape? What's up, ALGS fans? We're here for a special LA playoffs feature here in Venice Beach. I'm your rockin', rollerblading host, Rain Day, and I've got 2 special guests from Complexity with me, Monsoon and Kimchi Lee. How you guys doing?
Feeling great.
You guys want to take a little rollerblade with me and just catch up on things? Yeah! Oh my God, I'm tired. Can we stop?
Yeah.
All right, let's go talk for a little bit.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea.
Can you carry me?
Yeah,
Can you help me?
I got you, I got you.
Nice to take a break, huh?
Yes, sir, it's beautiful.
Yeah, my feet were starting to hurt.
So guys, you know, before we even started this split, the idea of this roster seemed strange to some people. What was the idea behind the scenes of putting this roster together?
Playoff split 2 and champs, we had so much fun throughout it all, you know? It's a really good vibe, you know, boot camps were great. And we didn't do as well, but personally, I had a lot of fun doing it. Then we had a couple of options for a 3rd player. A lot of them fell through, unfortunately, but 10 days before the Pro League split started, we picked up Lou, and it was like a dream team.
You know, for you, I'm sure you felt a little bit in the hot seat coming in, like people looking at your performance as a coach, now a player. Talk to me about what it was like transitioning into that role.
Definitely a bit rough, right? As a coach, you can have the great ideas, but execution might fall through. In the spur of the moment where you actually have 1 second to execute that task, it can get a little tough. I grinded a lot of ranked leading up until the Pro League split, and I think it showed. It's a constant growing and learning experience. I think as long as I keep that mentality, then there's no limit for us.
This season started off with a lot of people doubting what this roster could do, and you guys obviously proved them wrong. But at the beginning, how did that feel?
I can't lie, it was extremely motivating. Whenever people doubt me or say anything, this is nothing new to me. Every time I saw a tier list or someone saying, Complexity's roster's so cooked, it was more fuel to the fire. I just took a mental note and said, cool, noted.
What's the goal here? What can we expect from Complexity at LAN?
We've been putting in the time and the effort. International scrims has been awesome. We don't have a lot of experience as a team fighting, especially all these international teams that have been playing. Because NA is one thing, but the international lobby and the ecosystem of it is an entirely different thing. I mean, regardless of anything, you can expect us to enjoy it and be thankful for the privilege of being here in the first place. But hopefully, you know, we can kill some lobbies and do some cool ass things for sure.
All right, guys, great day at Venice. Good luck on the tournament. We're going to wrap it up for today. But before we go, you mind if I hit my air guitar?
Not at all.
No.
Thank you.
Wait.
Can we join?
Oh, you know it, baby. And now, back to the show. You know, Complexity, like I said, there's nothing complex about these guys. You just love them. They're such a great part and feature of the ALGS, and the energy that Monsoon brings together. And he's still wearing the shorts. He's rocking Venice Beach. We had fun out there. And, you know, Lou, I saw him and his grandmother today at the lobby of the hotel. So down to earth, so ready to go. And I think this team, particularly, especially Graceful, playing Rampart right now, the thing that to me stands out for them is their communication and the way they play as a group, because this is a team that's better together versus as the individual parts, I think. And that's something very special.
I honestly think and would like to say that knowing all the people personally as well is that, you know, they're an amazing bunch. Picking up Blue as well. They have probably the best environment in the entire game, I would say.
Yeah.
And you can see how far that carries you as well. And speaking of comps, I like that they're one of the teams that don't like to look what is other people doing. We'll try what we can figure out. They're playing ramp, they're playing back, they're trying things out that a lot of people aren't comfortable doing. And at some point, I promise you, they might hit the jackpot of, you know, the next Seer meta, the next this meta. And if they figure that out ahead of the curve, they could really make a splash. But you know what? They will have the most fun on the entire land. I can promise that.
They are ready to pop. They're giving themselves that opportunity to win big. I agree with you. A team that also has gone against the grain in terms of team compositions, even after the nerf. We've talked about them a lot, but we have to mention them again. It's Aurora, another team that's going to be in this lobby. These guys, in a way, a little land untested, because Hardeki has not made all of the lands coming in. He was in Sweden in the Split 2 playoffs, but OJ Rain, 9 Impulse had their struggles of getting here and with their full team when they were able to. But Jamerson, with this lifeline, with this play, they have found their rhythm, and they are looking like the team to beat right now.
Honestly, their aggression is like what's been impressing me more than anything else. How they were able to just take fights left and right yesterday, and especially finish it all off in one of the best finishes there. I believe when Hardeki was left in the 1v3 on that thermal tower. It was still, of course, everyone knew, hey, maybe he's not going to have a huge Hardeki moment, but at least he got second place for the squad. And I think most importantly for this squad, I think why they're going to succeed today is the simple fact that while there are big threats in this lobby, in the likes of Alliance and such, we also have to kind of throw in the factor of red ramps. I mean, you were talking about them. They threw a wrench in the works for a lot of our strong teams throughout the weekend so far, and that's what they're going to probably do to teams like Alliance. While Aurora, they can still continue to play their own game and really refine upon that. And then possibly, I don't know, scriptwriters, help me out here. We get some southern zones when we go to World Edge, or maybe southeast zones.
Hey, don't mention the script. You know, that's supposed to be a secret.
So I think things are looking up for Aurora.
Yeah, obviously, you know, this is a team that they have the stats to back them as well. They've been performing. But it's interesting, the other team I want to highlight, Zeph, is the idea of another team that's also iterating a bit, even just with the Wraith, which we don't see commonly. It's Disguised. And a big shout out to Disguised Toast, who's actually here in the building. He's doing a little stream as well, all our DSG fans. But Zeph, what do we have to say about this team? And they feel like they're kind of coming into their own, at least at this point in the tournament.
I like that you bring that up. It's the fact that we talk about momentum a lot of the time. This is a team that jumps out of our most recent series coming off the back end of a win. And Jamerson, you bring up aggression from a team like Aurora. Disguised has always been a team that is a lot more calculated with their threats, especially why they play things like that Wraith. And they set up a guy like Designful, someone who comes out of our most recent series extremely explosive. Now, I will say, though, as we jump into this series, I'm hearing some potential lurking thoughts regarding Alliance potentially meeting up with them when it comes to World's Edge. And I don't think I have to tell anybody when we remember last champs what happened that time.
You know, there's just been, as we actually have you can see these teams studying a little bit the drop spots. I mean, there's so much that happens behind the scenes as to why is this team not performing. You know, maybe they're being contested here. We have regions colliding in a way that in a global LAN you only get. You don't get it even in scrims. But the fact is that these teams have to be aware that the territory they've been practicing that is theirs isn't always going to be theirs. It is going to be reserved for a few. And Aurora, some of these teams we mentioned, seem to have declared enough space to say, we do not want to mess with you, at least for now. What will the changes happen, though? And throughout this game, we're about to find out. And our talent, as always, have some predictions on how things are going to go. So let's bring it up before we jump in to B versus D. The last time they'll be able to do it, I had to go with my boys, Liquid Alienware. Of course, the new sponsorship, of course, with the org, but just the fact that I feel like they are due. I think they're due for a big series, but a lot of reject WINNITY, Glitter, Spider Tiff, Dia, they're going to be casting as well. Spider and Dia, they're going reject WINNITY. As the second page, I want you guys to talk about your picks as well, because I know a lot of Aurora Alliance fans are still there, but it's really anybody's game as we go to it. You can see Zephyr still sticking with a line. I thought, you know, I was setting you guys up to give me something different. Zeph, Graceful, you're just still going back to it, huh?
Yeah, the thing is I will always believe in my boys. That's just how it goes. The thing is that they have the potential. We've seen like matches where they do pop off, and we've seen the consistency. The only thing is about how many teams are there playing on edge, playing the zone the same way.
Yeah.
And I think that seeing Aurora figuring it out, I think Alliance this time will figure it out because they've had the time to watch now, you know, study a little bit, and hopefully they come back strong.
Jamerson, just for you, a battle of EU. Are you believing these two guys to your side, or do you think someone else is going to take it?
It's so hard to count against Alliance when it comes to group stages, just because there's a difference, right? I mean, they've won 3 matches so far on the other side for Aurora. They've only gotten 5 second-place finishes and haven't finished higher than that. But the thing is, Aurora has also been more aggressive. They've had a higher kill total game in, I think, what, 2 of their games over the wins that Alliance have had. So I'm definitely in the camp of EU. It's just, I think I'm leaning towards Aurora.
I mean, I have to be the only North American representative here as well. We are in North America right now. We are in LA, so they have to have some representation. We will see what happens as the Galen Center gets ready to get going. We are going to kick off our B versus D group, and we've got 2 fantastic casters to do it who are looking lovely as well. Let's send it down to Spider Tiff and Dia.
Hey, big shout out there, Ray Day. I appreciate the hype. Someone told me when we were walking over here, they're like, you guys might actually have the best hair out of the entire casting team, which is weird because half mine's fake, but this is all real. But regardless, the talent predictions, fantastic.
Can I call you out for a second, Tiff?
If you want to.
It was you that said that.
Shut oh, bro, you're gonna gaslight me into this?
Like, we were walking
Someone
over,
said
you were
it,
like,
okay.
maybe.
No, it's fine, regardless.
People
Let's
have
go.
said.
I am a person, and anyways, the map rotation, this is getting kind of wild here, right? We're looking to go through Storm Point on the first 3 games, then jump back on over to World's Edge, which I don't think that's actually accurate. I thought we were sending it straight to World's Edge.
We are. We're just fine. Everything is running as expected, Tiff, but not maybe as we would have expected coming into the tournament. We noted Wonton Dumpling's shift away from Siphon contest yesterday up against BR Demons, and they're doing the same thing today, giving up Siphon in a really odd way, given that they were the #1 seed coming out of APAC South. This is the team that, to me, has been the biggest surprise, because while people didn't know much about them, they weren't scrimming, they had just dominated a region, they haven't done much at LAN either.
Well, maybe this is the perfect series for them to start kicking it up into gear. So they'll be dropping Dome, forcing Liquid Alienware to take only launch site. But for Red Rams, they will be contesting Space Station over at Climatizer. We did kind of hover around that. Now, my question is, will it look to the good old Climatizer split, or are they going to get hyper aggressive with that one as we look through Legend Select?
I like what you're alluding to here, that you can just drop North and South Climatizer, go your different directions. From what I've seen, Red Rams aren't going to force a fight, but they're certainly going to look for one. And given what we already saw from them in the first series of the day, I'm scared of them as a fighting team. I dare say I'm a little more scared of fighting Space Station Gaming, a triple controller roster right off of drop.
And there's a good reason to be scared of Space Station, because if you think the last time we saw them on their World's Edge performance, a lot of the zones favored them, whether it was pulling towards the outskirts of Overlook. We even saw it go further north above Survey Camp, and they stay privy to all of that information. But the one thing that they've been lacking when it comes to those zones is the resources needed to last the distance.
That's the real problem with playing Zone, is that not only are you not getting a lot of chance to access Evo, but literally things like ammunition and meds just don't come your way nearly as often. Playing Zone in a way is reliant on getting the occasional team kill just to reset your econ. However, since we are dropping in immediately to this contest, I'm noticing that the split is happening. We are going north and south, and I can't help but wonder whether the teams will converge, as towards the south end, Red Rams will have an Evo advantage with both a survey, or rather a ring console and an Evo harvester in the next couple seconds.
And if there's one thing to be said about Space Station Gaming, it's their ability to loop Climatizer with the quickness, right? You think back to when they were trying to be privy to the third party over at Survey Camp, and they would just pick up the first weapons that they can find. And there's a lot of people that have to really hone in on that loot pass, specifically knowing where weapons preferably spawn, whether that's looking for them on the tarps, as you can see behind Datch. Those weapons will typically spawn on tarps in the POIs. You can't chance it with supply bins very often.
Getting a triple take pretty early on is nice, especially with marksman weapons. The ability to deal a lot of upfront damage and then close the gap and finish off a squad that may have overextended is really potent. Remember, this is taking a while, and the rest of the game is going to be happening elsewhere. Top left-hand of the screen, at least on the mini-map, demonstrates that we're going completely elsewhere for the zone. Likely a little further off to the south, and Red Rams could get a head start and move there.
You're telling me we're finally going to Thermal Station, and Alliance is not at Thermal because they have offered it up to Disguise. Now, you think back to previous iterations on LAN, that contest that we had witnessed between Disguise and Thermal Station was a battle of just pure bloody mess. And now Alliance have opted to land Monument and not deal with it.
I mean, this is a POI that, as much as it's going to hurt a lot of EMEA fans, I'm sorry, Zephyr, I'm sorry, Graceful, Disguised earned this. They earned it fair and square, and it was a very scary contest when it happened back on LAN of the Day, but at this point, it's just not worth going back, trying to run it into Disguised again, and hope that you come out on the better end of things. Complexity, for all that they've managed to set up early, running Valk, running Rampart, it's exactly what their composition wants to do, and they're placing their bets on where the zone will end up. I don't mind this one because it gives you a lot of high ground and a lot of flexibility, even if Ring doesn't pull here.
They do have some nice loot coming out of this. Lou's got the gold bag. They have an incoming gold 30-30, which would be nice if they're able to snag that off the care package, so keep your eyes on Kimchi and see if he'll make that through. Now, Passion UA have set themselves just outside of Thermal on that hillside. Now, this is a typical position that they elect to take, and it's solely because they have Wonton on their squad. They're able to fence off that entire choke point.
So we're seeing different controller legends actually take the early power points in this ring. You're talking about Watson, I mentioned Rampart and Complexity just a little while ago. So for people like Complexity and Passion UA, active positions in the ring, good spots to play for the later game, we'll actually get to see how those controller legends compare to squads that are running things like Caustic instead.
Speaking of other legends, I'm looking at Aurora, and something that Hodzik had mentioned on the desk is running Lifeline from Sky West in Trials, and you look immediately to that. He's like, this is where it is so strong, especially when you have to maneuver through the map towards get to that next zone, but we'll touch base on that later because Cloud9, well, they're out here in a tunnel, joined alongside TYK.
Does look like they should be able to play this pretty safe. The tunnel, plenty of doors, plenty of cover, and TYK are already smoked out of vision. This was likely a small disturbance as they were rotating towards the vaults, but TYK should be able to move on south, which I really wouldn't mind. Moving through Geyser into Mod for TYK is honestly just as good, if not better, than following Cloud9 and moving through Fragment instead.
And I'm going to get really nervous for teams like Cloud9 that are going to start rotating through these choke points when you're going to have a lot of the heavy-hitting squads that are playing the edge of zone, not necessarily committing to whether it's going to pull towards the Harvester side or deep into that choke out of Thermal Station. Reject WINNITY is on that rotation path. Now, granted, Wonton Dumpling had elected to move, so they were able to have Lava Siphon to themselves, and they're running the mid-map, probably absolutely juiced.
Keep your eyes on Serenity. This team has really caught a lot of attention since LAN. Coming in 6th out of their region, it didn't seem like a squad that was going to take LAN by storm, but they've managed to sit in top 10 so far during the last couple days, and Alliance, well, they continue to do what Alliance does best.
They are just coming out here through landslide, but you can already see the lay of the land. Heroez did have the upper high ground advantage, and trades go through on both sides. Kissans hits the swing, and Lahim is going to grab that knock onto Unlucky. We're just whittling them down, but the way that we seek to stabilize mid-fight by using those gas traps to our advantage, playing behind the knockdown shield, allowing a little bit of stability to hit that bat off, they are able to dodge away from the incoming frag, but the head peek across from him might be a little tough to deal with from this angle.
Alliance are burning quite a bit of time here. You got to imagine that it's worth it in their eyes. However, with other squads having the opportunity to come up, I know that House should be rotating through here, and Alliance have already lost one. There's a chance both these teams die for it.
All right, well, Effect just climbs straight up onto him. They take down Heroez, our first squad out, and now we talk about the ult utilization. It did not come through on the fight, but it comes through for the regain. We drop it down, hit the res onto Unlucky, and this is likely because we sense the other squad in the area, and How doesn't seem to be descending upon them, so we have a nice time for a reset here for Alliance.
Instead, How get to use the Wraith Portal really nicely. A legend that I think we could see a lot more of, Tiff. It isn't something that's going to take the meta Meta by storm by any means, but we've seen Disguised experimenting with Wraith, and with Hao using this now as well. The micro rotates that Wraith enables are actually pretty significant when given the amount of distance that a singular portal can cover. It puts your team at no risk. It allows your fraggers to get back and regroup with the rest of the squad. It's an incredibly potent tool.
You're saying a lot of things there.
I am.
We just dropped Season 21 trailer today, and all I can think about is Alter and how she could have been interesting in that situation. So we'll have to wait and see a little bit more on those details. But for now, an update on where that zone is pulling. Geared Gaming, near center of where that is. And you have to remind yourself, Hao was just looking to make a play against Alliance in Landslide, but they have already dived down and taken the prime building inside of staging.
That's like prime Wraith portal moves there. I will mention, however, earlier today, granted it was on Stormpoint, when we saw Geared set up in zone, they won that game. Geared Gaming are an incredible team to be playing out of the center of Ring, and especially looking at how this zone is pulling so far, they're likely dead center of the final Ring 6 close.
You could not pay me enough to try to lay siege to the Complexity building right now. There's just no way is that happening.
Honestly, going up against a Rampart, I wouldn't want to do it either. It is something that Disguised will have to navigate, however. Since they're moving out of Thermal Station into a zone that's pulling them increasingly north, you're going to have to walk past a lot of amped cover in order to get to a place where you can play the rest of the game.
And that's a rotation that I am not going to be envious of. You have the center spire of Thermal Station, and you look to try and breach the choke points that are going to take you just further north around that. And it's at what point, what will that look like for Not Moist? They still have to get even towards where Disguised have positioned themselves, but they have an opportunity. Do they push towards Harvester, or do they double down? But Reject WINNITY is doing a really good job of clearing their back.
We're just burning the first smoke here. Moist can stagger those cooldowns and make sure that they've always got a smoke available, as long as they're playing responsibly. Since they're running Conduit as well, you can take a little bit of poke damage in between your rotations and still manage to stay pretty nice and topped up. Moist get themselves to a safe place, and if you want to play these fences for a little while, evac tower into Ring a little later, it will be tough because the zone's pulling further north than it would into Thermal, but it's absolutely doable for a team like Moist.
Okay, Dash, I see your angles here. Now, this is the squad that was giving TSM a very hard time in Lightning Rod on those contests. So you get to see just how solid they are when it comes to those isolated 3v3s and where they've kind of positioned themselves on the outskirts of Tunnel and looking for a lot of space. But Horizon is great for that up-down movement, but when you find yourself out in the open and a rogue 30-30 from Cloud9 takes you down, that is my biggest issue with a legend like Horizon.
That's a skull piercer 30-30 right there, and nothing else is doing that amount of damage. Aurora found a fight of their own, and already with the knock, Hackis looks like it might be the first domino to fall in Alliance's game 1.
And they have the ring at their back, so they just have a matter of time. Now, granted, it's only round 2 closing, so they'll be able to tank it just a little bit. Aurora, no stranger to that, but just trying to find angles of teams running throughout Landslide. Off-screen, Red Rams will follow those 30-30, sending them back to the lobby, and Impulse drops effect first. This is going to be the opening signal for them to immediately descend upon it. The Thirst comes in, and Unlucky just on the right side of your screen, trying to find any cover, looking for a reset. But Hardeki, the Grim Reaper, the Grim Griefer, whatever you want to call him, has scented the hunt.
I wonder what Aurora are going to do here, because Alliance, Unlucky, is not going to survive. This tunnel is occupied. We already saw Cloud9 set up on the south side of it and poke at Red Rams. Aurora get to heal through zone, but I was really wondering whether they'd overchase into the tunnel, and I'm glad they thought better of it.
That was very reserved for them. You immediately know when that call came through, because Hardeki, instead of descending upon the stairs, is like, all right, I'll turn it around, here I come. They focus on getting that reset, but we get a good look at still where that is going. How? One of the lone people that will have that building here. Geared Gaming holding Dorito and on the high ground, and BR Demons can clear out their side where OMiT is kind of lurking throughout. That'll be a solid move for them.
Aurora have priority unless Riddle Order jump in ahead of them on a really good spot in zone, but SSG fighting their way out of Harvester, may be able to collect a little bit of KP. That's a stick!
That'll do it! That'll do it! It's only a matter of time. There goes Dexter, and we just start putting the power down first. Zainu, no stranger to being successful here on land, now paired up alongside Phony and Fraxon. Well, they're not overextending in the slightest bit. The way they are handling this is quite nice.
And we've already seen a lot of Tom Young-Kung play. When Dexter goes down, it is not good for that squad. They rely so heavily on Dexter for opening frags that to lose him immediately in a fight, and now with C9 closing in on things as well, it's unlikely that we see TYK continue. However, SSG have to keep fighting. Not Moist is now next to them, and as we already mentioned, C9 are going to be watching the whole thing from above.
I don't like how this is going to unfold for a lot of our squads. We had recently seen RIDDLE order make a play to get into that next zone, and they've been picked apart by a few. Spacestation Gaming, well, they've considered what that next move is going to look like for them. It isn't including an evac tower, or maybe not, but we're going to get shot at from where Cloud9 was. You have Not Moist just above them that are going to funnel down passively to where Passion UA is.
Really fascinating move from Not Moist, and it's a risky one. If the team that's holding, like you said, Passion UA at the top, turns back and looks at Not Moist, if Moist have to stop for a second, this zone could eat them alive.
And they haven't even fully healed up. MT is just living, and we're preserving the Radiant transfer on case of that. We find the resistance. Walk straight into a Jenny, and we catch Max Strafe off guard. We've got to be watching the back here. Now we're just looking for the remaining two. Can we get our angles on them? MT Guild fallen. Well, Passion UA clutch up. See you later, Not Moist.
A little bit of help from Complexity there saves the game for Passion UA, as Charge Rifle does a lot of work in taking out Not Moist, but otherwise that was a really critical error from Passion UA. I'm very surprised they survived it. The journey is not over for them as they'll have to continue moving up to the north. Check out Aurora, dead center of zone. We talked about them having Cryo on this bridge, and they have made excellent use of it so far, even wiping out RIDDLE.
As soon as they took out RIDDLE, they just walk into solid power position, and for how, they are just playing it safe through the inside, but you can see they've extended out to the south to make sure that no one walks up into that building, is especially like TYK, Cloud9, but for the teams that have found themselves on the south side that will be collapsing, it is this house right here. Wonton, Dumpling, Peak God on the path, but Complexity, the friend to all who helped out to a fight earlier, needs a little bit of reprieve for themselves, and Kimchi, the former coach, trying to get out of his own rampart walls, takes to the roof.
Team Liquid Alienware come in for the third party. Will Kimchi get away? It looks like we've got a bat going on just below them, and Kimchi takes to the skies. Let's see where he goes. Wonton Dumpling still fighting for their lives up against Team Liquid Alienware, and they will go down in tatters.
Well, good tries there for Wonton Dumpling. Disguise also fall to Passion UA, which means they have started that rotation towards the next zone, and well...
No, shield swap, cool.
Okay, Kimchi, he's alive, he's well. And we're dead center of zone.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, this building is going to get sieged. People are coming for Kimchi, but the shield swaps that were already placed in this building when he landed are certainly helping his sustain quite a bit.
Oh no, Passion UA, are we landing straight towards where Kimchi has found himself?
Oh no, they are!
Don't do it to Kimchi like that! Regardless, it's totally okay. Kimchi trying to get out of dodge, and Max Strafe being a solid Watson. We do not have a gen available to immediately throw down, even with getting the fences down. It is just not going to be enough. A sliver of health and an incoming Arc Star from Aurora to reclaim their space.
And Kimchi might not get the spot, but that does not mean, it never means that you can ignore Aurora, a team that has nothing better to do than sit on the north side of zone and take out the squads that funnel in. TYK go down. It looks like Liquid Alienware may be following, but they take out Reject WINNITY with a nice melee from Nazur.
Job's not done. We're still looking for a reset, but those former fences will stun up a little bit as we kind of work towards the corner. Serenity, an incoming area, but we're going to jump to Gear, fighting OMiT towards the outside. You can see light on the corner of your screen, just trying to get out of dodge. And for Gear, they're just like, all right, someone else can deal with that.
The spot Geared had earlier did look really good. It looked like we were getting a Dorito building zone and they would be able to hang here for the rest of the game. This is not the case anymore. And whether Geared can adapt in a late game scenario, how many kills they're able to pick up along the way, will say a lot about their status in this lobby, in this LAN, as they are, for the very first time in the LAN, in the same lobby as BR Demons. Both teams representing South America, and both teams with a lot of pressure on them to move up the standings.
Both still here in the lobby. 7 squads remaining. BR Demons, though, are holding high ground just around Aurora. That rock that can be a very give-or-take rock to play. Sometimes, especially when you've got people playing Sentinels or 30-30, and you just have all that oncoming pressure, you're putting yourself out in the open to be able to tank that. Now, How has been holding this to try and fend off Cloud9 from the back, and it's only a matter of time with that round 5 ring closing. We have to make a push.
C9 have been hyper active in this game, really making the best of otherwise rotates that would have put them in terrible positions. Got 5 kills so far, and without having to fight for high ground like so many of these other teams, they can hang out for a little while, reap the rewards of sitting next to Hao, while Geared Gaming are just being obliterated in smoke. BR Demons shooting down at them. There's no safe rotation left for Panic, and he drops down onto the low ground.
Yeah, but if he doesn't get that shield swap, he doesn't survive there. There were way too many grenades coming his way. OMiT has fallen into the final 6, and BR Demons have managed to take the most minimal amount of damage while barrel crawling forward, trying to keep angles, keep their eyes out. We know Aurora is still over here. Geared Gaming, Serenity have also fallen. And you know what, Hardeki? We see you. That entire kill field is Hardeki right now.
This gas trap, this decision from BR Demons to identify where Aurora is, whether they know it's Aurora or not, can change the entire course of the game. They now have one of the best spots in zone to actually find a win. And we could see South America taking a victory in this game if they play their cards right.
Speaking of playing cards right, Cloud9, right? They just needed that momentum boost that we've been talking about. Sauce, the IGL, has evicted Hao from their building and will now be playing from that side of the ring. But it's going to be dangerous because you're opening yourself up to a lot of angles with BR Demons holding the ultimate high ground. But the biggest issue that they're going to have to face is where you were talking about the gas trap.
And Cloud9 on the other side of this, you've mentioned their position being a little risky. It is tough to survive, but should you do so until the zone starts closing, you've got a game-winning position. BR Demons and Aurora should have to fight each other. Neither can really move while the other stays behind them. To this effect, Cloud9, as long as they stay alive, should be able to not only take the immense amount of kills they've been able to have so far, but convert that into a win.
We just think of their journey, right? We're sitting in the end game on 7 eliminations. 3 of those we can attribute to Red Rams when they immediately took their outside hill directly overlooking Harvester, putting all the pressure on those squads trying to hit a rotate. We take out Hao, and we just keep on fragging. Now, you net those eliminations alongside a 12-point win, and this is what I was afraid of. We know those cooldowns are managed here from Aurora. We want to see if they're going to be able to get their first win, but out goes the Bang ult, and now we're ready to nade spam.
This would be Cloud9's first win of the tournament as well. Double Arc Star on either side. Buy some time for Aurora to move up, but they can't ignore BR Demons above them. Azazel playing things slow. It's a nice smoke. BRD drop down onto the low ground. Aurora get the height all to their own, and I think they're going to fight Cloud9.
I love the choice that they just made, right? They immediately smoke out the line of sight for C9 and force them to fight Aurora while lying in wait. We see the drone already preemptively out. Chaotix down, and we are just sending it. Sauce, the IGL finds him, and
Here comes BRD!
Here comes BR Demons for the fight of their life, the cleanup crew, and they take that map.
Yes, they do. BR Demons take the second win for South America today, and in style, even playing that from the height. The way that they managed this against Aurora, used an evac tower to re-access height so quickly, made a fantastic end game scene.
That was so well executed. The decision making, because at the end of the day, if they don't decide to do that, it would have completely been a different scenario, because a lot of our teams, they're not playing Horizon anymore. You're not going to have the grab lifted oftentimes to be able to pop yourself back up to high ground, but you have to use what you've got. And to be honest, the evac tower, we've seen it used in very creative ways of times past. Think of Oxygen, using it back on the barometer to drop it down right at halfway up to hit a rooftop instead of actually, you know, rotating off it.
This was a really, really good game for BR Demons. I think I can say that for all the top 3 squads, of course, especially Cloud9, because we kept looking at them, kept seeing how many kills they have. But to see BR Demons succeeding, and again, to tie this back to what Geared were able to accomplish on Storm Point earlier today, South America, despite the changes that have happened to their Pro League, to their regions and qualification to international competition, have really come to this LAN and are making a statement. This is a South America that's playing much better as a group than those that we had seen participate in LANs previous.
I think what the changes lit a fire under that region.
I think so.
And it is paying off in full here on the global stage for all to see, for all to witness, and recognize that South America, they're not done, and they want to take it all.
This was something that I actually spoke specifically to Vlato about before we started everything. I think I got Olive geared in a call as well, and they echoed this sentiment that South America has become this region of where you've got maybe 4 or 5 teams that are all out competing how hard they can grind, how many scrims across different regions they can participate in, and man, with that win, BR Demons, well, it may not put them at the top since Aurora got so many kills. It's gonna feel pretty darn good. Aurora, I mean, I gotta say, the predictions on the desk are looking pretty good for this one.
That's a very on-brand Aurora game. Double-digit eliminations, a second place, north of 20 points. I expect that out of them because at the end of the day, the only game that you actually have to win is the match point finals one on Sunday. So we'll have to wait until we get there. But for Cloud9 to get themselves into the top 3 alongside 7 eliminations, that is a very solid performance out of them and hopefully gives Sauce, Chaotic, and Naughty the confidence in their ability, in their calls to keep moving forward.
I mean, there are 60 players in a game of Apex Legends. There are 9 on those teams because that's how math works. And if we look at their kills, they got over 20 kills in the top 3. Chances are, if you're anyone else, someone on your team died to BR Demons, Aurora, or Cloud9, and that is really terrifying when you think about how active these squads were. I do want to take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, however, because while this is just the start of the series, this is also the last series that both these groups will play before the elimination stage.
Yeah, Passion UA, it was a solid start for them. They were able to pick up 6 eliminations for a total of 7 points, but disguised. Landing in Thermal, that southern zone comes through, and unfortunately they just get caught up in that southern exodus from Thermal Station. Space Station, although hitting Climatizer and the contest being relatively split throughout there, kind of a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, and we go our own ways. The only thing I'm a little disappointed was the Alliance, right? But it's a slow burn kind of day. We've seen Disguise win a lot in Game 6. Would love to see them, you know, in games 1 through 3.
You know, I'd imagine, Tiff, that we're actually seeing a couple nerves come through. Passion UA being on the bottom 10 here. For most people, for most analysts of Apex Legends, this would be a disappointing performance because even though, yes, they get a lot of kills, they're a staging team, and it was a staging zone. Placing outside of the top 5, just in when you actually die, is unacceptable for a lot of squads that would be planning to succeed in zones where they've actually got a positioning advantage. Really surprised to see it. It could be that the nerves are getting to them. However, let's take a look at our top 3 squads because clearly these are the ones benefiting from the second day of playoffs now and the VOD review that they have perhaps done in the interim.
Hey, whatever you're doing, VOD review, just looking at all the rotation paths and just keeping an eye out for any rogue lifelines throughout the map, hey, we see it. But for BR Demons, electing to make that really smart move towards that endgame nets them the win, albeit the lowest amount of kills from our top 3. For Cloud9 and Aurora, that damage, it's looking nice, and I like that it's shared between all 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big distinction between where BR Demons were in terms of the damage and C9 and Aurora. It was like 2.5K to 4Ks each. So definitely really active squads in Aurora and C9. BR Demons definitely playing the ring a little bit more, playing alongside Geared for positioning.
Hey, you know what? I think it was really solid, and congratulations there to BR Demons for taking that win. But for us, we are going to jump into a quick break, maybe grab some water, hydrate, as Hardeki would say, and I'll see you just after this break.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, here we are back in sunny Los Angeles at the Galen Center. And man, I was almost fooled there for a second, Dia. I was looking, I saw it was a controller person. I was like, all right, well, that's not me. So it's either on set, because I know that man's hit masters, but Vicky brings her controller everywhere. And she will show you clips in the blink of an eye. And well, now she's made it officially on the broadcast.
That she has. I tell you, I knew it was Vicky because of the PlayStation. I know that she's on console all the time because whenever I log on, it's got Vicky Kitty, and I'm like, oh, you want to play a little bit? And she's like, thank you. I'm doing just fine. I got my console lobbies.
That's why she won't play with me then, isn't it?
Yeah, Discord I think is hard to set up between the two.
She's a big grinder. Regardless, I love that we're getting a look at all the mascots from out our teams. And then you had Phonies. He's got the One Piece character version of him.
Oh, really?
And then we have the Fire Beavers decked out in the Aurora jersey. And there's a lot of people that have been like, you know, I'm just really sad that I never got a Fire Beavers jersey prior to them getting signed by Aurora. But if you keep an eye on those three players, 9, Impulse, Oirein, and Hardeki, not only are they some pretty sick Aurora jerseys, but they actually have different nicknames or fun things on them. 9imps is running Complexity Fanboy. I think I saw one that said Hardeki greater than Imperial Hal.
Yes.
And then a Grim Reaper, shots called.
Yeah, they've definitely gotten creative with their branding, and I do love that the Aurora lads have kept their individuality while changing throughout the teams. I think they've brought a lot of themselves to every org that they've been a part of, and have definitely made this version of Aurora so unique from any Fire Beavers Aurora that we've seen previously, and that's disregarding the Lifeline entirely.
We can't disregard Lifeline.
But for the sake of the example.
For the sake of the example, I'll let it happen, considering that we've only seen 2 squads lock in Lifeline here on LAN. We do know that Na'Vi, who's not here right now in this group, have locked that in for Matafe on Stormpoint. Whether or not they decide to break that into our lobby today throughout our next series, we'll have to wait and see. But for our teams here gearing up for map number 2 on World's Edge, we are locking our Legend Select. Lots of Watsons here, and that's typically going to be a region that's outside of North America.
You know, we're seeing a really big shift in Apex Legends, and it's starting small, but it's absolutely here. Well, you're seeing a lot of Caustics, well, you're seeing some Watsons. We've even got Rampart, of course. People are going to notice that. But what I'm seeing is that for squads that are taking contests early on, yes, we're getting things like the Conduit Horizon, but even when not contesting, we're seeing some teams opt out of running the Ring Console Controller Legends and instead just play with something like a Bloodhound, see where everyone else is going, and use that information instead of relying on just the Ring. It's a small but noticeable change in how Apex Legends is being played.
That's burned a lot of teams in the past, especially when you see one of those completely atrocious zone pools that goes to the complete other side. And that's where you can see, well, they definitely played off the survey beacon, and they saw that's where everyone was, so we're going to look for something over in that area. But our sights, they're turning back on over to Spacestation Gaming over here at Climatizer alongside Red Ram. We do have a survey beacon. We've got Ring Console. Should they be able to use it for SSG? Well, the survey beacon's going to be in their favor.
Red Rams did land a little close for comfort, however, and Phony seems like he's holding this down all on his own. Does have back from the rest of the team incoming. Should have both teams backing off, however, as again, I feel that Red Rams have the advantage. SSG does technically have a little bit more access to the north, but having to go through low ground in order to fight either side should mean that if you're landing on opposite sides of Climatizer, you're staying on opposite sides of Climatizer.
At least we're picking up those mid-range, long-distance weapons to try and poke a little. And the thing of it is, this Sentinel, while amped, will hit for a massive amount. If you poke them in the face, they're going down. Once you get that opening knock, you will descend upon them. Now, granted, is there enough time to send over towards the distance to hit before they hit that res?
One of the nice things about the Sentinel and amping it early on, even if you're pretty low on shield cells, and it is always going to be a game of balance, especially in the first couple of minutes of any round, but you actually get some increased projectile size when amping your Sentinel. And so having that knowledge, I think it's a really good idea to always amp if you're contesting because of the increased chance to hit.
Okay, so this is where we're going to talk about what Hod6 said in particular. I kind of alluded to it early on in map number 1. When the zone pulls away from a lifeline team at Trials, you get to buff up your Evo and juice your loot. For now, you don't want that zone to come to you. Now, typically, when Aurora play zones that pull into Skyhook, they'll play this fence line right alongside the building with the survey beacon, and chances are they don't survive past that top 8 area because someone always wants to take that position from them.
I'd almost like to see Aurora, and I've seen a couple squads do this, move outside to the west of Trials, dip down into Lava Fisher, and then play edge on re-entry. That's something that they can use to take advantage of their already like aggressive tendencies, but we're back with SSG. And we're back with SSG because they and Red Rams have not left each other alone.
And this is going to be interesting, right? You can see Dash just full sending the roof, looking for any opening. Tico Chan just kind of taking angles. The Radiant transfer will expend and is likely about to be off cooldown, but not soon enough for Dash to be forced to hit that shield back. Spacestation, though, 2 of their players have already hit onto blue shield. They popped up into the grab lift, and there goes Tico, now in that 3v2, and down goes Dash rioting. We are on the conduit, a support legend. This is where you get out of dodge. You focus on finding a replicator, but not when they're gonna let you get away. Okay, Frex.
Well played from SSG. A misplay from Red Rams as well. Moving up to the building, hoping that they could get height, is relying on SSG to make a mistake, and that is not something that they do very often. Alliance take a fight of their own, rounding the rock. Hackies almost finds a knock, and in Bloodhound will end up finding the first onto Serenity.
All right, unlucky. As soon as he joined up onto Alliance, I just feel as if going through prior iterations on lane, he's already had that experience, and when you join up alongside such a stellar IGL as Hackus and the other fragger there in effect, it really allows you to just excel and meld into that position. But for Legacy here on Serenity, I'm a little worried on how we're going to approach this. We already have Boogie kind of full kills over there, and this is the tough part of fighting just outside of Monument. Serenity falls, and elsewhere there's a Sheila going down on C9.
Reject should be walking up on this. Alliance will not get out unscathed. Sangjun takes the lead, and Alliance actually get both reses. We'll see if they're able to hang on to it as no. Hackix falls almost immediately, and Reject continue on their rampage, having cleaned up one squad and making it another.
Oh, we're sliding through with the PK. I see you trying to play that knockdown shield, but unfortunately, Karampi goes crazy, and Alliance will be eliminated pretty much in the same position on this map in their rotation as they did in map number 1.
Got to appreciate Sangjun walking up, hitting a nice shot with the Peacekeeper, and then wall bouncing just to stay fresh in case he needs to re-swing. It does leave Reject, since they third-partied this, relatively alone in this section of the map. Their rotation can take really any form from here, and I'd be surprised to see them go through Landslide, since that's the direction they were heading. Places like Monument are totally open, and you can enter through Skyhook East with relative ease.
I think that is going to be the path that Reject looks to take. They'll probably hang north, hit the survey beacon right over here, but the issue about being late to those Skyhook zones is, yes, there's plenty of buildings, but when it comes to determining where that end game actually will pull to, those will be the buildings that are first taken.
That's something SSG can actually take advantage of. Check them out. Quick rotation into Epicenter. We'll have a ring console in it, so once this zone closes, SSG can get third ring information, something that you mentioned yesterday as being super important for any squad playing for the late game. Moist are certainly one of those teams, and under a bit of fire right now. I want to take a listen in to see how they deal with the next couple minutes.
I'm sitting behind the rock and healing real quick.
We need to care. Somebody not coming up behind us. Get all the way to the choke. Just stop there.
Yeah. We're good. Well, I needed your smoke to cross. I probably would have died doing that.
Bro, I need to turn up my game volume. This TV is so much louder than usual. Give me a second.
Yeah.
They're going into frag now, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going for play scan, empty com. Yeah, I'm 2-4.
Do you still want me to hold the choke empty or not?
No, you don't need to anymore.
Alright. I'm 7-1.
They're still just looking at us.
Yeah, they're just let's just not worry about it. He smoked me.
Make sure it's on you before you hit it. It's not great.
It's fun.
I think we go north. Can we get the countdown? Or we could go this way, but this team will probably beat us to countdown. Yeah. What do you want to do?
If they beat us to countdown, that's fine. I think we...
Okay.
Moist may not have identified exactly who it is, but it's Tom Young-Kung waiting ahead of them. With these two squads laser focused on each other, at least Moist will know that this is a relatively isolated engagement should they choose to take it. Both very late on the move into Skyhook, something that you'd mentioned, Tiff, can be very punishing. Heroes have the opposite problem. They're hanging out in Skyhook, and while they've got plenty to work with, their Evos may not be in the best place to take a late game engagement. They'll need to do some nice damage early on to farm up in order to actually play the late.
And there's the difference, right? Spacestation goes Climatizer, they take their time, they fly into Train Station here in Skyhook, whereas Heroes, they're landing Survey Epicenter, and they have that disadvantage on their shield. But for now, we're just looking for that information here out of Space Station. They do have that third ring information, and they're going to play Train Station where those zones are nearby intersecting, trying to say, will this be the best move for us in the long game? Aurora, though, playing a different position than I'm used to seeing them in the zone, and that's because it's shifting slightly. When they take the fence line, it's because the majority of trials is actually included in that zone. So going towards center building and holding that high ground as an aggressive team with no controller legend is pretty unique, because you have to watch not only the long distance rooftops, but these zips all around you.
Big fan of this position for them. As you say, it may be uncharacteristic, but Aurora, just off of their brand alone, should be able to make good use of the active position that this provides, especially because many zones don't end straight on this building, and you're able to take advantage of all the teams that need to rotate ahead of you. I think if any team can succeed in Chaos, I've got to be counting on Aurora to do it.
Succeed in Chaos. That's pretty much on brand. Did you see their announcement video heading towards Los Angeles? It looked a little chaotic, so it only makes sense here. But for Reject, they're going to be playing Market. Now, this is the team that I was worried about, who had just taken a fight in Monument, on which way they were going to look for their journey into Skyhook. Now, they filtered through the main tunnel, center of map, and somehow took Market away from anyone else. But for Disguise, who's been rocking the Sentinel a lot lately, will not be swinging teams fully with this. We're not going to overheat. We're going to lock it in here now.
Maybe inspired a bit by Monsoon. I know the Sentinel has gained a lot of popularity this season, but at least in North America, it was Monsoon that was really pioneering this sniper rifle as part of the meta and not just an accessory when you had nothing else to pick up. It's been an incredible weapon as an opener this season with the headshot damage that it can deal and the consistency in breaking shields, large damage per bullet to pick up knocks on team fights that you may not even be actively participating in.
Here we go for Not Moist. Last we saw, they hit the survey beacon in No Name and have been working on their rotation ever since. And they've been following, in a way, Tom Young-Kung.
Tom Young-Kung, I don't know if we caught it, but the evac tower in the distance, and now we get to see them, is heralding the fact that they're no longer ahead of Moist. And so, or rather, I should say, not Moist. TYK land, have a relatively safe spot on the low ground, but they move up to the height, and suddenly things are going from mediocre to real bad. Monsoon picks up a couple knocks with the Sentinel, but TYK, down to just one member now, may have done irreparable damage.
And Aurora drops down from the high ground straight onto Space Station Gaming, and that Havoc, man, in close range, it can really hit like an SMG, but at the end of the day, Aurora is simply better in that moment. We pop the Beast of the Hunt to try and fend off any other oncoming teams, and thanks to the Lifeline, we get one of the quickest resets. Now, this squad has already been able to find themselves back in fighting form to be able to fend off what is happening here. And at the end of the day, we could look for a push straight back onto Roof. We are just going to have BR Demons, and so looking down there.
We did mention this at the start of the game, that when you're playing zone or when you're forced to play zone, that you have to be looking for occasional squad wipes to get your resources back. Get meds, get ammo, whatever it is that you need. Aurora do that really well in this moment, but by doing so, give up the roof to Tom Young-Kung.
The fact that they were able to get a reset onto at least one of their members, and well, design on Wraith. The Thermite's going out. We gotta jump into it, listen and see how he's handling it.
You guys, I'm not with you guys. I'm taking
one, no. I killed one.
Nice path behind.
Get fucking cooked here.
I'm Zip line.
Got you, in the corner.
I'm dropping. I'm gonna come back up.
They don't get res.
One bat. I'm coming. One bat. I can
I'm trying to finish. He's running. He just started res.
I can't help. He
doesn't get the res off.
Pay down low. I'm coming. They're going for red. They got res off.
On you.
On me. Cracked him, dead. Last one was res. They got res. He dropped.
I'm gonna be dead here.
No.
Timmy! Man, that was almost something there. Tries to clutch it up alongst Wonton Dumpling, but can we just say how scary it is to have a Pathfinder in the lobby just grappling out of ring? And it's something that, you know, I've seen Timmy do a lot of, especially coming from that content creator background alongside competition. He's got movement on Path.
This is the final series for Wonton Dumpling. So the points that they just put up by taking out Disguise are the difference between them seeding themselves into the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket when moving into the elimination stage. It has got to be the series of their lifetime, even given what they accomplished regionally. Wonton Dumpling sit at 34th, and with a unique approach from the south, still have to go through gears to get to the end game.
This is going to be an atrocious endgame. You have Reject in market that are going to have just a shrivel of cover throughout that is not necessarily going to benefit them. You have a lone member of Cloud9 just hanging up to the north, but we have to keep our eyes onto Liquid Alienware. They're holding just on the outskirts of the main door of Trials, trying to find themselves in the nooks and crannies along the mountainside. Now, they will be able to essentially farm teams as they roll up, but how many is too many before they get caught out?
Non-Moist are certainly dealing with a pickle right now. They don't have a whole lot of rotational options that don't take them straight through teams like Year, teams like RIDDLE, and an evac tower may be their best option, but it's still a gamble. I don't see this as being a particularly clean rotation, no matter where Moist end up landing.
Well, you saw exactly what happened to TYK last time they had it. Regardless, they're back up into a three-man team here, able to hit a res and a nice reset, and Aurora have regained the high ground, dropping down some field upgrades to make a play. The evac goes out. Cloud9 falls to Yanya. That was Naughty left standing for them. And, well, we only have about 10 seconds left before we make that decision. So Oire pops the beast of the hunt. Nate spams on the low ground. And, well, we're just eating up all of the damage. Keep your eyes on it because Hardeki and Oire have not taken hardly anything. And as soon as I say that, Hardeki falls. And when your lifeline goes down in a fight, it's hard to make a reset and everything falls onto Oire.
Should be able to take a small reset here. Oirain looks for a shield swap, looks for a thirst, and gets it. 5 kills so far, 6 for the squad. And Oirain tries to stick the rest as well. He's tanking zone while he does it. Thank God that got canceled. But unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to stick it again. Instead, it's TYK that come in and clean up.
Aurora has fallen. Heroes now will lavish in the remnants of that battlefield. You saw the rogue bangle coming through, but this allows Liquid Alienware to walk up. Now, granted, it's not going to be in that next zone, but they will get priority to it, using all of the gas barrels to throw down and anchor it off. But for Reject, they full send onto Heroes into that isolated 3v3 and just send it down. St. June for the wrap, and there goes Heroes.
It always feels really stylish when you commit to the slide over, and credit to Karanpei for making sure that the initial damage was dealt and Sangjun felt safe sliding in, safe resetting. 10 seconds left to go on the next ring close. Reject, OMiT, Passion, all outside of the ring, all trapped in Skyhook, will have to move into the open area.
This is the rotation we were talking about that is going to get messy. Meltero on the low ground, throwing out utility to try and help them. For Gear, they're going by foot. We have the evac tower. Will we jump straight onto high ground from this? We do, and immediately get the gen down, start fencing off. This is what you'd love to see. Now, granted, the bang ult had already been expended, and you'll get stunned up for a moment. That's all right. For now, we have hit the reset. We see Waltzy, Moist doing okay.
Geared actually have a playable position. I believe their roof should still be in, if only by a little bit. And And Wonton is doing so much work to help them collect kills as other squads are forced to adapt in a, we'll call it suboptimal ways. Geared should maintain control of the roof. They drop down to scout out other teams. This is a big risk, and it's one that allows Moist to enter the building.
This is a building of carnage. I'm seeing Passion UA go down, Complexity's in the mix, Gear Gaming, not Moist. How do you survive in this environment? Because across the way, Liquid Alienware is holding all of the space in the end game, waiting for that to happen. Passion UA falls, and now Geared, they're undergoing a bit of fire here, and OMiT joins the lobby.
Nade could help. That is a deadly thermite, though, and Panic burning down has to stop the siege onto Team Liquid and instead just hit the meds. Reset's gonna go down. Another smoke on Gear, this time to protect them. And Team Liquid Alienware just keep farming the damage. They've got to be on reds at this point, and they've got to be in the best position so far. The zone does pull a little further away from them, and with Yanya down and isolated from the rest of the squad, they may be throwing this away. Liquid just on the edge of success. Could go out at fifth, and they do.
That is heart-wrenching. There's not a lot of cover out there. It's minimal to work with, and you could just see in that moment we're using him to suppress fire to Geared on the rooftop, but the job's not done. With the ring closing here, Lou, I'm ready to see Sheila come through. Now when they made all those changes that she can pick it up and walk, albeit it's slow, but if you just keep firing it straight, we'll take it.
Over at Market, Reject are the only team that don't have to fight for a position. Complexity are trying to keep them at bay, but just to their left, everyone is dying. Kimchi falls, the Rampart walls will do nothing, and Reject get to watch this happen. It's Reject versus Moist for the win.
Oh, all right, Complexity. We saw you try, but for now, all sights are set on Reject. We saw the wrap come through, we saw the PK from above, and Reject WINNITY take map number 2.
And I can't believe that it happens again, but Reject really did work. Skyhook, they did not sit in the far end of zone waiting for the ring to come to them. They did not try and farm up from afar. Reject WINNITY picked intelligent fights, full committed to them even when the ring was about to close, and ultimately walked away with a great spot and an isolated one at that.
Oakley, Sungjun, Karamput, that it just has to feel good. We saw that beautiful interview that Nicewig and Greek had when they sat down with Karamput and Oakley themselves, and a lot of confidence in that long-standing duo. But when you bring in Sungjun at the start of the year, it really created the dynamic that we're witnessing throughout this. Now, mind you guys, here at LAN, this is the squad that dominated the APAC North Regional Finals, and it was quite possibly the most scary thing for that region to witness.
They're definitely a contender for a team that could win match point. This is their, I believe, second win of the tournament so far. And so while they've been perhaps not accelerating at the pace of Alliance, who's already picked up 3 wins during the tournament, having a second in group stage, continuing this demonstration of the fact that they can not just play for high kills, but actively play for the win, for the first place, is going to matter less here, but a lot on match point.
You start thinking about their journey throughout that. It wasn't that they just got to walk into Skyhook for free and take market. They had to battle their way through Monument, through Skyhook, and walk away with a 24-point game, 12 eliminations, and the same can be said for Not Moist.
And that is really impressive, especially when considering that, thinking about what we talked about last game, the correlation of where the zone is to where your POI is, Reject and Moist don't land anywhere near here. Reject is the one landing over at Siphon, if I recall correctly, and Moist is sat all the way in Mod. Both these teams have come from the opposite end of the map to succeed in Skyhook West. If that doesn't tell you about their dominance, their control over other teams, and clearly their ability to abuse the group stage and farm as many points as possible, I don't know what will.
But for Not Moist, think of the team that they were essentially looking at the whole entire time throughout that mid-map. Tom Young-kun, And they're not actually inside the top 10 because they took two very different routes as soon as they got through No Named. In that mid-map, we saw the evac tower straight into Skyhook, right where Aurora was in the center building, and they found themselves with 2 eliminations and 3 points. Aurora, who originally held that roof, were able to drop down, clear out Spacestation Gaming, but they only were able to get 6 eliminations, which I thought it would have been more.
I think with TYK and Moist, we're seeing a difference between when you believe that you need to be at a specific place in zone versus Moist allowing the zone to inform how they're going to rotate. They knew that this wasn't pulling towards the south. There was no rush to get into Skyhook, and so most teams probably aren't, say, guarding in lands or guarding the tunnel up from landslide. They use that, they walk in, they save a lot of resources, and it looks really good.
That's exactly what Reject WINNITY did. That's the way they approached it and walked straight into market. But for our series results, we'll see how that win panned out for them, putting them in second place with 26 points, just 2 points behind Aurora. For Not Moist, though, with a massive game on their end, it'll put them into third. For BR Demons, Liquid Alienware, that's going to round out your top 5. But you have to think, if Liquid could have stayed alive a little bit longer, not losing out on Yanya, not sending out Jaguares to go for that res, this could have been a different story.
It's tough, and ultimately, like, small missteps and even outplays from other teams are going to happen. Liquid Alienware, like you mentioned, didn't have a lot of cover. I gotta say, Tiff, I'm getting a little nervous because I went out on a limb for my prediction, and I picked Reject, even though Aurora were in the group, and I know they've been dominant so far. And so seeing them this close after 2 games, I'm not quite sure what I want to expect. I don't want to cast or curse anybody, but I think my prediction might work. It might work out.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm not sure about a lot of things. I was 2 for 3 yesterday, and it's just been a toss-up for me today. Clearly, there's a lot of things moving and a lot of things to come. And one thing in particular, we had already talked about Alter, and also what's to come alongside with that new season is going to be that solo mode. Because on Sunday, we are going to be having the solo showdown. So let's go ahead and get a sneak peek of what that mode's going to look like.
Blame it on the chemtrails. That was embarrassing. And Maggie's back from the Sidbin. I'll light a candle for you.
There's a lot of information in that sneak peek. You've got health regen, you've got respawn tokens. We also saw that the weapons, they'll be kitted out upon.
Which is really nice. I really enjoy when we get the kitted out weapons in TDMs. It lets me get right into the action without having to worry about all the looting that comes beforehand. So I know I, for one, will be playing solos, especially to warm up for ranked queues.
Especially when you hot drop and know that you're coming back. And if you're going to be warming up for rank, I'm looking at you guys in the audience because there's a 1v1 contest going outside. But for the first ever solo showdown that is going to be happening live here on Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Pacific. This is what's going to happen prior to match point finals. So I just want to see if any of you guys out there in the stands can qualify and maybe get into that, because we're going to have so many content creators and potentially other pros that'll... Actually, I don't think pros are competing. Graceful was talking about it.
Yeah, not the pros here,
Does
but the pros are
count?
attending. They can compete. And
All right. I see you. Shoot your shot and see if you can make it in there. I know Dia and I are going to love to commentate overall, yeah.
Yes, yeah, that'll be interesting. I haven't commentated a solos show before. I imagine that it's actually probably going to be mostly you because I'm expecting a lot of action.
I just want it to be incredibly chaotic, get unique, maybe find some rat spots, be a menace on the map, but who knows? You got that respawn token to work with, so maybe if your first iteration of the drop doesn't go well to plan, you get a spot to rethink it. But at the end of the day, this is the final map on World's Edge for these 2 groups, B and D.
Final, yeah, like you say, final map before Storm Point in the second half of the series, which is really important when we're thinking about teams that do much better on one map versus another. I'm thinking, say, Aurora right now, I think they've got 53-ish% of their points. This has changed during the course of the series, but many of their points are coming from World's Edge, whereas other squads do tend to prefer Storm Point in order to accumulate their standings.
Well, for those that are not happy with where they have found themselves on the series results, Disguised, Red Rams, Riddle Order, Tom Young-kun. Now this is okay, right? We've seen teams that are sitting in the 20th spot move up well into that top 10 in just a matter of 2 to 3 games. But throughout the middle of the section, maps 3 through 4, even 5, this is where if you've made mistakes throughout the first 2, let's work on correcting that, because those zones, they may not have been in your favor, but we're gonna have to figure out how to make them work for you.
And Tip, I cannot emphasize this enough, but this is the last game that anybody on stage right now is going to play before we hit the elimination bracket. World's Edge, if you're going to VOD review anything, this is the last World's Edge game you're going to VOD review before you're potentially knocked out of the tournament. So everybody here has got to be playing on their A game, because you don't have time to fool around in group stages anymore and experiment with the meta with your rotations. It's time to dial in.
Dial it in, iron out your mental, and drop on in. That ship is going from directly south all the way up to north for Riddle Order at Tree, Disguised at Thermal. There are going to be some of our first teams hitting the ground, such as Liquid Alienware over in Lawnside. Wait a second, whoa. Alliance, they've abandoned Monument and have went to Thermal. You mentioned the last time on World's Edge. Well, here it goes. Designs already down. In fact, with the longbow, making it work. Timmy on the Mozam, answering back. Last standing, we've seen this position before, just on the outskirts of Countdown, and the same result happens. Alliance, what are you boys doing over there?
I think Graceful mentioned this earlier today, but just because of the standings, Disguised have more to lose. Alliance get that burst of confidence to retake their POI, and they do it in style. They're not the only ones that are hard fighting, though, because finally SSG and Red Rams are going head-to-head for the POI.
And they've been flirting with this all around Climatizer, but for now, it has officially broken out. We do take one member down, which means it's a potential 3v2 unless they're able to get a reset across from them in the time that we focused on healing.
SSG should be able to get at least the singular kill. Whether Red Rams disengaged or not entirely in SSG's control, and since Red Rams are running something like a conduit, they should be able to craft banners as well, should they choose to disengage and play for the later game.
And it seems as if they're just looking for information. There goes the scan, finally off cooldown. The scan answered back. So now everyone has that information on the approach of where we're going through, but Zainu filtering his way up through the staircase, looking for any angles, but definitely checking around those corners. And Datch is on the roof.
Prowler in hand, Gold Mag actually could make a big difference in a fight like this. Red Rams are playing for a pick, playing for a mistake from SSG. One member that swings out ahead of all the others. Zainu's gonna search. Scan connects. This gives full information over to SSG. Will they mess up the climb? Zainu's left on the low ground and Rex loses their shields.
Phony, massive in hand with the wait, double massive, okay, with the digis will make it work. Zainu, though, falls to Wyatt Chang, and Frax is gonna answer back with a trade. So we're still in a 1v2 situation here for Red Rams.
SSG may even be able to get a res in the next couple of seconds. We're not seeing a thirst on Zainu just yet. And with the doors in the way and Caustic still up, you've got a lot of zoning potential as Spacestation. I am very surprised, Tip, to not see Red Rams disengaging. They're a squad in 7th place overall right now, and they're choosing to gamble their World's Edge on this.
At the end of the day, they don't have conduit. They're not going to be able to craft banners. One has already timed out. Datch, maybe we can grab it and go. But if you put enough pressure and try to string out this reset that Spacestation is looking to do, not only are we chalking both of our games at this point from a reset, but the time for rotation with the zone pulling sound and Phony, there he goes, finally puts the nail into the coffin, and they can focus on the game at hand.
Look at his face, he doesn't even break a sweat. It looks like all of SSG are just chilling after that engagement. There's a reason why they're a terrifying team to fight off drop. This has delayed their rotation into zone, but I gotta say, Tiff, I don't mind it at all. You've secured yourself 3 points right now. You pick up another squad wipe, and it's essentially as if you've placed in the top 5 already. We'll see how well SSG adapt the next couple of minutes, but it should just be Cloud9 that lie in their way to the zone.
Speaking of way to the zone, it looks like it's pulling down towards that tree. We had a good look at all the teams that have made their way into that nearby area. Wonton, Dumpling electing to forego that engagement at Lava Siphon, landing at Dome, do get the ring console and have filtered their way through launch site. But for teams that are going to be making that long distance push, well, TYK, there's not going to be too long for them.
Where's that guy? There was a guy in the audience with the pick Rev sign. We got your answer. Revenant has been locked in for TYK. There we go, he's got it. This is honestly going to be really exciting to watch as they're sitting outside the zone and playing for kills. Alliance doing much the same, albeit without Rev, but with Horizon and Conduit all layered on top of each other, it should be good.
All for Geared though. We just see them fall as if it had just started. It was between Geared, between OMiT, and Alliance looking for a clean third party after taking down Disguised and Thermal. They're continuing on this warpath. I would be curious to hear what those conversations in the Alliance booth sounded like before the final map on World's Edge.
On the opposite end of the map, we've got Cham Young-kun running down the BR Demons. Should BRD fall, both South American squads will have fallen back to back. Asia's low, Asia's down, Rev has fallen. Our TYK going to fall apart. There's a trade here with BRD Azazel finding the knock for BRD. But TYK still need to make their way in. Frag goes long, Azazel on Caustic gets to reset, and there's a chance the BR Demons get a res. Find Artini back into the fight and then re-engage.
Well, this is what's really smart about what BR Demons are doing in this moment, right? We're throwing out the barrels to try and hit that res, get back to the numbers, but while that's all happening, TYK does the same. We get Asia back up onto the forest, and as we're healing on the door, it opens right up, and Blato takes down Ziki back into a 3v2 situation.
Let's see if that finds a knock or not. Doing flesh damage in zone is deadly as it'll throw off your heal timings. First low health goes down, BR Demons lose one, Blato's down, Azazel picks up two, and BR Demons succeed just in time for a third party. It's disastrous!
Cloud9, they were rotating throughout that mid-map looking for information, and well, they heard the sounds, and that sign on the ground, live today, well, they can die tomorrow. See ya, BR Demons.
That is a tough way to go, I'll be honest with you. Fighting in zone and against TYK, who Tiff engaged this ostensibly in the greater term of like winning a game of Apex Legends. TYK don't get anything out of this. TYK are definitely playing the metagame, trying to pick off a squad that they believe they can outfight. Not only do TYK not outfight the BR Demons, but by taking the fight in the first place, it pushes BR Demons into a no-win situation. Cloud9 are the beneficiaries, but man, does that feel bad as BRD to have taken that engagement and to have it have been so close. The rotation from Cloud9 will take them uncontested in through the east side of the ring and over towards Wonton Dumpling, perhaps, who are sat in the south, playing out of launch site with a lot of flexibility as to how they'll approach a tree zone.
This is going to be a tough one for a lot of our squads involved. You talked about Cloud9 hitting that rotation. They'll be able to drop into Lava Siphon. They have a ring console, a survey beacon for their use. But SSG and Aurora, they're going to be some of our latest arrivers down towards the tree side. But we're going to look towards where Alliance has positioned themselves at Harvester, because that will likely be the first point of contact for some of our squads rotating in from the north.
Complexity have got a really nice spot, given that Rampart's able to lock doors with just as much, if not more, effectiveness than legends like Caustic. They should be holed up nice in tree. Not a lot of doors that can actually be broken or breached in the next couple of minutes. And buildings should be pretty uncontestable. Aurora typically go for something like this, where they're playing along the edge and even adapt pretty darn well to last game when they had the zone coming to them. It'll be a slow game for a while until eventually they should be fighting through the side of Thermal, maybe going Harvester if they're feeling especially cheeky to take out squads that are unprepared for a zone wrap.
Oh, playing that position down low just opens yourself up. Now, Effect is just waiting to unleash the black hole and descend upon this squad, but as soon as we dab up onto this limb, you're getting shot at from the right. Those marksman rifles, the longbows, every bit of what we've seen other squads use are going to prevent them from being out into the open. So we're going to have to find a different path around, but regardless, when it comes to that next zone, We are pulling from these train tracks. But it's a matter of time. Do we go straight into Not Moist? Do we rotate around towards that eastern side from Lava Siphon and potentially run into Space Station, Cloud9, Reject?
I've got to appreciate that Alliance do back off there, give respect to the fact that Bangalore was used, because they've won in a small battle that will influence the larger course of the game. By trading one ult for none, you're giving yourself more tools, and especially when you've got a Horizon ult on your team and time is of the essence, having every advantage counts because team fights need to go fast.
See what we're able to do here. Rotating in on that path. They do have that next information, but the thing is, we need to find out what the lay of the land of this final zone will look like in comparison with what's going to be the best position for us to play from. Now, granted, Jaguares likely just picks this up off the ground and was saying, I'm going to take some shots, finds the longbow on the ground. Obviously, it's not kitted out. We've got 7 bullets, and there's probably an AR, maybe even a Hemlock nearby that he's willing to use.
Could be. Team Liquid Alienware still want to put a few more points on the board. They could push themselves up into winner's bracket for now off of this series. They're currently sitting in 26th, and depending on where they place, could secure a spot even after the next group ends up playing. But it is going to require a lot of points, a lot of moves up the leaderboard, and they'll have to watch their backs as well, since Wonton Dumpling should be moving in soon.
Oh, I mean, soon, but Effect is making his name here. We just cut on over towards that end of the full send on to Not Moist. They had been toying with it, and the push finally came through. Now they're going to be able to find themselves a more clean path into that next zone, but the job's not done. We did get a look at where it's pulling, and Wonton Dumpling and Liquid Alienware have found themselves gifted a zone pool, and Wonton Dumpling taking all the space in launch site are making sure that no one wraps through that side to hit the choke.
Meanwhile, for a team like Reject, they're going to be safe for now. It's not a super active position that they have, honestly, and Reject should be looking for not any opportunity, but a good opportunity to drop down, find some kills, and then continue their rotation. If you take the jump too early, you'll get third-party teams will come up behind you. But if you hit it just right, then you should be able to take the loot that you get, transfer it into a better spot in late game zone, and maybe contest teams like Wonton and Liquid that are sitting towards the very southern end of World's Edge.
Speaking of Southern, Aurora's got to make their way through it. We've got Serenity in the truck, looking towards Alliance, and we also have Alliance in the nearby vicinity, and RIDDLE is playing corner on the outside area alongside Complexity. So the moment we see any teams looking to get involved near these train tracks, even with Space Station finally making their way through, something's going to happen, and the majority of these squads are all going to fall. We're going to go from 13 squads to maybe 7 in the next 2 minutes.
Remember when I mentioned that Aurora had 2 options? They could go through Thermal if they were playing safe, and they could go through Harvester if they were playing cheeky. Well, they are playing cheeky, and it's working out for them as Zainu bites the dust. That's basically unrecoverable, as Ori Rain should be able to find a full thirst. But by playing like this, Aurora are gambling in a way that they are better than the other squads that are rotating in alongside them, that other teams will not be able to punish them, and that's going to require, unlike last game, Hardeki to stay alive through the fights.
They really have to, especially with Alliance looking down on where they are, with Unlucky locking in towards the conduit and already expending Radiant Transfer despite Aurora off-screen having taken down Space Station. We lose out on Hardeki to riddle Yukio's triple take, so this is not going to be easy. It's enough that Alliance needs to full send yet another squad.
But we just said it, Chip! Hardeki has to stay alive, and the very fact that he's gone down, no matter the reason, means likely the end of Aurora. Alliance have very little resistance to be met with. They clean up a squad, and they use, interestingly, a Bloodhound ult to do it. Just about a minute left until the next zone close. If I were them, I'd be looking for ult excels, because you are going to need every cooldown possible to move all the way into tree safely.
Well, speaking of safely, RIDDLE had locked into the position that Not Moist had found themselves in. Heroez expends their Bangalore ultimate to start looking to take that fight, similar to what we had witnessed with Alliance taking down Not Moist. Well, Heroez, unfortunately, is not going to be able to take RIDDLE. They disengage and dive into the building and immediately set up a fortress.
It's another situation where we're just locking doors for right now, making sure that teams can't get into spots that RIDDLE or teams like them occupy. Did mention reject also, and with Alliance now facing them down, these teams have big decisions to make. Let's see what they choose to do as we take a listen in with Alliance.
Putting high ground.
Yep. Fighting right side, okay?
I think we take the long one. Kick you the
I'm up. Yep.
Land center zone somewhere. Can you maybe land pipe? Let's team there.
We can land here, bro.
You good deep?
Where? On my pink here.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
Down on the outside.
Yeah.
We might queue up and 3P, okay?
Yeah, no queue for 10. Wait for
Stay close
us.
for now. Hold the doors.
Team inside. Okay. Come here.
I'm scanning backwards.
Yes, nade.
Oh, that's a good nade.
Then go inside now.
Batting. Watch me.
Yeah.
I have hound.
Left side tree. Careful here. Left side tree here, I think.
Peeking.
Left side trees are coming down.
Safe on me.
Yes. They might coming on left here. Anyone east? Yes.
Yeah. Fight this.
Careful building. Building's looking. I'm pushing this. Push this.
Yes, send it.
Valk cracked on us. Back cracked. Bottom dead. Valk is cracked as well. Valk cracked. All dead. Watchman, I'm resing.
I'm holding. You're good.
I'm resing.
Scanning, you're good.
It's two teams.
Black pip.
Albeit Alliance were able to take out RIDDLE, have found themselves in a precarious situation, which opens the door for Complexity to get in on some early action. You know, Lou is just dying to break that out, but for now, we're going to stay inside for now. Alliance is setting their sights onto Reject, onto Passion UA, as everyone is just vying to get into that next zone.
Skynade might connect for Lou. Does not quite do enough damage to send on to Heroez, but Complexity need to wipe the team at their back. There's always the chance that they get third party, so they've got to do it quickly. But they cannot afford to swing down with teams like Wonton, Dumpling looking down at them. Reject WINNITY have just gone out. We're into the top 5, and Complexity have no clear way out of the building.
We're just looking for angles, but the moment we peek out, we are met with the force, and Heroez is just looking for a way inside Monsoon. You are not getting in my house today, but from Kimchi, he's going to be the last driving force to try and take down the remnants of Heroez behind the knockdown. That is not going to be enough because Alliance, their thirst for dominance inside this match is historic in the making.
3 squads left. Alliance have already won 3 games during the group stage. Liquid Alienware and Wonton Dumpling have yet to win a single game.
And Liquid Alienware, we saw how close they came when it was in that skyhook ending. This time, we have all 3 up. Niazzle hits that Bloodhound, looks for some angles, but the barrel's going through the ring at their back. We just have to filter in.
Wonton are sending it!
They have to do something.
Wonton full committing onto Liquid Alienware. It is time to bunker down, wait for Alliance to show up, to be the heroes for Liquid. There's still a chance, if they keep everyone up, that they can win the game. Wonton Dumpling lose the first one. Alliance clean up, picking up the full thirst. Wonton Dumpling aren't getting a reset on this, and everyone has got to play very careful. Wonton trying desperately disengaged, but Bo falls.
What are we witnessing? 20 eliminations, a third of the lobby, and they're not done. 4 more possible can go the way, and Wonton Dumpling is just going to lie in wait and let this Liquid Alienware alliance play out.
That was the last ult available for Liquid Alienware. They don't have Beast of the Hunt. They don't have Nox Gas Grenade. Alliance on the other end have no more big cooldowns to worry about. And even as the Beast of the Hunt ticks away, Hackett should be able to hold this angle with or without it. Wonton Dumpling are gone. Alliance control all the space. And Alliance might be picking up, should be picking up their 4th win of the group stage.
They control the space, they're controlling the lobby, and they want 3 more eliminations if they can do it. Now for Liquid Alienware, it's going to get tough, right? As soon as you start barreling in that building, we just have to wait it out. We're taking angles, looking for openings, and Effect does have the black hole. We finally break it down! We talk about all the things from the heavens. No, bro, we are crawling out there. The demons that they wear you up in your dreams, they're here. Alliance.
Effect, what an incredible horizontal triple swing from Liquid Alienware into a gravity lift. What a bait to set everyone into the same area, sucked into the black hole with nowhere to go. That was a major outplay by just one player if I've ever seen it.
Those are the monsters your parents warn you about that are lurking underneath your bed, and they have come to wreak havoc for World's Edge.
This is the same effect that we saw in group stages of split shoot playoffs last year. The effect that took everyone by storm. It is a 24-kill game for Alliance. I know we talk about dropping nukes. This is a war that they just waged on the rest of the lobby.
It's done. It's dusted. Do we just... I was gonna say, Los Angeles, man, you gotta give it to them. That was crazy.
Playing the way that Alliance did, we talked about this last game as well, in a very similar way to Reject, not going hard zone, but instead really abusing what group stage is all about. Teams that maybe have not adapted, that don't know exactly what their game plan is just yet, and instead committing really hard to yours, and honestly, playing it just as well, if not better than Alliance did regionally.
I love how before that map, we were talking about teams that were going to be VOD reviewing the final match on World's Edge. I suggest you run that back from Alliance's POV, but for now, we're gonna send it on over the desk, because Rain Day, they got some other things to break down.
Well, thank you, Tiff and Dia. Great job on the first 3 games. I'm going to say we don't have too many other things to break down. We actually have that to break down exactly because what you just witnessed has never been done before. That is the largest LAN record for kills that Alliance just took over the team they killed, which was formerly LG, now Liquid Alienware, who had 23. They have 24 kills in that game, Zephyr. When you look back at a performance like that, that's the type of tone set that could take you all the way to a championship.
That's something for Alliance that is going to be absolutely incredible here for the momentum going into Stormpoint, because when we talk about that 24 kills, it not only starts with encompassing or eclipsing teams like Aurora, Liquid, but also starting off against a squad like Disguise, taking back their home in Thermal Station. It shows that Alliance is here to play, knows the experience that they have is going to garner them that success, and the strategies that they came up with from yesterday are giving them their advantages now.
Story with Alliance, obviously incredible finish in Split 1. They were 3rd place overall in EMEA, but questions at LAN. Always a team that we thought was a contender, clearly doing it here as we look at the bottom half of our top 10 teams. Some teams, Moist, had a very good start in one of these games, didn't do it again. We have to figure out if that's going to stay consistent. A team we're looking at, Aurora as well, off to the races, then don't quite get it done in game number 3. Disguise as well with a goose egg. They will expect to do better as we head into our new map and our back half of this set. However, let's keep the topic running on Alliance, Jamerson. Just looking at some of their stats there, that is a performance, maybe one of the best that we have seen on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, it's great coming back to Apex Legends for me because, as much as things have changed, rosters have changed, this iteration of Alliance is completely different. This is the kind of potential we've always seen out of Alliance, and especially, I think that harkens back to Hawkins' shot calling. The first 2 games were a little bit shaky, but the third, you gotta admit, definitely made up for those first 2.
Absolutely, and one of the things, Graceful, as we take a look at these overall standings that Hawkins has done so well is he's led this team through different iterations of itself. I kind of look at it like Zero in a way, where you've got Sharky, you've got JMW one of these times, you've got Jim Burton missing out, still finding a way to win. Hal's done the same thing. Hawkins, he's in that category of elite IGL, now adding Unlucky, still getting the job done at LAN to mix in with effect after losing Yuki, a long-time big member of their team.
Hawkins has been doing such a good work just because he's leading the charge at the front. He's always in the fight. I don't know if you actually saw in that previous photo, but they were a part of every single kill together except one. One of them wasn't a part of the 20 plus kills, but they were just doing damage together and not solo. And that being on the same page with Hawkins leading the front, it just makes it so easy. You just have to listen to him. He just says push, you follow him, you hold his hand, it works out.
One of the rare IGLs, not all of them do this, where they lead the fight. Some like to do it from the back and have more of an image of what their teammates are doing, like a general commanding their troops. Hockey's definitely getting in the mix in the Vanguard. Alliance, Aurora, Reject, WINNITY, who have been playing phenomenally representing APAC, Liquid Alienware, and BR Demons round out your top 5. Moist following right behind them. On the other side of it, after talking about Red Rams, Jamerson, 0 points so far. You would expect that that's going to change in these back half of these games. A rough start, though.
It's just so difficult, especially when you look at that 50-50 that's happening right up in Climatizer.
Yeah.
With the kind of resistance that Red Rams have put up there beforehand, you expect a little bit more, but SSG just seemed to have a better understanding of how to take that fight. I don't know. It was just such an odd kind of way all of that broke down. So I don't know. Hopefully when we go over to Storm Point, they could swap things around. That other 50-50 that might be taking place when we get there, I don't know.
Hey, the game has changed things to make everybody on whites for sure, but weapons are still a draw. You don't know. Sometimes these things are part of the randomness of the Apex Legends experience. It's why we love it. It's why you drop down again. But speaking of dropping down, dropping in, let's take a look back at those final circles, because these 3 games, yes, they got off to a great start and graceful. Game 1, it looked like it was going to be Aurora again sweeping through this tournament.
You know when you're in your bed on the hot side of a pillow rain day, but you kind of swap to the cold and it feels so good. That's what BR Demons did the moment Aurora took their bridge. And that ended up helping them, taking the evac up to 3P the last fight, because they ended up being the bread.
And you know what, at the end of the day, you want to be the bread, not the meat in the sandwich, right?
Exactly.
The cold pillow, I mean, I love the way that we think about that. And really, you know, when we talk about it, BR Demon's a team that is a little slept on, Zephyr, in terms of our big conversations on who is a contender at this land.
Definitely, though, one of the more aggressive teams to come out of South America in recent years. So I love the fact that they forced this fight to happen. And even still, we do see some of the shining moments of that lifeline. But for Aurora, it couldn't quite hold out.
And Jamerson, game 2, I mean, that was a stunner as well.
I mean, we've seen many iterations of this circle. Reject WINNITY had the entirety of market on lockdown, the vast majority of this game. So when you get this drop down from all the teams that were stacked up on this building, we know exactly what happens. It's going to be an absolute cluster. The most important part about this, though, is that Reject WINNITY had a lot of space to play out of here because of what Geared Gaming did to Team Liquid Alienware on the other side. They were trading knocks back and forth. Team Liquid were the biggest teams, the biggest threat for Reject WINNITY, but with them gone, they were able to just freely push up, clean up kills, and of course, secure the victory here at the end with a really strong kill point finish.
I was a little surprised, too, the way Liquid died. It felt like they were in a really good spot playing Edge against everyone else and just got picked off with G7s or 30-30s from across the way. It was a tough matchup, but nothing tough about what Alliance faced. It was like a hot knife through butter with this one.
Yeah, buttered sandwich, but I would say it's missing one piece of bread there as Wonton Dumpling gets absolutely deleted after what was an attempted push on top of Team Liquid there, of course, alongside that. What I love about this one, though, is the space that Alliance takes up here. As Hakis goes in and takes the, I will say, angle on the offside here, this is so good at controlling the line of sight that you'll eventually see Liquid Alienware come out and try to take advantage of. And credit where it is due. They go for the play that they can work with. The smoke exit into what will hopefully be the launch onto Effect, who's on a horizon. At the end of the day, they pull this one back together, and as a result, launch into the biggest win we've ever seen here at an ALGS LAN.
Well, you know, I have so much that we could say about Alliance, about the record-setting game that they just had. If you're just tuning in, 24 kills at LAN, the highest we have ever seen. They still got 3 more games to go in this. So definitely watch out winners bracket, but what will they do? We'll have to wait and see. Those who have been watching our ALGS, though, know that we give an award not just to the players who get the most kills, but who do it in the most positive way. That's right. We are rewarding another player this year at our championships with a positive player award. And to find out some more about it, we got a little tape for you.
So, Hero, what's the plan? Let's do some shopping.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You ready for another round?
So, Grace, I'll lead to you because you're the one who's actually played against Alliance, you know, professionally. How is it that they're doing this well? And do you see them continuing this on throughout the tournament? Could this really be the one where we go Alliance is holding up that trophy at the end of Sunday?
So knowing their strategy as well is that they have been focusing on not being contested. But we saw the last game, they actually brought it to these guys contesting them anyways. And I think that at some point, giving too much respect to other teams is going to hurt you. And you could really show that they took their home back and they had a nuke of a game. I think that they're feeling really good going further into the tournament. And if they can keep it at the end, honestly, if they have a good POI, they can. If they do not, it's gonna be sticky icky.
Sticky Icky. Hot Pillow, Sticky Icky. Graceful, you have given us some great ones on this desk segment as well. And I know there's some great ones waiting to be thrown to shortly. However, I will say that we've missed this person that we're going to. Normally you see us on the desk doing something like this most of the time when they are around. Well, they're not playing behind us, but they are actually watch partying to the left of us. So Peeps is standing by with one of your favorites, Roy.
Rain, thank you so much. I am here with Roy. I am here with our Mandarin translator, June. So Roy, I got a question. Going from pro to now the APEC representative, all right, of the watch parties, how's the transition been?
欢迎你来到我们的现场。那么 Royce， 今天呢，我们有一个问题来问您。那从之前的一个专业选手到成为我们亚太地区的这个 Watch 的代表，那么整个的这个转换过程是怎样的呢？
我觉得首先我要谢谢 APEX 邀请我来当这个转播代表，然后。 我觉得这是一个很新奇的体验，因为是第一次来做这个转播，然后同时又是一个很心酸的感觉，因为同时我很想要去打这个比赛，然后让大家看看我们的一些表现。
First of all, thank you very much indeed for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here. And secondly, I have to say this is a very new experience. It's very interesting. At the same time, I had mixed feelings because I really hope I can be there competing.
You gotta love it. You gotta absolutely love it. The passion coming out. So, crowd's loving it. So, a lot of the APAC teams have been doing a lot better this LAN than previous LANs. What do you think their secret is? And is there an APAC team that you're cheering for?
那么，所以你可以听到大家的掌声。那当然了，今天在我们赛场上，整个亚太地区的团队都进行得非常棒。那您有没有特别支持的团队呢？
我一直都很支持 TSN 跟 Alliance。 但是现在呢，我有一个更想去支持的队伍，这个队伍是 WTD， 因为他们3个一直都是我的非常好的朋友，私底下都会跟他们一起玩，希望他们能再加油一点，打进决赛。
Yes, I've been supporting all these teams like TSAT. Now I hope another team, which is WTD. And they could do really well because actually I know all these 3 players very well privately, and I really hope they can have a great success today.
All right, well, that is it for Roy. That is it for June. This is for all you fans back home. Roy, thank you so much. Back to you, Glitter and Gaskin.
Great job, Peeps, speaking with Roy. It's always nice to have him here at the venue. It's sad that he's not competing, but the fact that he's got the watch party going and we got at least one Roy Hart makes me happy.
Honestly, we get to see maybe more Roy Harts because he's doing the watch party instead. Appreciate everything that all the watch parties do, just adding extra personality to Apex Legends. But we still have to round out groups B and D here, Glitter.
I mean, we heard him call out the fact that he's hoping Wonton, Dumpling are doing well. We literally just saw them in a top 3 position in that last match. So maybe he's giving them some good vibes?
Maybe, and they might need it, to be honest, with how it's gone previously. I mean, we have seen some kind of uprise in some of the APAC North, some of the APAC South teams as well, certainly from previous performances, but it seems to be EMEA that is being the standout of this series so far. Alliance and Aurora certainly taking the headlines, but now we move over to Stormpoint, where of course we get to see different teams maybe step up to the plate here.
And these matches are going to be really important. We keep talking about how we're going to start seeing our teams getting seeded into that winners bracket as well as the elimination bracket. When it comes to that bottom 20, there's a very real possibility we'll start to see those teams dropping in there after these 3 matches.
And as you can see, some contests on your screen that we're expecting. We have already seen the Passion UA versus Heroes contest go down. Passion won that one 2-1 previously, so I'm sure that Heroez will try and come back with a vengeance. Liquid against Wonton Dumpling at Pylon. Intriguing one. I'm wondering whether Wonton Dumpling are going to continue to go with that one, with how things have been going so far for them. And then elsewhere, we also have Red Rams versus Alliance, which is one I am particularly excited for.
Yeah, myself as well, especially after what we just saw out of Alliance, whether that's the literal 24-kill game they were just able to bring home, or the fact that they purposefully dropped on DSG over at Thermal. They've got to be feeling good, but on the flip side, Red Rams have also been the contest squad of the day.
More to lose for Red Rams as well here after Alliance should have, well, they have secured their way into the winners bracket, because that's what we've got to start talking about, right? We've now got to try and worm down to 20 teams that will be competing in that winners bracket, not dropping into the elimination bracket. And we can start to talk about that number as well. Is it going to be around 95 points, up to 100 points? We're going to start to find that out as we get to the latter stages of this series.
Yeah, when we're looking at the likes of DZ at the top of the table at 127, they're looking pretty comfortable up there. But like you said, we're now starting to keep our eyes on that bubble area. We'll see how some of these teams are able to play, at least in this first match here on Stormpoint, and see if that then ends up informing their decisions made in the last two matches.
At the moment, 71 points is the cutoff in 20th position, so we will keep an eye on that, but I'm expecting it to raise to around 90 plus points for that cutoff. Now, Dropship is going to be arriving from west to east, so we will get potentially an early contest down at Barometer if it happens, but it looks like Heroez are not going to be taking the fight against Passion UA. They had already lost it once, so I'm expecting that to happen. Sometimes teams will dip away. Now for Red Rams versus Alliance. What's going to happen here? Where are Alliance is my real question. Well, it looks like they are more than happy for Red Rams to be over towards Lightning Rod.
I mean, it's not a fight that they really need to push in. Same situation for Passion and Heroez. Heroez are lower on that leaderboard. They want to be safe. They've moved up towards the wall. Oh, we've got Disguised up there. Are they going to go after them again after what we just saw?
I think this is a planned attack from Alliance. I think that they recognize that Disguised are a real threat to their drop spot on World's Edge down at Thermal. They've already dropped on them once in match number 3, and they say, well, actually, there's a little gap here. Maybe we can disrupt the rotation of Disguised and ensure they won't be in the winners bracket with us, giving us a better path to the finals.
There's also a lot we need to talk about on the southern side of this map, because this was a potential contest between Wonton Dumpling and Liquid. We also knew that Moist was down in that area. SSG was down in that area. It looks like Heroez has also moved over there, but everyone has spread out, and they're playing nice here in this first match. Regardless, they're all in a really solid spot to move into the zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure Liquid will be like too happy about having to take Coastal Camp until they see where the zone's going and realize the zone's going to be pulling down towards them, and then they'll be laughing very much sure. So, Wonton Dumpling, they will secure Pylon. Non-Moist, they can have to work with Echo, and everyone's being pretty friendly in match number 4. Whether that will change going into match 5 or 6 remains to be seen, as we had a quick glance at Alliance there after a mammoth, a record-breaking match so far in this tournament. An amazing amount of kills, and I'm sure they're going to be looking to try and add to that here in match 4.
I know you say pretty friendly, but they're going straight after DSG yet again on a different map in an area that wasn't even close to where they were, and they continue shifting closer to DSG, but we're also now checking in with the RIDDLE order to see what they've got going on with their rotation. They were taking a little bit of some shots fired in the air, but they're able to continue on unscathed, and for now, we'll at least be able to look for a solid position.
Yeah, and I can see on the map overhead, Alliance are taking shots towards Disguised. To give you an idea of where Disguised are in the overall standings, they're in 16th position right now, so they are making it into the winners bracket as it stands. But if Alliance can start to chip away at Disguised, and suddenly all the other teams start to take over them, Disguised could find themselves in that elimination bracket if they're not careful. And not only are Alliance in the area, Tom Youngkung are also getting involved now. This is not good for DSG.
And this is what happens when they can start to hear those shots off in the distance. Everyone's going to be looking for a really solid opportunity to third party. TYK thinking this could potentially be it. Obviously knowing that DSG is going to be up in that area with them, and they just go in aggressively, already making the push onto the roof, getting some nice damage. It shields a little bit low there on Ziggy, but continuing to make the move, and by Dexter, DSG don't even get a chance to go down to Alliance because it's Tom Youngkung.
Job done for Alliance. That's exactly what they wanted. That was exactly their plan, and it is perfectly worked out for them, and now they can play this one however they want. They can just start to play the game of Apex Legends. They could leave Tom Youngkung here if they would like to, if they don't feel like this is a winnable fight, but at the same time, Alliance are in a position where they can really do whatever they want. But we have a pause temporarily just to make sure that
everything is right for all these players. Could be a technical difficulty for one of the players, of course, make sure everything is okay. Whilst that pause is happening, I mean, what a ballsy move it was from Alliance to do that. I was thinking maybe they'd be more concerned about Red Rams, but when you look at where Red Rams are in the table, they're up in the top 10. They're more likely to be in the winners bracket. The biggest threat for Alliance is Disguised.
And at this point, are they just trying to make a point with DSG? And here, they didn't even have to do anything. TYK did the dirty work for Alliance, decided, like we said, that was an opportunity to try and get some KP on the board. They did it really quickly as well, so they didn't leave themselves open to a third party then on behalf of Alliance. So we'll have to see how that ends up playing out when we get back into the game. But even focusing back down on the southern side of the map, we had talked about how many squads ended up playing nicely, sharing that space, and then ending up benefiting for it because of where that zone shift was going to be. And we could see when we were looking at the map before we took a break that everyone had already shifted in to some solid positioning and wasn't pushing it.
Yeah, I'll go into that further when we resume the game, just while it's paused, in case any of the coaches or players have headphones off. But certainly those guys who were dropping and splitting themselves up on the southern side will be pretty happy. I think Disguised are going to be frustrated about this one and kind of looking over their shoulders a little bit. What was brilliant, though, was Alliance, by doing that, Tom Young-Kung probably thought it was someone dropping from the wall. They probably thought it was a fight and engagement that was happening from another squad, and they thought, okay, we've got free KP here. And it was just an extremely well-planned decision from Alliance. And they've already qualified for the winners bracket. When we talk about cutoffs of points around 95 to 100, we're taking a guess, but the likes of Aurora, the likes of Alliance, they are sucking the points out of these lobbies, which might lower that threshold just a little bit.
And we can see just how calm and confident Alliance are looking right now, not only based off of their performance, but probably based off that decision, because they got exactly what they wanted. Like you said, there was potential for them to go after Serenity, who were landing up at wall as well. They decided to try and take that up towards North Pad, and now as we check in with the rest of our squads, you got to see the complexity piece, right?
I did,
Rain Day's epic rollerblading skills as well.
I would have been very sad if I'd missed the complexity piece. It was a work of art, so for everyone who was involved in that, thank you very much that I was able to witness it. And complexity, well, for them, moving over to Storm Point is a good thing. They are one of our better Storm Point teams. I always talk about who's good at World's Edge, who's good at Storm Point. Throughout regular season and throughout this tournament, complexity have looked better on Storm Point, but they're not the only ones. Alliance, Project WINNITY, Red Rams, they are our three best Storm Point performing teams, not just in this lobby, in this entire tournament. So to have all three of them featuring here means that this is going to be difficult to pick up points if you're those squads that are kind of hovering around that threshold at the moment of trying to break through that 20th position.
Which is another reason we were interested to see what was going to be going on with the Red Ram side of things when it came to that contest up at Lightning Rod. The fact that they have it to themselves now kind of opens up a lot of opportunity for them to completely switch up how they've been playing things. They don't need that early game aggression now. They can actually completely work their pathing around getting their Evo shields up in a solid position and then kind of play the edge of that zone.
Yeah, Red Rams on 86 points at the moment. So if that cutoff is around 95 to 100, they're not far away from doing it. And again, I think that's why Alliance kind of left Red Rams to their own devices and said, let's try and delete Disguised instead. But Red Rams, they had a rough first 3 games on World's Edge, so the momentum, the confidence isn't going to be there. A few bad games here, there is still a possibility they could drop into that bottom 20 once we've had the rest of the groups resolve a little bit later on today. So they really need just one game. That's all they need. One good game, Red Rams, and they will be in a great position to get into that winners bracket.
And we've seen that's absolutely doable on behalf of Red Rams in KP alone if they really want to over the next 3 matches. So they also have to be feeling very, very confident in what could potentially happen. And as we get that 10-second timer up there on the screen, it's almost time for us to get back into this match and hopefully see how TYK and Alliance resolve things.
Yeah, Alliance on the low ground. TYK have the upper side of things, but it's whether they've got any utility to work with after their aggressive push onto the previous Disguise. But now you can already see Ult goes down straight away and Tom Young-Kung straight into the action.
It looks like they didn't want to have to wait much longer to make sure they pushed into this engagement. Some really nice shots out of effect doing work, but Dexter is able to take him down. Alliance now down to 2.
They have 2, but are we just going to see now the ability for Alliance to close in on the 2 remaining players who are going to get singed by this ring? And you can see Alliance dancing around at the moment saying, should we actually go for the res to try and get back up to a full 3?
Definitely a little bit of back and forth. You're going to be able to stick that res and get the squad back up. And TYK don't look like they want to go too crazy. They're trying to make the move, and battery needs to be popped. And now they're down to 2 themselves. Dexter looking to see if he can do any damage down below.
Yeah, this was smart from Alliance, just to make sure you've got the extra player now, and having Effect back on his feet. We know how powerful Effect is in any engagement, but especially these close combat 3 versus 3s or 3 versus 2s now, as Alliance begin to make their move in. And there we go, yet again, another player from TYK falls.
Effect also down, but Alliance look like they're able to turn the tables this time onto TYK as they're able to clean this up, eliminate a squad, and now in that area they've gotten rid of 2 of the threats. They've owned this entire north end, and they'll be able to rotate away from here.
Yeah, really important really for Alliance now, just to start getting rid of other teams that could be a potential threat to them as the tournament goes on. Tom Young Kung, who were in 29th place outside of those top 20 spots right now, will need to go into match 5 and 6 to try and find some points. So there's the circle we were talking about. We're heading down south. Those who kind of split Coastal, Echo, Pylon, they all would have had priority to move into this zone, find some of the best positions, and we're going to get about 10 to maybe even 12 teams here who are already finding somewhere to call home.
Now checking in with SSG. One of those squads that did move into the next circle pretty early down there in Coastal Camp. They're over by Moist right now, but everyone is going to start coexisting, using these caustic barrels to their advantage. If they don't have to make any aggressive moves, they won't. There's so many teams in this general area that need those points on the board to secure winner's bracket that I think we're going to start to see a little bit more reserved gameplay.
See a lot of teams at the moment running energy weapons. In general, the Havoc has been the most popular weapon used throughout this tournament. The Nemesis not that far behind. I think it's around 4th statistically. And the Havoc, you could see it in that Alliance fight, the difference it can make, not only with its clip size, but also with how hard it hits in the right hand. Effect putting it to full use. Now, Circle is going to continue pulling south, but it looks like it's going to be slightly southeast, which is good news for those who were a little bit further on that eastern side.
BR Demons also making their move. Everybody in blue right now, as they're one of the farther out teams, slow rotating through. Potential for them to cross paths with a couple squads depending on which choke and which path they decide to take. But right now, just making sure that they're looted up enough to make it where they want to go.
Yeah, you can see there's about 6 teams on the northern side at the moment who are all going to be moving in late. Complexity, though, are a team who certainly could make some real damage because it's Monsoon and it's the Sentinel. It's 2 things that go together very well in a sentence. He was able to tag out, but you can also see they are under a little bit of stress at the moment, holding a fairly strong position. They've got some high ground, they are in the circle, but you can see the Bangalore ultimate just forces them away and they have to make a move.
Honestly, a really solid decision there, getting away from Wonton Dumpling and finding themselves a little bit of safe space to heal themselves up after taking that tiny bit of damage. You can see Wonton Dumpling now having moved up into the area where Complexity was. They can hold it for a bit. They're only surrounded by a few teams, but Wonton Dumpling will definitely be looking down towards Complexity.
Yeah, Wonton, I think, will be pretty happy with this position. 13th in the moment in these current standings, but 30th overall in the standings. So again, they are outside of that top 20. They need to have a game. And I was expecting more from Wonton Dumpling. It has to be said, they were dominant in their region of APAC South coming into this playoff tournament. However, they've not found that same form. In fact, their form was so good, it was the best out of any region looking across the board in regular season. So if they can find even just half of that form in one of these games, maybe they can start to think about getting into that winner's bracket.
2 teams that we've seen find some form themselves throughout a couple of these matches. We've got Geared Gaming and OMiT over in the Pylon area, trying to feel each other out, see what the choices are going to be made. And now we get to see Alliance. They've been able to get their shields up. And like we said, they've got this whole northern side to themselves as the last ones rotating in. So for now, they just kind of get to try and play third on anybody else that might get caught out on a late rotation.
Yeah, Alliance are just probably going to rotate through Jurassic, hit a ring console, hit a survey beacon here or there just to get any information. as Aurora just doing Aurora things. By the way, crazy fact, we still haven't seen Aurora win a game, which seems crazy considering how many points Aurora are on, but yet to find a victory, as this is the teams you were mentioning earlier. This is where we're going to have a lot of scuffles in this northeast area, just a little bit further out of the circle. OMiT is going to be holding down this building, but they are being pressured at the moment.
They had some really nice shields heading into it, but Blast already in a really rough spot. Does go down, and OMiT have a slight advantage. A disadvantage here. They go out so fast, I can barely keep up with it. Gear Gaming is someone that's really impressed me this event because they were the regional winners out of South America. We talked about it a few times on the desk. Maybe didn't know what to expect out of them, and they've showed up time and time again.
With those kills, by the way, Gear Gaming send themselves into the top 20, only 5 positions behind OMiT. So those kind of fights are going to be so important, as now Heroez, they're taking their engagement. But you can see on the other side, it's Red Rams who are going to be involved in this one. And it doesn't matter if you make the man cannon, you are going to be sent swiftly off of the map with some good shots coming out. And now, just plenty of action in the same kind of areas where OMiT had previously gone down. Wonton Dumpling now getting involved in this one. Again, you're going to see the Mastiff be put to use here from the APAC South team, but can they actually get the final bit of damage to put them ahead here?
Trying to see if they may get some heals up here and continue back and forth with this poke damage. We also did see Heroez go down in the kill feed, and that's going to be rough for Heroez as they were in 32nd heading into this match. Another one of those teams that needs to get some points on the board if they want to try and avoid that elimination bracket. Wonton Dumpling do manage to get some time to reset here.
They need to reset as well, because you've got Geared Gaming, you've got BR Demons, you've got Serenity. They're all going to be on that northeastern side from Pylon. Yes, they might come from above, but now Alliance, we can check back in with them. They've lost one. There's Cloud9 on the other side here.
Cloud9 are going to see if they can push this advantage. Absolutely. They're another team down in the 30s. They need to get some points on the board, and taking out Hackis is going to be huge. We can see Effect trying to use his kit to maybe dissuade this push, getting some nice angles on behalf of Unlucky, as well as that Arcstar does come out. You can see they still kept the conduit, trying to go for those contests, and as they drop down, it's just Unlucky trying to hold on, unable to do so. Cloud9's a very huge fight.
But sadly, there is more players to the party. Aurora have just joined the fight elsewhere. Red Rams and Serenity also going up against each other. So much engagements in the mid game right now, as Serenity should be able to hold out Red Rams in the red, keep them away from them, and just hold on to this position on the east.
Really nice opportunity, like you're saying, for some gatekeeping here out of Serenity. Setting up a little bit of a smoke wall there and waiting to see what they can potentially pounce on. Meanwhile, Aurora, yet again, in another back and forth. You can see Chaotic Much going down in the kill feed. Aurora now moving in to see what they can do with it, but they lose OJ. Hardeki trying to see if he can maybe help from the other side of this wall. And 9imps playing a little bit of defense. Definitely have absolutely ruined what C9 was planning here.
Yeah, sadly going up against a Lifeline team as well. Even if you get that knock, if it is not the Lifeline, you are not going to be having a fun time. Quite a trial by fire for Cloud9 to have to go up against Alliance and then Aurora, two of the teams who don't really care about fighting at the moment. They've got enough points. They're just in this game to ruin it for everyone else right now, which is what Aurora have been doing this entire tournament, it feels.
If you weren't here yesterday where you watched them drop on 3 separate teams and locations, go back and watch that VOD, because they have been playing out of their minds so far in this group stage, finding themselves in another fight, continuing to just try and bowl through anyone that's in front of them. This time it's BR Demons, and they're able to take down one, continuing to move through. Another drops down onto Hardeki, cleans that one up with barely any effort, and Aurora are looking unstoppable.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire, but it might just be okay for Aurora as they're able to get the wipe onto BR Demons. But Wonton Dumpling, they've been waiting here for quite some time, and they will continue to dominate this area, taking out Aurora. Cloud9 also will fall. 10 squads now remain, and we can start to think about good placement points for the teams that remain in this game.
Like you're saying, though, when those massive fights are happening for the likes of Aurora, who doesn't need them, it shakes things up for the rest of the lobby, opening up an opportunity for teams like Wonton Dumpling to get the points they need. Another squad going to be looking for that is Passion. They're kind of keeping themselves right in this choke area, knowing they've got at least one team in the general vicinity. Also an opportunity for some loot. Meanwhile, Geared Gaming going down in the kill feed.
All the meanwhile, in the south, Liquid Alienware, SSG, Not Moist, Complexity, they've all kind of been chilling, whilst all these fights on the northern side of the map have been happening to the mid to late game. Red Rams, Wonton Dumpling, Passion UA, and HAO all still have to move into the circle at the same time, and we might get a fight on both the west and the eastern side at exactly the same moment. 30 seconds until this circle is closing, and actually with the EMP, we might see a push here.
Passion now down to 2 and 1 with no shields. They're going to do their best to try and stave off How right now, who's looking to see if they can maybe take advantage and get some points, clear up this space away from Passion as well, and they are able to do that. I think this is going to be the last one to clean up the squad.
HAO. They're in the top 20 at the moment as well, so they're a team who really just need to continue with the amounts of points they've been able to get. One member of Passion did get away, a little rat. A Passion UA rat is going to be strolling through the map, and again, placement points could be everything for them. As Wonton Dumpling have just continued to dominate this northeast side, and they're holding out Red Rams at the moment, who really have to push up because the circle is beginning to close in on them.
Wonton Dumpling hasn't been punished really for any of the engagement that they've gotten themselves into yet here so far. There is the potential for How to come in and start paying attention with all of this chaos going on, looking the way of Red Ram, so Wonton Dumpling will have to be aware of that. But right now, they've at least got the cover to kind of deal this poke damage any way they want to.
Red Rams have to make a push, and actually that could be the push, that could be the damage they need, but it's come from elsewhere. Liquid Alienware getting involved in this fight and giving a helping hand to Red Rams as now they steamroll in. They've managed to get 2 knocks, but HAO say this is our opportunity. We can also get involved in this fight, and they could be the ones who just arrive at the right time to this party.
I mean, you had mentioned Liquid Alienware just kind of biding their time. Now just proving to be a thorn in the sides of anyone who wasn't even looking their way. HAO moving around and now have a safe point at this top side of the zone. Don't forget, though, there is that rat from Passion UA somewhere on the map they'll at least be having to keep their eyes peeled for. But now everyone else who's already been holding these really solid positions in the next ring knows that a lot of the chaos on the outside is done, and they're gonna have to start looking towards the teams that are closer to them.
Yeah, now all that commotion's over with, we can start to focus on these teams who have been sitting central zone for the entirety of this game, really. Liquid Alienware being one of them. They're on the sniper tower, and they are sniping. They were the real threat to Wonton Dumpling and essentially kicked them out of the game. RIDDLE Order are going to be the team that hold the northern side. You can see on your map, SSG and Not Moist on that southeast side. All the meanwhile, Complexity are underneath Liquid Alienware. So for Passion UA, well, the remaining rat and HAO, who are going to be arriving late, they might just get peppered by the squads that are currently in this zone.
Oh, it looks like we're going for that skyward dive. HAO looking to see if there's anywhere safe, but also looking for some information on where the rest of the squads might be. They're gonna go to the other end of the ring and land right on top of Liquid Alienware. Yanya keeping them at bay with that flat line and dropping down from the high ground, giving that up, not wanting to push it if they don't have to, and Complexity will be inside. Well, HAO are now finding themselves in another back and forth, and Liquid go back up.
Yeah, great plan from Liquid, just having that fallback quite literally to drop down if they did get pushed, but it was the damage they were able to output which really held HAO back from doing anything on their drop, as the final rat Passion UA also eliminated in 7th position. 6 squads now remain, and they are all very tightly tucked into this southern area.
The absolute composure that just came out of Liquid Alienware in that situation, they handled that beautifully and ended up benefiting for it, not only getting their position back, but barely taking any punishment for it. Meanwhile, a team that's been very quiet, hanging out here on the south since they dropped Not Moist. I was wondering where they would be at shield-wise. I was worried they might be one of the 2 teams on blues. I think it might be SSG also on blues, so they're gonna have to play this smart.
Not Moist in 16th position in the overall standings at the moment, so within that top 20. But of course, just being in that top 20 won't necessarily be good enough, because you've still got 2 groups yet to play coming into the rest of today. 5 squads now remain. 30 seconds until this ring begins to force them together. Everyone's got a position to play at the moment. Not Moist and SSG are on the southern side, and then you've got this congestion on the northern side between Liquid Alienware, Complexity, and then RIDDLE Order. This is where Ultimate's going to be massive. You can see a Gibraltar for RIDDLE Order. That could make a big difference, not just from the Gibby ult, but also the bubble could come into play here in the late game.
You can see RIDDLE Order kind of trying to peek around the side and get a feel for the rest of the teams up in the lobby. Liquid Alienware has that Bangalore ultimate at their disposal as well. if they want to punish any of the teams that will eventually have to move out of these buildings as they start to make that push. Meanwhile, they're looking down on to not Moist and seeing if they can at least ruin their chances at moving in any closer. This is where everything is about to kick off.
Yeah, that was the calm before the storm, but now here comes the weather because not Moist are going to get taken down. 4 squads now remain. Liquid Alienware still kings of the castle, still have high ground, still are able to watch over everything, but now they have to drop. And again, this is where Nox grenades come into the things. Where's that bubble is going to be my real question.
Really solid fight there on behalf of SSG to at least get not Moist out of their vicinity, now forcing everybody else to be the one who moves first. Complexity will have to move outside of that building. Riddle Order is waiting in the wings for that moment to see if they can maybe clean that up. And off in the distance, we see, look at Alienware constantly trying to be a menace.
But look at the Blues for Riddle Order. They are not going to be favorites in any fight. That's why the Bubble's going to have to come down and maybe take a close range engagement, but they're holding on to it. Finally, Bubble will come in. Maybe Riddle could do something. No, they cannot. 3 squads now remain. Riddle out of here, and Liquid Alienware still are holding the high ground, just watching over everything.
They have been so calm this entire end zone. They've been watching everybody else make their choices, reacting to them, and doing it flawlessly. Right now, still looking down on everybody below them, trying to do whatever damage they can before they are absolutely forced to drop. You can see those pings coming out. They know where everybody else is. Smokes to try and block some of that vision. Nice, quick little snap onto the team directly below them. Hagwadet trying to do what he can. Meanwhile, the flatline still putting in work for Yanya. Complexity does go down. It's all down to Liquid Alienware, and they close out match number 4.
What a performance from Liquid Alienware. A Southern Zone on Stormpoint going their way. Who'd have thought it? We've seen this story before, and you can see what it means to them. A victory like that, a performance like that, sending them up into around the top 7 in the overall standings. They can start to think about that winner's bracket already. It's so important to get these points on the board.
I don't think they did a single thing wrong in that situation. Anytime they got pressured, they handled it beautifully. They maintained the position that they wanted to keep. They played slow and intelligently. That was a beautiful showing of everything we knew that Liquid Alienware was capable of, even if they had a slower start on day 1.
Do you know what the first thing they did was? That was right, moving away from Pylon. It was something that you highlighted before we even got out of the dropship. They were potentially being contested at Pylon. They said, we don't want to have a contest. We don't feel like that should happen. And they moved to Coastal Camp. And then, yes, okay, the circle did come their way. But one thing Liquid Alienware have always been good at is playing a circle that arrives on their doorstep. They know the best positions to hold. They know the weapons that they are going to need to do so. And they were able to get good Evo shields as well with the sniper rifles from all the teams that were arriving from the north. Very impressed with that performance from Liquid Alienware. That puts them up to 105 points in total, which I would think should be enough to get them into the winner's bracket.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of Liquid love in the crowd there as well, and they absolutely deserve it. This team has just been such a strong LAN presence, and someone that we've been keeping our eyes on for quite some time, knowing exactly what they're capable of. I feel like they've really found a good groove now as we take a look at these match 4 results. Obviously, Liquid taking home that dub, but we talked about SSG. They were holding a position for a really long time down there on the south. 9 kills after ending that match, and that is a really, really strong showing for them. They were in the top 10, 13-ish bubble area, I think, and now that's really going to solidify them.
Oh, it really puts them up again. They're on 105 points as well, so they're another team who is going to be looking at that winner's bracket possibility. 18 points is fantastic. Complexity, well, they kind of were south on the map, and they found themselves staying there for the entire game. They didn't get any kills, but still, 3rd place, 7 points, nothing to be sniffed at. Rest of the leaderboard, all the points were kind of shared between the top 10 teams. In the second half of the leaderboard, though, that's where some of the teams who did struggle a little bit. Disguised, that's the biggest story from the early game. Alliance purposely, I would say, dropping nearby Disguised to try and grief them.
Will they do it again?
Yes, I think they will. It seemed like it was a plan that worked correctly. It was very effective, and if they continue to do so, they will ruin the chances of Disguised getting into the winner's bracket.
You know, it's something that I was wondering if we were going to see in groups. If any time there was to be chaotic, it is groups, especially with a team like Alliance, who is currently so comfortable where they are in the overall ranking. So I'm excited to see what they choose to do, but we'll take a look at some stats comparison as well here. Liquid versus SSG, 1st and 2nd place. And honestly, considering where Liquid started and where the zone ended, the fact that they're at almost 5k damage just shows how annoying they were from that high ground.
Oh, that sniper tower was everything for Liquid. You can see two very different games with the amount of damage that Liquid were able to output in the end, but SSG, the position they held on that southern side, just allowed them to really dominate some space and ruin the game for a lot of other teams who did arrive a little bit later on. Only half the damage, but still not too far behind when it comes with points and kills. So I think SSG will be very delighted with that one.
And you know, I don't know if we're saying enough, but SSG made a really smart choice. You know, they weren't probably going to be able to close that game out and made the push onto Not Moist, get some more KP on the board, clear out that space, and at least hold on for a little bit longer as we now get to see where our teams are standing in our overall series. Liquid now at the very top with 47 points, 2 above Alliance, and these teams starting to step away with it a little bit, but Aurora, 25 kills. I mean, the aggression out of some of the teams that we've seen here today is insane.
And I will be 100% confident in saying Aurora and Alliance will be in the winners bracket. Reject WINNITY, SSG, Liquid Alienware, they should have done enough, especially with 2 games to go, but that's what we'll start to find out and discuss as we get further through these games of what we think that kind of cutoff is going to be for the winners bracket / elimination bracket.
All right, well, it'll be exciting to see if we start to get any changes now heading into match 5. I cannot wait until we get to do that. Before we do that, though, we need to talk to you guys a little bit, okay? Because do you like taking care of your lower back? Is that important for you?
I love it, honestly.
Well, so do we, okay? So big shout out to our sponsor, Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. If you pay close attention, you'll see the newest Bantam colorways that our ALGS coaches are using this weekend. So their backs are having the time of their lives. And in celebration of the Split 1 playoffs, all Herman Miller gaming products are 20% off right now through May 16th. So if you were in the market for a new chair, definitely check that out.
20% off. Onset got one for free, by the way. Also shout out Onset. Hope he's feeling better back at the hotel, and I'm sure he'll be back in full freshness tomorrow to use his beautiful voice. But yeah, he had a really bad chair, did Onset, and he had a really bad back, and then Herman Miller hooked him up, and suddenly he's been standing upright ever since.
Is that why he's taller than you?
Yeah, I think it must be. He must just be because of the chair. Yeah, thanks.
All right, we'll continue talking about match number 5. Are you ready to get into some more action?
Yeah, I think that now we start to really think about like kind of 100 points being that cutoff. Teams are going to have the same kind of thought process. The coaches are going to be doing that math behind the scenes of saying, all right, where do we need to get? What points do we need to achieve here if we are going to be getting into that winners bracket? Or maybe just avoiding the elimination bracket is the best way to put it right now. There's a few teams, though, that if they start to drop out here of match 5 early, that elimination bracket is looking more and more likely, and it will have to be one heck of a run when we start to look at Saturday.
But we'll have to see if we also start getting more or less or different contests, because so far that seems to be the starting point for all of the chaos here in groups, whether that was Red Rams taking out TSM twice in a row on a contest. Now we're seeing people giving up some space here in Stormpoint because they don't want to push each other too much. See if they can maybe use these last couple matches to keep themselves in a better position moving forward, because don't forget, this is the last 2 matches of the second series. There's only one more opportunity for these teams in a group series. This is the last opportunity for some of them to really solidify their position.
Yeah, for BND here, it is dual, it is be-all, it is end-all. If they don't get it done after these 6, then they will be in the elimination bracket. Then we've got A and C that come into the equation to try and topple those that have found themselves within that top 20. And the group stages, they can be a little bit messy. They can be very difficult. And sometimes we will get teams who we'll see in the grand final that have to compete through the elimination bracket as well. And sometimes they just need those extra games, that little bit of leeway to give them the confidence to get back on that stage and start to play at their very best. But you can see we are into legend selection here, and there wasn't too many off-meta picks. I know we've seen a lot of Bangalore, Caustic, and Bloodhound, but there's a few Wontons thrown into the mix. We actually have seen more Valkyries as the days have gone on as well, which has made a big difference to some of the rotations. And remember, we get the addition of the likes of Conduit. We did see Pathfinder come into the equation in these groups before as well because of the contest, but we didn't see the Barometer contest happen, so we'll have to see whether that goes down here in this match 5.
I'm also keeping my eyes on whether Alliance is bringing that Conduit to just go for another push. I hope we'll get an opportunity to take a look at where that's going as the dropship is coming in. It looks like Alliance are going to try and maybe push for a spot up north again, but will it have been given up by DSG? Do they make the decision to move away and try and get some points on the board for themselves?
Yeah, I'm looking at the map overhead, and actually I'm trying to work out where Disguised have gone, because Alliance have taken North Pad, but Disguised are not there. So Disguised have said, well, actually, we'll allow you to have this one, and we'll instead move over to Lightning Rod. So Disguised are going over to Alliance's drop spot, but of course, that's not free, that's not open. Red Rams are gonna be here. So for Disguised now, their backs are against the wall. They have to win the contest against Red Rams, who have had success in contests so far this tournament, if they want to keep their chances of winner's bracket alive.
You can see that DSG is anticipating that potential contest with Red Rams, though they also have the conduit there brought in just in case they're going to need that for that early game back and forth. It doesn't look like a super early push, but both of these teams will be keeping eyes on each other to see who makes that first move.
Red Rams maybe, considering the fact this could be Alliance back with them as well. And when you've scrimmed against other teams and you recognize patterns of play, they'll be thinking, well, Alliance usually do this, they usually go for these weapons, these are the areas they like to push, these are the areas they like to hold. That all changes when suddenly you're like, oh, wait, these are different legends, these are different players, this is Disguise we're going up against, and they may not realize that until later on in the kill feed when a team is eliminated. But neither team being particularly aggressive right now, both showing a lot of respect to one another, maybe waiting for someone else to make that first move.
Yeah, we saw Timmy just peeking there, noting that Red Rams are definitely looking their way. And I think after what they've experienced twice now with Alliance, the last thing they want to do is even risk another contest if they absolutely don't have to. They're going to try and sit here and loot this as safely as possible. Not to mention, depending on how long the decision takes to make the fight happen, there is always the potential for OMiT to come down from Zoo Station as well and try and third that. It might not be worth the risk as we finally get a look at where this ring is going to be shifting right now. Alliance with BR Demons over at North Pad.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of teams now try and take those buildings just southeast of North Pad. BR Demons have got there early. Alliance did send one member there to maybe try and just hold the space like you would when you're parking, waiting for your partner to arrive. You can get the car in, but it just doesn't work out because there's too many cars there. And now we're going to see BR Demons be able to hold that position alongside the likes of Complexity. Now, the contest we were focusing on earlier looks like it might actually start to have some firing happening in it.
A little bit of a back and forth here. Red Rams taking a little bit of damage, and I think they do have the opportunity to drag this out if they want to. It's looking like OMiT's decided to make an earlier rotate to try to get towards the zone. Meanwhile, Complexity also in the general vicinity, trying to fight for a little bit of space. Kimchi on zero shield, but they're handling this push in by BR Demons very well for themselves.
A lot of fans of Complexity in the building as they get excited because Complexity are getting the kills, but Alliance certainly in the area. Serenity also could make a difference here in this fight, but one good thing about the composition of Complexity is the buildable cover that they have through Rampart. They can now lock down this building and could hold it for quite some time and see if anyone's maybe brave enough to push onto a Sheila later on. Of course, they might not have a Sheila just yet, but they should do by the time another team decides to push up. You can see Serenity are happy to hold the rock. BR Demons, the remainder of BR Demons just retreating to one of the buildings nearby.
Now seeing what Wonton, Dumpling have going on down. They're all the way down on the southern side of the map, going up against Liquid Alienware right now. Not Moist involved in this general vicinity. On top of it, by Coastal Camp, this is all of these squads in the area just running into each other on these rotations, and they're so far away from the zone that this is going to be an opportunity for somebody to clean up some KP. Not Moist, will not be that squad, down to just Skill, trying to stay alive, getting those pings through, knowing where another player is, and they're actually able to clean up Wonton, Dumpling. And where's Liquid Alienware? They left. Not Moist is okay. They're going to be able to survive this.
I think it was a weird 3v3v3 because it's a very different circle to what we saw previously, where all the teams that had stayed south had to move north, but they all decided just to scrap to see who could become the king of the south, I think. And Alienware lost a couple of players, so Not Moist, they will be the kings of the castle, and Liquid Alienware are going to have to retreat and hopefully get back up to a full 3. As now Riddle Order, they're going to be comfortable in their spot. They can hold this far eastern side. I don't think they're going to be able to win from this position, though. They're probably going to have to move a little bit further inland, but they can certainly pick up kills from this area. It's a great vantage point, and you can really also channel some damage into those Evo shields, which they kind of need to do, considering they are only on blues right now.
Definitely an opportunity for Riddle Order to do something with that, as well as BR Demons going down in the kill feed after having run into a little bit of a rough patch a little bit earlier on. Now a top down as well on SSG and DSG, who are running into each other on that eastern side over by Stormcatcher. And DSG once again opting to not take this if they don't have to. They've already been in too many contests they were not happy about taking a longer, wider rotate in this situation.
Disguise need a game. They need to just get around 20 points to consider themselves somewhat safe. Maybe about 10 or 15 could give them a chance of winner's bracket, but at the moment, 79 points might not cut it. And they know that, and I think Alliance know that. That was their game plan. Now Passion UA, who are just going to be going through the motions at the moment just to try and clear up any pieces of Tom Youngkung. Now remember, Tom Youngkung have been on this northern side and had these fights before with Alliance, and I'm wondering whether Alliance will have a look at this one because they're not so far away.
Passion trying to back off to get these cells popped and make sure that they're back and healed up if they're going to be forced into any sort of a fight. And this is a rough spot for them. They've got TYK on one side, Alliance up top, and they're going to have to try and keep themselves alive. Meanwhile, you've got Heroez trying to balloon away, creating some space. SSG still over on that eastern edge and kind of just playing this a little bit safer, seeing if there's anyone in the choke they need to worry about. They're just going to own the side of this mountain for now.
Yeah, you can see the buildings I was talking about on that northern side, just southeast of Northpad, where everyone's trying to reside. And you've got also the people in trenches at the moment. The likes of Alliance are just going to be holding their trenches there. Disguised, how are they going to work their way into this zone? They could try a little shift just on Cascade Falls and maybe try and hit the southeast side, but that's going to be a difficult rotation for them as well. Riddle Order will probably hold them out. So we're really going to have to see how creative Disguise could get as Passion UA re-engage once more. Good damage, though, from Sanya, but Artico has gone down, and it is going to be a 2v2 here, unless TYK had already lost one earlier. So maybe Passion UA still have an advantage and should be able to and will conclude that fight. So Tom Youngkung do get eliminated in 18th position. A well-fought fight from Passion, even though it was elongated. Thankfully, no one else got involved.
There was definitely the opportunity for Alliance to maybe look in that direction and push in, but it looks like they're a little bit more concerned with what they've got going on in the direction of Complexity. Meanwhile, Liquid Alienware down to 2. Juarez no longer part of this fight as they're trying to survive some of this damage. Beast of the Hunt has been popped, and Yanya looking as cool and calm as ever, still managing to do a really good job zoning away these other teams. Red Rams going down in the kill feed in the process. As I say that, though, Liquid Alienware finding themselves in a rough spot against Aurora, who are chasing down these kills.
Yeah, again, another team you just don't want to be going up against at this point. Sadly for Liquid Alienware, they had to move literally from the entire map south to north, and they get shot out of the sky. It's like Duck Hunter on our screens in Aurora. Now, 2 reds and a purple to work with. This is going to be quite interesting watching them arrive to the late game, because they're going to be able to arrive and try and force themselves into whatever position they would like. They are so good at playing edge at the moment and have really blown us away this tournament with how they've been playing. Both Aurora and Alliance kind of taking the plaudits out of this series, but Reject WINNITY and Riddle Order are both going to be in areas that can hold out other teams at the moment, but again, they still have to move. So this is when you need to start thinking about, can we actually win the game from this position? If not, do we start to think about just some KP here instead?
DSG potentially one of those squads running into the area that Riddle Order is in. Just hanging out with the spiders for now, though.
Yeah, if you've got arachnophobia, just turn away for a short while. I know Zephyr, I play with him quite often, and we literally have to tell him to not look when we come through these areas. Sadly, he screams a little bit and does get scared, but that's okay. I understand it. I'm terrified of snakes. I'm thankful there is no snake pits in this game. But that is going to create a lot of noise for Disguised, right? Riddle Order now are going to be aware of where Disguised are coming from, also not Moist arriving from the same area. So for Disguised, it's about trying to force their way into this zone, and it's not going to be fun.
Heroez having nailed down that one nut building that is currently safe, but won't remain so. Complexity have done a really good job guarding their space. No one wanting to push in after they saw what happened to BR Demons. And now back on board with Not Moist, who's made a very long, wide rotate, making their way towards that eastern edge of the zone, potentially about to run into the likes of DSG.
So Not Moist, they're approaching Disguise, and Disguise actually have got eyes on them at the moment, but it looks like Not Moist don't really feel like taking that fight because it is an elevated one there on the south, so they would have to shoot uphill. But Disguise, they're more confident about it. They're saying, all right, well, we're not finding our way into the circle anytime soon, so perhaps we have to take some of these fights on edge a little bit. Well, we can go into the brains of Disguise. Let's go for a listen and see how they're feeling about this position.
Pretty sure we could just fly over and land on it.
I mean, do you want me to go? Do you go take zone? Do you go take zone? I can go.
Let's go up here. Yeah. Hit it. I'm walking up to enemy. Watch right.
Watch it, building.
Team's underneath us right here.
Let's head in that direction, darlings.
Power taken. Yeah, thank God we didn't do that. Corner team.
Bunker's not.
Yeah, it's me, how the...
Can we make it? Can we make that?
No, we can't.
Checkpoint. Checkpoint's free wrap. Free re-wrap. Pop it right here. Wait, they're fighting. These two teams are fighting.
Right there. What about the one? What about the Cascade?
Team Cascade? Yeah, I know. We gotta watch Cascades and make them fuck off. Make them go to a checkpoint.
Yep. I hear you.
Are they fighting?
Yeah,
they're fighting. Go.
Running up. Oh, I missed that kill.
They full wipe. There's trades though, I think. Waiting for scan.
All up.
No.
I'm ulting.
I'm going straight in.
I'm burning their back. You got a roof?
I'm going straight in.
The roof.
Okay.
I've got all the inside building. Bottom. 80 on it. 80 on blood. 80 on blood. What's up? I'm back.
They fell low. Come up. Do you have Q?
Hold me. No.
We gotta run in. We're gonna have to run in.
Getting now.
Get ready.
On roof. Yeah, I'm going. Yeah.
Go left. Oh my God, they're just streaking us. I ulted him.
70, 100 on the horizon. Low, here, crack. It's done. He's gonna die.
Bro, what are they doing?
Tough one for Disguise, and you heard it. They felt like SSG were griefing them, or SSG with a lot less to lose with the position they're in, but that could be so detrimental for Disguise chances of getting into the winner's bracket. Elsewhere, we saw Complexity eliminated all the meanwhile in that listening, and now everyone from this southern side is trying to force their way into these trenches as Passion UA go down too.
I feel like Alliance was just lying in wait. We saw them taking out a lot of players on OMiT while that was going down. I think only one able to escape. Now they're starting to look towards Cloud9, having to back off, having taken some damage and needing a few seconds here just to heal back up and get a reset. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Alliance who's in a perfect position for the next ring shift.
Alliance, you don't need any more points. Leave some for someone else, for goodness sake, but that's the perfect plan, right? That's what Alliance want to do. Just eliminate as many of the threats as they can going into that winner's bracket. Now, Cloud9 are going to be their biggest threat right now, coming from that southwest side. But you've also got teams arriving late. Geared Gaming, Reject WINNITY, and Aurora and SSG, not currently in the circle. So in 50 seconds, all 5 of those squads are going to move in. And sadly, it's a lot of open space that they don't really have much to work with. And all the teams residing in the buildings, Heroez, Serenity, HAO, Not Moist, they're going to absolutely blitz you when you arrive. So you need to have a good game plan here. Bangalore smokes are going to be important. Maybe an evac tower. Even if you've got a Valkyrie revac here, you just got to do something.
Meanwhile, we have Aurora waiting on the edge, deciding if they want to look inside or try and see any of these teams that are going to be coming in on that late rotate, try to keep them away from this next circle. Really good on their shields as well, so they kind of have the pick of the litter here with whatever choice they want to make in this situation. Like you said, another team in this situation that doesn't really need the points.
Well, this is funny. You've got Aurora versus SSG, who both are kind of saying, well, stuff it, let's just get involved in a scrap because we've already got plenty of points right now, which means you get a very interesting engagement, but perhaps Aurora recognizing that that one was going to be too much involved with the ring, but just about slots it through and slots it home, so Aurora, they'll be okay for now.
SSG also make their way in. Aurora still deciding to play towards that outside edge with that rock. Meanwhile, everyone else who's headed towards the building they thought was going to be safe, it's now packed. You have Not Moist over there. You have SSG, you have Reject WINNITY. There are so many teams that are about to have to fight each other as everyone continues to move somewhere safe. Aurora, meanwhile, trying to wrap behind it, see if they can do anything. And you see that Walty tries to look in that direction to protect them, able to eliminate Aurora, the wingman. Absolutely destroying.
Yeah, this game could be the big game for the likes of Not Moist, for the likes of Heroez, Cloud9, who need points to start thinking about winners bracket. You can see Not Moist under a little bit of a siege at the moment, and they are trying to defend, but they have the composition to do so. They've got the caustic barrels down, and they should be able to stay alive for now and start to think about where they move, how they move. HAO, they go down. 8 squads are left. But all these teams that are on the southern side have to move, and there is 5 of them. They're all going to have to go at the same time. All the meanwhile, suddenly Alliance say, you know what, screw this, Cloud9, we don't like you here.
I mean, you mentioned this, Cloud9 was going to be the potential downfall of Alliance. They are now down to 2 players, trying to see if they can stave off this push on behalf of Cloud9, but all they're going to do is start drawing attention from the other teams on the outside. Effect doing what he can, taking out Saucer. Cloud9 does go down, but it's now Heroes trying to move in for the cleanup.
It should be a cleanup, it should be a comfortable one, but nothing's comfortable against Effect. He goes out with a bang as Alliance are eliminated. 6 squads now remain. Heroes will hold the Northwest, SSG and Reject WINNITY, the 2 teams closest, but then we've still got all that commotion happening on this southern side, and it's just going to get even more scrappy, even more messy in these next 10 seconds. Zone's about to force them in. Not Moist, Geared Gaming, Serenity, where do you go here? Do you want kills, or do you want to try and play for the win?
Heroes definitely going to be happy with that decision to third party there. They've now got a decent position that's going to force everybody else around them to get in a fight. They can probably poke from a distance. Meanwhile, like you mentioned, Serenity trying to see what's going on. Not Moist wrapping around to one side, Geared Gaming on the other. Serenity going to see if they can maybe clean up Geared Gaming right here and hopefully have a little bit of space to play with.
Zone's moving, Gear Gaming, they do get eliminated. It was just a solo in the end, so it was just about finding where that rat is. Not Moist and Serenity probably take the straight 3v3 here, because otherwise you're just going to be running into teams who have a better position, who have better eyes, better angles, so instead try and guarantee some kills. But the Nox grenade does go down for a little bit of cover, and Serenity say we don't want to take the fight, but maybe it's a bad decision, because they fall, but Not Moist might be soon shortly after.
All right, well, this is about to be an insane fight. I want to see exactly how the duo left on Moist is going to handle this one.
Yes. I'm batting. I'm here. They're bad-netting. Get it! I got bad-netted. Get traps here, keep getting traps, I'm dead. Just chill in the knock. Can we crawl back, maybe? I'm blocking left. Just chill in knock. Do we keep crawling back? I'm not sure. That's what.
It's all down to Gil trying to keep Not Moist alive right now, backing off, not able to get any sort of a recovery here, able to have a little bit of loot left over to survive the chaos that's being rained down on him right now as everyone collapses towards this general vicinity to try and clean up what they can. Not Moist is eliminated. Heroes on an insane push through, and all they have to do is clean up just one more. Will they be able to close it out, and Heroes get match number 5?
And what a comfortable victory it was in the end for Heroes. It was being in the right place at the right time with full red armors. It sounds really easy when you put it that way, but that is a big victory for their chances at winners bracket. Actually, that victory puts them into 20th spot as it stands, but we know that being in 20th is not going to be good enough still with 2 groups to play later on today. So Heroes, though, they can start to think about how now they maneuver their way into match 6. And maybe, just maybe, they can still make that dream run into winners bracket.
We knew those teams that were desperately looking to make their way into the top 20 were going to have a big push. Well, Heroes played that beautifully, opportunistic at the right times every single time in those last few rings, and that was exactly what they needed. Now, can they continue that into the last match of the series? Let's see.
Well, Heroes have really benefited from the fact they haven't had to be contested at Barometer. When we saw groups go down earlier on yesterday, the Passion UA versus Heroes contest really hurt Heroes, and they lost it. They were changing composition, they were changing everything. Now they're not contested here on Storm Point. They find a victory, and they give themselves a chance. As I mentioned, not going to be quite enough right now, you don't think, but there is still that opportunity going into match 6. That's all you want, right? You want to go into at least the last match with an opportunity to still get yourself out into that top 20.
Getting an opportunity to look at Heroez right now as they enjoy a really, really solid match number 5. Right next to them, we've got NotMoist, who honestly did really well in those final moments. They had some decent aggression. They tried to make that push in, and they just got caught out in a bad spot once they were down to 2.
But a good amount of points for NotMoist, pushing them into the top 10 of the overall leaderboards. 97 points they find themselves on, which again, could be around the cutoff, is my prediction. So we'll have to see whether that comes through. But with one more match still to play, NotMoist poised themselves perfectly for their chances as well. And you're gonna hear me talking about it a lot, especially going into match 6 here. I will be able to say which teams are going into the elimination bracket, because if you don't reach that top 20 when you're eliminated here in these 2 groups, you're guaranteed to be in that elimination bracket with 2 teams still left to play. So this is where you really have to put your best foot forward. If you've not been taking risks in the previous 5 games, maybe you have to start doing something a little bit differently here in match 6.
We've seen Alliance trying to play a little bit of a spoiler role. I mean, even to the point where we're watching Aurora have these insane fights, just kind of lying in wait like sharks in the water, going after some of these open kills when they're in a situation where they don't really need them, but they are making it that much harder for the rest of the teams at the bottom to get the points they need. Every time they're taking one away and sponging up those opportunities, it's that much harder.
Well, imagine practicing throughout scrims, throughout the entirety of regular season at Northpad, dropping there, and suddenly then you get dropped on by Alliance, and Disguised have to shift their attention and suddenly drop over towards Lightning Rod, right? Things have entirely changed for Disguised, and it was all because of Alliance being a little bit mean, but understandably so, right? Alliance, they see Disguised as their closest threat. They recognize that Thermal Station is one of the better POIs on World's Edge, so they say, how do we get rid of them? How do we boot them? Let's just start griefing them.
I'm also interested to see what happens on the southern side of the map. We've watched that a couple times, whether the zone was or was not in those teams' favor, but we've seen NotMoist getting involved in some of those scraps down there. Liquid, Alienware, even Wonton, Dumpling kind of getting involved, and then they'd all decide to maybe back off. Wonton, Dumpling did well in one of those situations, and it's where we're just starting to see a lot of these teams clustering up. Like you said, we haven't been getting that contest at Barometer, so that could be changing things as well. But we still have one more match left in the series. Before we get into that, it's time for a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series. group stage of our Split 1 playoffs, where we're actually nearing the end of said stage. Specifically, only one match left in our second series here today, live from the Galen Center in Los Angeles, California. And we have seen cooler and cooler things happening every single match. This time, it's been Alliance that's really been bringing it to some of our teams.
Yeah, it feels like it's been the EMEA teams that have kind of been pushing the boat out a little bit, and I don't want to be, you know, a true Brit, a true European and back us, but EMEA as a region, you know, we've struggled at times when we've got to these playoff situations. It has been dominated by North America or APAC South, depending on which way you want to look at it at times. And EMEA just seem to have found that kind of fire that maybe they needed. And sometimes it is about being aggressive at the right times and asserting dominance in certain areas, whether that be your POI or whether it just be trying to push a team away that could really threaten you in future games, or threaten you in future games, should I say. So match 6 is going to be a really interesting one. The teams that we will obviously keep an eye on are those that are kind of around that 20th position, but also those that are starting to close in on those really high amount of points, 100+ points, which we hope should secure them a spot in the winners bracket.
Well, you're talking about aggression at the right times. You're talking about, you know, really making those pushes. Heroez is a team that just did that in this last match. We'll take a look back at the final circle and everything that went down, because I said it when we were talking about it earlier, they just were so perfectly opportunistic in these situations, going for the third parties when they were available, and it worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, Heroez got involved earlier. Remember when they took down Alliance, and being on full red in the final circle is always going to give you that extra little bit of confidence to get into an engagement, to get into a scuffle. But the fights kind of came to them for quite a while, and then they heard all that was happening kind of underneath them, and they were like, oh wait, this Bloodhound scan has given us everything we've needed. Not only can we get involved from a distance with a little bit of pepper damage, but we just have to bide our time and start to push as soon as we see that kill feed come to life. Waltzy went down, and that was the cue. Not only could they get involved in the fight from one angle, though, they had the ability to pinch the team that was inside. They could do damage from underneath this tunnel if they wanted, and then send someone over the top to stop any sort of retreat action happening. So this was a really good play from Heroez. A great, they recognized which areas could have been detrimental to them, which areas they had to cover, and when they had to push. So an impressive victory from Heroez, and it could be a very important one with their chances of getting into the winners bracket.
And you can see just how good of a job they did kind of splitting everybody up to collapse in on that final player so they could clean up the win. And it couldn't have been any more perfectly timed. You keep talking about the bubble. They were one of those teams who was teetering around the bubble area. After a performance like that, they're definitely a much safer footing. I don't think they're confirmed yet, but what they need is another performance like that now in the last match if they want to be safe.
Yeah, another win would just about get them there, I think. But again, that's us predicting and guessing what the cutoff is going to be. Now, I'm sure there's mathematicians, statisticians that are at home and can give you a more
That's what you are. You're the
accurate...
mathematician.
Yeah, but they've got calculators and stuff. I don't have that right now. Maybe production needs to give me a calculator, because that really wouldn't help, actually. Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where when we get into the next series with the next set of groups, and people start to score, you realize where that points total is going to be to get into the top 20. So we just predict now it's going to be around kind of 95 to 100, but it could get kind of shortened, it could get lessened if we see teams start to gobble up those points.
Yeah, if it's Alliance and the Auroras and everyone who heading into match number 4 was already looking quite comfortable, if they continue taking those away from these other teams, not only does it lower that threshold, but in general, it makes it harder for people to reach it and be where they want to be when it comes to the bubble, because they're losing out on these opportunities to continue getting those points. One of those teams who we saw completely change their playstyle because of what was happening to them was Disguised. Alliance was kind of going after them, and they tried to opt for a more passive playstyle in the last match to see if they could at least maybe get some more points on the board through their placements.
And Disguised, a very big fan base, not just in the arena, but in general. Of course, Timmy, with his incredible content creation and his incredible streams, is going to have a natural fan base behind him, but can Disguised get into that winners bracket? Now, of course, if they don't, it's not the end of the world. You still have that elimination bracket run. That is the benefit of a format like this. You get that second chance, but it is your last chance once you find yourself in that elimination bracket. Disguised won't want to be there, though. They are a team who will consider themselves a squad that could be at the top. We've seen them at the very top of the ALGS with the chance of winning, as there's Timmy just giving us a love heart as well. As now we are going to have a chance to look at the match results of that game. and Heroez picking up 20 points, Lauren.
Not too shabby in a time when they absolutely needed it. Not Moist as well. 8 kills, SSG 8 kills, and Not Moist really having picked up their performance after yesterday. A little bit of a slower start for them when we know what a dominant team that they can really be. Now they're starting to look like they found their form a little bit here. And we mentioned them, but we keep seeing Geared Gaming popping up in some of these situations as well.
Yeah, Geared Gaming are popping up. I mean, the fact that they've been performing very impressively at times, and they are in 19th position at the moment. So again, they are around that bubble mark, but need a few more points, you'd say, to make sure they are safe. Now, the second half of the leaderboard from match 5, we're going to have the teams who did struggle in those early stages as well. I'm surprised that we saw RIDDLE Order eliminated when we did, because they were in a spot where maybe they could have held out a lot of other teams, but sadly, when you get to this spot in group stages and you're going up against other teams who have already secured themselves in winners bracket, they can play fearlessly. They can play with so much confidence and almost a we don't care attitude if we go down in that fight. And that is one of the most difficult teams to play against.
Yeah, it's that unplanned chaos. Obviously, they kind of strategize for what could potentially happen, but where teams start completely dropping on different squads every single game, and they're going completely across the map from where they typically drop, nobody really knows what to expect. And one of the big reasons that the teams are going to be pushing to be in that winners bracket is because of those additional advanced starting points that you could potentially get if you finish in the top half of it.
And you can see Heroez, the APAC South team, getting the victory and doing a good amount of damage as well. As long as they can find a similar pattern of play in this next game, then we might see them in the winners bracket, but we'll learn more as we see that circle and where we see the drops, because again, match 6, who knows what's going to happen. I mean, Aurora are in the lobby, so they could drop on anyone for all I know, and Alliance are still shifting back and forth, because what will be interesting is the drop ship here, right?
Yeah.
Because Alliance were able to kind of watch where Disguised went previously in match number 4, but in match number 5, Disguise saw Alliance dive out over towards Northpad and said, well, actually, let's just stay in the dropship. We'll now switch things over to Lightning Rod. If we get a kind of dropship that doesn't allow them to watch one another, then suddenly it becomes a little bit more of a guessing game. And I'm wondering where Alliance go here. Like, is it a double bluff? Do you go back to Lightning Rod, or do you continue to try and grief at Northpad?
I feel like on the side of Alliance, the world is their oyster. They can, at this point, pretty much do whatever they want. If there's a different team that they'd like to go after or a different drop spot they want to try, they absolutely can. The same way that we saw Aurora do it literally even earlier on in the competition yesterday, as we now get to take a look at the series results where everyone is starting to land here. 54 points the way of Alliance. Aurora at 42. Moving down, though, Not Moist continue to move up. And look at Heroez, now in 7th for the series at 37 points. That's a massive boon for them. Cloud9, and there's another squad that tried to bring it to Alliance if they could. I mean, we're watching these teams really do what they can. On the other side, you see, we keep mentioning them, Geared Gaming, even Wonton, Dumpling, these teams really going for the kills and trying to get those additional points.
And even though it's still early days to talk about match point, but of course that is how the tournament will conclude, and the teams that have been able to find victories throughout the tournament become favorites for match point. So when you look at Alliance, 4 wins so far in group stages, compared to Aurora, no wins so far in the group stage, but they are the 2 teams that have been really performing in terms of points totals. But you'd have to kind of trend towards Alliance, but at the same time, how many times have we seen Alliance get to a Sunday and not have that same form? So Alliance, they need to answer the critics when they get there. If they get there, of course, they've still got to fight through the winners bracket.
These are all conversations we've been having for the past 2 days. Whoa! Wasn't ready for that.
Is that a Roy pillow? How? Wonton Dumpling pillow, oh my God. That is something I definitely need in my life.
Wait, are those for sale?
I hope so. And if
take my money.
If I can get 1, that means I can get 5, and I will be purchasing. I do love seeing the teams and the players just making sure they add a little bit something special and something extra to their booths, just to not just entertain themselves, but to entertain us during a little bit of downtime. Of course, apologies as we wait to get this one going. We will let you know as we get into the game, but the players I can see are all locked and loaded in the lobby. Something Onset and I have been discussing is I think we should start to make content around the conversations that the players have.
That's a dangerous
in the pre-game. It is a really dangerous game, but also, as long as we censor things, could be a very entertaining one as well.
You and Nonsec can spearhead that one, and let me know how that goes.
We will, and I think it could make us rich. So that's definitely going to be my plan going forward. Maybe I can make some new YouTube shorts on it. Now, all the players are just going to be waiting at the moment, and as we get into it, we will let you know. But in terms of drops, in terms of where these players have been going, I've been very impressed with the consistency out of the teams, especially those who have been kind of just holding on to their POIs and being a dominant force.
Yeah, and with this being the last match in the series, it's probably all or nothing for some of these teams, that last-ditch effort. So not only are we looking at the teams at the top of the table to be potential disruptors, but the teams towards the bubble or even towards the bottom that also want to do the same to try and change up what they've got going on for their current situation. Last-minute fist bumps all around on behalf of the team that just won our last match in Heroes. Some stretches. Getting the
and some fist bumps. Fist bumps is always a good sign. That means the game's starting. That means the lobby is getting locked and it's getting loaded. So good news for those waiting at home and, of course, waiting here in the arena. By the way, the arena really has started to fill up here on Friday. I can't imagine how it's going to look on Saturday and Sunday. Thank you, all of you who have made it here on a weekday. Why aren't you at work? Why weren't you at work? Actually, doesn't matter. I'm glad you're here because you can support some Apex Legends.
Any day that is an Apex LAN day is automatically a vacation day. That's the rule.
I've heard that's true. If your boss is watching, we'll just pretend we didn't show you on the camera. That's absolutely fine. They are the first 5 matches we had then, and you can see Heroez with the latter to take a game, but it's going to be Storm Point once more for match number 6. This is do or die. This is going to be the last chance for some of these teams, well, actually, for all of these teams to get points going into either winner's bracket or elimination bracket.
I am so excited to see what the results of this final match are, or what even the start of this final match is, because it could absolutely inform how it will all play out when it is all said and done. We saw the series standings as they are, where some of our teams have managed to catapult themselves to, like we've mentioned a few times, Heroez being one of those teams, now 7th in our series results here so far, absolutely needing that type of a performance, but they will need to repeat it one more time.
These drops are going to be very important. For example, if Disguised were to die, if they were to get griefed and die on drop, they could be eliminated there and then, depending on which teams picked up points around them. So it is very nervy times for a lot of these teams, but we're into the dropship. It's going to be a south to north dropship, by the way, which does make it interesting for what's going to happen. Do you go north pad? Do you go lightning rod if you're Alliance here? I'm sure they're going to be holding this one out and just watching behind them, watching to see those trails, to see maybe where Disguised are going to go. It's match 6, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the last chance for a lot of these teams to put points on the board in group stages.
I feel like you had something to do with this one here. You said we could potentially get a weird path off of the dropship that would maybe ruin the potential for these teams to have information. Now, as we're looking at this map overhead, it's looking like we might be getting one last contest between Disguised and Alliance over at North Pad. Disguised have to be upset about this one.
Yeah, it's not a direct drop from Alliance, but Disguised, they of course like to spread themselves out from North Pad over then to the balls that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, while Alliance take the balls away by just dropping on them and making sure that that last player cannot do anything and won't be able to loot successfully. So this is a bad thing for Disguised. Elsewhere, you can see there's been an interesting drop here. SSG moving up to Lightning Rod. So everyone just throwing things and throwing their weight around at the moment, saying, you know what, screw the gentleman agreement we had earlier on. We're going to drop wherever we would like.
But all that did was open up where SSG drops, meaning that Heroez have now moved over to Devastated Coast. That's going to be huge for a team that we're talking about needing a really solid performance, maybe giving them a little bit of breathing room and some space with that loot as we get a look here on where this ring's going to be shifting. Complexity in a great spot. Even that contest between Red Rams and SSG, depending on how it goes, in a really solid position as well. And then dead center at Stormcatcher with information at their disposal is HAO.
Poor Red Rams, they can't catch a break either. They've just been expecting to maybe go up against Disguised at Lightning Rod, and suddenly Alliance were there, and then SSG are there. They're just inviting everyone to the party. But Circle, we're going to be heading in and around Stormcatcher, maybe just north of it. You can see Complexity already making their move just north of Stormcatcher and maybe hold the height on it. HAO are also going to have the eastern side to work with right now, but the likes of the teams on the southern side, like Liquid Alienware, Wonton, Dumpling, Heroez, Not Moist, they're going to be looking for those ring consoles to get information so that they can also move fast.
We were wondering how this would go. Red Rams definitely looking towards SSG right now. Riddle Order and BR Demons also potentially running into each other.
Yeah, you can see that on your screens. I mean, BR Demons, they know Riddle Order's nearby, but it's not just them. Serenity are actually going to pass right over their heads at the moment, and Riddle Order are going to see it. Riddle Order are going to be out of there. So Serenity, Riddle Order, they're all moving through the sky at the moment. Everyone just quickly trying to get to Stormcatcher as fast as you can. A circle like this, a little bit more predictable. There is one big playable space, and it is Storm Point, so it does help if you can get there. As Serenity are on the tails now, you can see they really want to get involved in this fight, and it's a good crack.
Definitely a nice early game opportunity to take this engagement. Serenity trying to do what they can. They do manage to knock one and continue this push onto BR Demons. Still all three up themselves, even with low shields. As I say, that one does get knocked down to two. Serenity trying to clean this up as quickly as possible. Esther coming in clutch there, and BR Demons are eliminated in that choke.
Yeah, that is a real shame for BR Demons. They just weren't able to get out of the engagement that was happening. Cloud9 also in a fight at the moment, and you can see one will fall, but are they going to be able to do it? It's going to be Geared Gaming on the other side of things here.
Cloud Gaming down to two, trying to see what they can do around the edge of this rock. You can see just how low Geared Gaming shields are as well, as Chaotic Much starts to make the move in, getting that scan as well. Now knowing it's a 2v3 situation, making the push with that piece of the hunt anyways, trying to track down these players and see if they can close this one out.
This would be so detrimental for Geared Gaming if they go down here. Elimination bracket could be on the horizon, and it might just be. They're in 19th place at the moment, and all it takes is a few points from teams behind them to push them into that elimination bracket, but they still have a 1% chance of getting there.
It's just fight after fight right now. Now Liquid Alienware with Wonton. Dumpling, if I'm not mistaken, already down to just one. Yanya trying to escape with his life as Wonton Dumpling are cleaning up the other two and continuing their chase. They don't want to let him get away.
And continuing their attempt as well to get into that winner's bracket. They can't afford to go down, but they will take down Liquid Alienware, but that shouldn't hurt Liquid Alienware as they are already on a very healthy points total, and I imagine we should see them in the winner's bracket, but of course we still need to see what happens elsewhere. Now another fight still going on. It's SSG this time, and it's great shots from the vault. The Hemlock comes out of the back pocket, and it is Red Rams eliminated, and SSG let them know who's boss.
Great fight on behalf of SSG. Everyone just deciding to go for the kill in any sort of a straight up 3v3 situation, opting to see if they can maybe get some more points before this series is said and done. Disguise, we were wondering what would happen with them in Alliance. It seems that all has ended well, at least on behalf of Disguise. They've managed to rotate away and are trying to get a little bit of loot over here in Cedo. Not having to worry about that fight with Alliance has got to feel a little bit better, but there's still some work that needs to be done.
Oh, so we can breathe for a second, because finally all the teams have stopped fighting. You've got a lot of teams who have made their way over to Stormcatcher and surrounding areas. I think there's about 10 of them. As we return to our journey of Disguised, and whether they can really find their way into the winner's bracket here, it is going to need to be a pretty big game for them, a successful game. But Alliance are still not so far away. So Alliance didn't directly grief Disguised, but certainly tried to compromise their rotation. And speaking of rotations, Aurora just moving through the map with the utmost of confidence, as we would expect.
Aurora already looking very comfortable with their shields as well, so preparing themselves for some of these fights that they will inevitably take, as they're also going to be providing themselves with information on where they decide they want to go next. And right now, after all of that early game chaos, we're seeing quite a lot of squads trying to call where that next circle is going to be. Everyone on that eastern side really nailing down solid position. Meanwhile, Disguise thought they escaped Alliance. They did not. Serenity go out in the kill feed, but Disguise have Alliance in their crosshairs.
Serenity eliminated, 110 points they were on. So again, they're in a really good position for winner's bracket as well. But what that does mean is all these teams who are kind of dropping out that have already got a lot of points, it opens up points for teams who still really need them in this lobby. Now we are going to be shifting far east. So a team like Complexity, who we saw being one of the first to move, they took that northern side, they're going to have to go back down south. So Sadly for them, it's a ring shift they won't really enjoy, but it's also a ring shift they won't really know about just at the moment.
Not Moist also in a nice position for themselves, having taken a really wide rotate there on the eastern side, calling this well and landing some space over there. Meanwhile, you've got Cloud9 pushing in towards the Alliance and Disguised area that has been a little bit of a standoff here. None of these teams wanting to make that first push, but Alliance, like we've said, they don't have too much to lose, so if they decide that this is the opportunity to get aggressive, they will.
This is the fight Alliance have been looking to take. They want to wipe Disguised out and ruin their chances of getting into the winner's bracket, but they just haven't been able to get into the engagement in the way they would like. They just keep waiting, biding their time, looking for that right moment, as now Cloud9 will arrive to the party. This is what Alliance wanted. Create noise, just wave, let everyone know where you are gonna be. And it's not just Cloud9, but Tom Young-Kung also hearing this commotion, saying, well, actually, maybe we'll get involved as well.
I mean, it worked for Cloud9 and Tom Young-Kung last time when they heard Alliance trying to make some sort of commotion over in the area of Disguise. Both those teams having heard it and tried to push in for some sort of a fight. Alliance are being absolute menaces right now. This is, like you said, exactly what they wanted to do. They might not even want to be in this fight. They just want everybody else to know what is happening and potentially do the dirty work for them.
Well, Cloud9 being very smart, though, a loss in that fight would have definitely guaranteed them in the elimination bracket. They need to find a victory. As Disguise now, what can they do? Designful has taken a lot of damage, but that's why you've got a conduit, and that's why you have the ability to just help. But this is the engagement that Alliance were looking for, and now they're getting involved.
And this is going to be really dangerous. TYK still waiting in the wings while Disguise are focused on going after Alliance. A big knock out of Enemy and tries to follow it up with another. Now Disguise down to 2. Will Timmy be able to close this one out? And who will follow it up? Alliance are out. But will TYK push in?
TYK are still in the area, but they are being scared away by the ring. Disguised will have an opportunity to stabilize here. Designful does get the meds, and Tom Young-Kung don't want anything to do with it. Could that be such a massive moment for Disguised chances to get into the winner's bracket? They live to fight another day, or should I say, to fight another circle. There's still a job to do, but at least they have been able to stop that Alliance push they were so desperately trying to achieve.
TYK deciding they also need points more than they need to take a risky engagement, like you said, in the zone, so they decide to back off. It ends up saving Disguised's lives, and now they're able to kind of reset and reassess how they want to continue this rotation. Meanwhile, C9 rotates straight into where TYK are.
Well, now we get Cloud9 versus Tom Young-Kung, which would be a fight that could eliminate the other, depending on who finds the victory. At the moment, Tom Young-Kung in 29th, Cloud9 in 23rd, not in the top 20. Not Moist also getting involved in engagement here as well, and Moist are winning it, and Wonton Dumpling eliminated, and that will mean Wonton Dumpling are going to be just outside of the top 20. That's our first team guaranteed in the elimination bracket, so a team who dominated APAC South are not going to be competing in that winner's bracket. Instead, we will see them in the elimination tomorrow.
Not Moist doing a really good job holding that choke on the eastern side and now giving themselves a little bit of breathing room, having called the zone well as well. Meanwhile, C9 Chaotic Much doing some massive damage as they've been trying to gatekeep Tom Young-Kung from making this push inside.
Tom Young-Kung on the back foot, the ring doing plenty of damage, and Cloud9, they are chasing this one. They want to be able to get these kills. They are not allowing Tom Young-Kung to get away, and maybe Cloud9 have an idea who this is as well. And I tell you what, they might just use every little bit of an advantage they can get to try and win this race and try and catch up those last stragglers of TYK.
The balloon is out, trying to see if they can play a little bit of catch up as well as get out of taking this additional damage. Putting themselves just the littlest bit ahead of TYK and being able to sandwich them. Big kill out of Saucerer now. This is going to be putting TYK in such a rough spot. Only one left alive who had to escape back into the ring.
Yeah, this could be the end for Tom Young-Kung, and it could be elimination bracket bound for them as well. But as you can see on your map, still one last remaining player to give them at least a lifeline here. Disguise, though, maybe they're going to run into that final player as they make their rotation from that western side. All the meanwhile, it's going to be shifting even further east here, this circle. We've got an interesting position on the northeast. SSG and HAO, they could potentially have a little scrap, as Not Moist will hold one circle building that is going to be in one of the most commanding positions right now. But this is the scrap we were talking about. SSG starting to push up on HAO.
shots out of Zainu with that Havoc, trying to see if they can maybe make a push inside the building. The fence is proving to be a little bit difficult here as they decide to take a wraparound and go from a different angle. Frex is trying to be a nuisance there. Looks like there's a little bit of a stalemate here, not knowing the right spot. As I say that though, the PK putting in work for Phony.
Chunk after chunk, and it is going to hit hard, and it just allows SSG to push on in. And sadly for HAO, it is going to be a flawless push from SSG, but not Moist. They heard what was happening. They said, actually, we'll have a piece of this cake, and they jump in onto SSG, and this could be big kills for Moist, what they desperately need as well, as they look to try and solidify themselves in the winner's bracket.
Moist actually made a really aggressive decision there. They left one back in their building to push up to see if they could clean up any free KP. They actually are able to do that, eliminate HAO, move back to the safety of the area that they've been holding since the beginning, and now they're once again clearing out more space for safety.
HAO finish on 84 points. Will that be enough for the cutoff? I imagine not, but I have seen stranger things. Not the series, I've just seen it happen in ALGS. Now, you can see Complexity, Heroez, RIDDLE, Order, they're going to be all on the western side, holding out the likes of Aurora and Passion UA. But look at Disguise move. They say, actually, we don't really fancy any of this. And it looks like they're going to attempt to make a rotation deep south. And I think they're following a team or potentially a player you can just see off your screen on the southern side there. So we'll have to see what they do. But now it's not Moist versus Cloud9 in what could be a very important fight.
Back in the building that Moist has been holding this entire time. Cloud9 down to just one. Will Chaotic like people to clutch it. Unable to. Cloud9 eliminated. Not Moist, still holding strong in this position. Only having survived with one. You see a couple shots coming in there as well, people looking their direction, able to get that res though, and they'll probably get a reset here.
And that will be confirmation Cloud9 in the elimination bracket. They finish in 21st place, so they won't be able to jump up into the top 20. So another team joining the elimination bracket for tomorrow's competition. Now, Disguise have been able to make their way all the way around that southern side, right here onto the east. Now, if they can take down Not Moist here, they can be in a winnable position in this game. But it has to start here, and maybe has to start with shots like that.
Disguise starting to make their push in to see if they can maybe take advantage of that. But they've been playing passive ever since Alliance has thrown them off their game, and they're trying to make a push into Not Moist, who has been holding this position strong for way too long. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, RIDDLE Order going down. Design trying to get a little bit of a different line of sight on the team inside, also knowing there's people across the way in the smoke. There's a solo from TYK pushing in, potentially to try and ruin it. They do get taken out. Dexter done, as is TYK on behalf of Timmy, and Disguise are doing a really solid job working with this choke.
Yeah, that's going to be Tom Youngkung and RIDDLE Order also in the elimination bracket tomorrow. They will not get into the winner's side. Aurora also making their move from the western side, but it's Disguise on the east, still having that fight with Not Moist. Heroez have one last remaining player. You can see in the kill feed, enemy does secure that kill, but Aurora could really be the party poopers here, which they have been for quite a lot of this tournament, to be honest. You've got 4 teams on this eastern side, 4 teams on the western side, and they all have to try and force their way into the circle at the same time.
You can see OMiT kind of caught in between Passion and Aurora here, trying to decide which one's going to be making their push in. Aurora taking lots of damage on 9MC does go down. This is an open opportunity for somebody to try and clean it up. Meanwhile, they're doing a good job keeping everybody else away, but he was caught out in such a far angle, they won't be able to get that res safely.
It's Passion UA on the other side. Again, if they fall, they'll be in the elimination bracket, so they are fighting tooth and nail at the moment to try and stay alive. OMiT on blue shields, but could be able to find some kills here to help charge up the Evo shields. Hardeki's just gone down, and maybe it could be more from OMiT as well. They are pushing with confidence. We've seen some victories from them today, and they will wipe out Aurora, who it will be another game where they do not find a victory, despite picking up points after points and dominating the group stages.
Definitely a good push there from OMiT as they try to take a second to get themselves healed back up, with Passion looking their direction. Meanwhile, Disguise and Not Moist still going back and forth in this fight. Disguise all of a sudden down to just Designful, trying to save the hopes here for Disguise. Are they going to be able to clutch this up? Disguise are eliminated by Not Moist, who barely take take any punishment for it.
Disguised finish on 87 points. Again, will that be enough for the cutoff? They've given themselves a chance, but it is certainly a slim-looking one. Now, Passion UA, can they potentially give themselves an opportunity of winner's bracket here? A big victory could send them hurtling into the top 20. 5 teams remain. Zone is shifting east. Teams having to move from the western side. Heroez will go down. Reject WINNITY, SSG, Not Moist, and Passion UA alive in Game 6.
Not Moist have absolutely decimated anyone that's tried to come into their territory. Potentially Passion is next on that list. Meanwhile, like you mentioned, Reject WINNITY just holding that north spot passively. The duo of SSG does go down. We're now down to our top 3.
This is most important for Passion UA out of all of these teams. Not Moist, though, 59 points in this game. It has been a brilliant series for them as they force themselves up into the #1 spot in this series. This is the Not Moist we were expecting. We were asking the question yesterday, where have Not Moist been? Why haven't they been performing? But now we're seeing them at their best. Let's jump into a listen and see what the comms are like with Not Moist.
It's killed. Yeah, it is.
I'm selling.
I tried to truck up the other team.
Amelia? Do I have nades? I don't know.
One up on roof.
I'm getting to the truck here. No, Guild, I need you to keep strong arm left with me, please.
Okay. I'm getting to where you guys are.
They're just hard. The hard team's hard staring.
Any ulti cells?
No, wait. Someone needs to watch right. No ulti cells.
Yes, I can. You guys hard hold that. I'm holding the truck.
Can I climb this rock, maybe?
They just bang ordered us.
Okay. Are we safe anywhere?
I don't think so. I'm backing up to you guys.
No, I'm taking it on me. Batting him. Don't let them swing on the left. I'm batting, okay? I think we just kill left here. Yes, kill left, please. Cossack weak. I can't see them. Can we kill? Play me. Second. Give me your knock. Knocking you. I'm batting.
Push one.
It's one guy. I need to bat.
Yeah, heal.
It is a Bangalore. You need to kill the solo.
Moist have lost one. Multi's gone down, but Guild and Empty still have an opportunity here as a 2. The red armors are going to be massive, but look at Reject WINNITY just watching over all of this right now. The last squad, and surely this is just going to be a cleanup.
Passion UA did a lot of work for Reject WINNITY. All they have to do is clean up the solo left on Moist. Reject WINNITY are your match 6 winners, and that is it for that series.
Reject WINNITY pushing themselves up the leaderboards and albeit securing themselves in that winner's bracket as well. They're actually 3rd in the overall standings. An incredible performance from them in this series, but Not Moist, they will also be on top of the world because they were on top of this series, just 1 point ahead of Reject WINNITY. The team's now starting to really show up here, performing on Friday in ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Sadly, we did start to mention a few of the teams that will be in that elimination bracket tomorrow. And for those who are in that in-between, it's going to be a very nervy remainder of Friday.
And we'll obviously start getting those confirmations on where our teams are starting to sit in relation to whether or not they've made it into that winner's bracket or that elimination bracket. But right now, Reject WINNITY have to be feeling good about closing out the series with a win, and so many other teams actually did what they needed to do in the situation. I am really curious to see what happened with the likes of Disguised, who are really close to that bubble, tried to do what they could to try and get some placement points on the board and save themselves a little bit, but when they ran into this absolute wrecking ball that was Not Moist, holding that one building on the far east, I think they ended up going through like 4 teams that tried to push through them.
Yeah, we saw some of the teams that are at the top of the leaderboards really dominate some of these lobbies, which made it very difficult for those who were chasing points. Not Moist ending on 118 total points in the end. Reject WINNITY ending on 136. I would imagine both of those teams to be safely in the winner's bracket, but as I will always allude to, I imagine they will be because you never really know what can happen with Apex Legends. But Matt, you can do it at home, right? Now we're going to see whether the teams who are really close to that top 20 spot, can they just squeeze their way in as we see groups A and C competing a little bit later on today.
That last series will determine a lot for some of these teams. I cannot wait to close out the rest of the day. As far as we're concerned, that's it for this series. So Rain Day, take it back on over at the desk.
Thank you, Dan and Lauren. Great job there on the cast, and welcome back to the desk. 6 games gone by. And 6 games, the last games for these teams that have just played in this group, it went down to the wire. I think it was 1 point separating the winner of this group. But of course, as we join back on the desk, Zephyr, Jamerson, and Gracel, I'm your host, Rain Day. We've really seen this still be a game of the overall numbers. It's a marathon, not a sprint, trying to get into that winner's bracket. Zeph, you know, Moist, they bounce back in a big way. It's close between them and Reject WINNITY, but it seems like Moist probably did enough to edge them out.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the individual differences of some of those points in our last moment, but at this current state, we're pretty sure that we might be seeing Moist make that move over, and that's going to be a big exchange when we talk about what we see going into Saturday, because remember, that's the difference between 8 or 16 potential games.
And as we take a look at the overall series results, we'll have them up on your screen right now to take a look at our winner of this last game. You know, it was Reject WINNITY with 6 kills. Great pressure on Not Moist and Passion UA, forcing Passion to push Moist and not allow a full 3v3. Reject WINNITY taking that one as they usually do. It's a great sign, Gracel, for Reject WINNITY in the rest of this tournament, because they put up big numbers over the course of these last 2 days.
They haven't been playing so consistently, and as you can see, they might not have that many kills, but the placement makes up for it. They had good positioning the whole of endgame and just made sure that they didn't, you know, let the other teams like push them or pressure them at all, and they just kept space as much as they could. And then the duo decided to, hey, we just gotta take a fight before it comes to us. Maybe we can play per second. It ended up being the push on Moist, and that just was a free dub for them. Well played from them.
As we take a look at the bottom 10 as well, Jamerson, anybody stand out in terms of just expectations?
For the bottom 10 especially, you're looking at Cloud9 there having a very troubling day. You would expect them to at least perform a little bit better across, but I'm not entirely too sure exactly what happened to them. We saw Liquid Alienware have a pretty bad game here in the last one, and it's really unfortunate because they were building a lot of momentum. When we were on World's Edge, they were doing better and better across the map, and then of course, when we swap over to Stormpoint, they get that first win on Stormpoint. And then from there, everything kind of just went sour for them. And it was very unfortunate because they actually needed to carry that momentum to feel very safe and make sure that they kind of secure themselves into the winner's bracket.
Usually with Stormpoint, people would think you meant echolocation or something like that in terms of going south, since those zones tend to pull that way. But in terms of Liquid, it's a matter of can it actually be consistent enough to make the difference. Let's see as we look at our series overall results here, which will set us up for who is in the winner's bracket. We don't have the overall coming up just yet, but just to eye it out, it is Moist who will, with 1 point, take the win in this group over Reject WINNITY. Alliance will come in as 3rd. What a performance from them across this group stage. They have been phenomenal, and then certainly outside of Aurora have looked like the threat in EMEA and maybe in this tournament. SSG, Liquid Alienware with good performances as well, Ben.
Absolutely, and as we make our way down there, of course, we still see some reassurance from some familiar faces here. Of course, Aurora, they don't give up and drop dead. 44 points is something that will still keep them very confidently within our winners. But once again, we talked about Cloud9, Jamerson. That's still something that, even though it was a good performance, 9th place is some of the best that we've seen. It might just be too little too late.
Yeah, one thing I do want to note that is I don't have as much experience when it comes to the APAC region and teams like Reject WINNITY, but I have been greatly surprised by their consistency. Like, they don't do anything that really stands out to me, but they do play very solid, fundamental Apex Legends, and that goes to show in their consistency. Wins across both Stormpoint and on World's Edge. They know how to close out games. And we don't really get to see that often coming out from APAC, I feel. And so I really have hope for my Korean brethren here.
You know what? And they've been playing phenomenally. Let's see what that's set up for them in the overall standings, because as it's set, with only 2 more groups to play, 1 more series, Reject WINNITY is in 3rd with Aurora and Alliance in 1st and 2nd. EMEA is representing here in the ALGS split 1 play. You know, I don't want to go to you, Gracel, because you've just got too smug of a smile on right now, but I guess I have to.
So yes, indeed, they are at the top, and I'm very happy of seeing a lot of other regions, you know, have their spots at the height. But we can't disagree that Dark Zero has only played 2 series so far. They're not that far from the top. They might be coming back, as you know, as they have been. But looking at the other teams on the leaderboard, teams that have played 3 series and are underneath, I would say 85, but if we want to be a little bit rough, underneath 90, they are most likely not going to make it through.
Now look at this though. I want you to keep an eye on a team like Disguise, who's played their 3, but they're at 87. Remember, we talked about 100 points. A lot of teams even behind them. 07, look at that. Still one more to play. Let's go to that second half to show you the bottom 20 teams. Some big names in there like TSM, you know, like Oxygen, who we know can pop off in games. Passion, they've played their 3. Max Strafey finally in land. We're so excited, but it's not enough since they played their 3 to get into it. But look at Elevate. I mean, the teams are here that we know are going to perform well, Ben, and I would be a little worried if I was in that 15th spot, 87 points right now, watching these two teams have to go.
I mean, yeah, we talk about what you need to do to get through this next series. A team like, say, Elevate, who's on 22, is pretty much almost guaranteed to be walking into a position with our winners bracket as we kind of work our way down. Even as we start to incorporate those like Navi and Oxygen and Kinotrope, you have to remember that's only a 35+ point disparity, which is more than doable. A 6-point kind of average going into a series is somewhat stable in comparison to the averages that we have seen in the other recent matches thus far.
What are you feeling about this, Jamerson? Taking a look at it. Anybody? I mean, you know, 2 games played, you still got 1 more for the next group. I mean, how are you feeling if you're some of these teams that still have some points to make, but you know that it's doable heading into your final chance?
Of course, you're going to look at TSM to be like, hey, yeah, they're the ones with the most potential here in the bottom 20 to easily propel themselves up. I mean, it's not unheard of for TSM on a set day to get 70, 80 points. So you're looking at them to really kind of steal a lot of the points and kind of cannibalize it in the next group set and really play spoiler for, I feel like, for a lot of the other squads that are looking to try and make it into the top 20.
Well, big names, big teams. It doesn't always guarantee big performances. We've seen it here across the day. Surprises. Somebody mentioned Game of Thrones Apex Legends here. You don't know who's going to fall out next. Well, that means you don't know who is going to show up and take the throne as well. We do know, however, who took it this set. And Peeps is standing by with none other than Wonton.
Apex! What up? Got to do a better job next time. I am here with one of the greatest players, and not to mention the strongest player probably in ALGS history, Waltzy. It's been a heck of a year for you guys. You guys moved from APAC to NA. How's the transition been?
Honestly, it was a lot of fun, to be honest. Picking up Guild and taking on like a way harder region was just like, I don't know, it's like something that you kind of dream of, you know, moving to NA and playing against the big boys all the time, so it was definitely fun. That's what I'd say. And
all about the changes, right? Your team had to overcome a lot, right, over the past couple weeks. How have the boys been for that?
It's definitely been like ups and downs. Obviously visa issues and stuff like that is just unnecessary pressure just leading up to LAN, but I think we coped pretty well, and I think as you guys saw today, we're still the same team that we were a couple weeks ago, so I think we're doing well.
Just absolutely built different. I mean, look at you, bro. Built different. So Apex is an intense game. It's crazy. How do you keep your composure in high-stress situations in-game?
I mean, we're just no strangers to it at this point. You know, I think this is, what, our 5th LAN. We've never missed a finals. I've never been to losers, so I think it's just a matter of experience, really.
Absolutely. So I'm sure your old org owner, Charlie, is watching right now. Do you have any words for Charlie?
Just big love, man. Just cannot stress enough how accommodating he has been for us, and genuinely, like, everyone at Moist has just been a rock for us. You know, this was a very stressful situation, and they did the absolute most for us, so I can't say thank you enough.
Absolutely. Well, crowd, make some noise for one of the best in the world. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you, Peeps. Always a pleasure to see what you've got going on wherever we send the camera and your way. Big shout out as well to Moist Critical. We actually share the same YouTube partner manager. Shout out to Dom and all that they're doing. But yeah, great stuff from Moist. We're going to wrap up with some final thoughts here, but I want to kind of lean on you, Jamerson. Thank you so much for joining us on this. So great to have you back, my friend. Kind of want to get your thoughts on what's happened so far and then what you expect to transpire as we end our group stage with A versus C coming up after this.
Well, right now, honestly, it's been an amazing experience being back here on the desk. I mean, for the longest time, I was kind of getting drip-fed information about Apex, watching a lot of scrims, but then having to really try and bring all this information together in such a short time, and has been difficult, but you guys have been amazing at really helping me, guiding me through a lot of this and sharing the wealth of knowledge that you guys have accumulated over the last 2 years. So I just want to thank you guys for that, because I would not be able to do this anything at all if it weren't for you guys. But what I think is going to transpire, well, I think, TSM is going to go ahead and take the win. I don't know if I'm going to be back on the desk for tomorrow or not, but I'm just going to go ahead and make the prediction. TSM is going to take the win. Overall, it's just kind of what happens here. Dark Zero might, throw a little wrench in the works, but overall, I'm just going for TSM.
Well, you've set us up perfectly, Jamerson, and you've concluded. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's been wonderful having you, and yes, we will look to see. Maybe we will see you again as we head into the days. But as we continue into the final match of this evening, it's right. It is A versus C coming up to end the night, and guess what? That means you are going to see some big names. Dark Zero, TSM back at it. Will they make it? Currently, TSM in the losers, elimination bracket. We'll see if that stands. I'm sure a lot of fans in our stands do not think that it will. Of course, if you want to stay tuned with everything that we've got going on, make sure to follow Play Apex Esports on X. We'll keep you updated with all of the stats, all the highlights, maybe some cool videos of, me, Monsoon, and Kimchi Lee, making, trips and interviews on Venice Beach. And of course, all the things in terms of scheduling. So we've got about an hour to go. Get some food, grab a snack. When we come back, it is A versus C and our final match of our group stage.
Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the plays. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be. You looking at a champ, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ, hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship, hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ, hey, all I do is win.